Great heroes. Embodiments of perfection. Masters of an era. A crowd of warriors stands atop a cliff, swords raised high toward the sky. These are the names that carry the weight of legends. A golden sword is lifted toward the light, and our tale is drawn into the heart of the medieval world, to the castle of the founding emperor, a leader among these legendary figures and the commander of the gathered masses. The emperor steps onto the balcony, rallying the crowd with a powerful speech. Among those assembled, we meet a variety of characters ranging from a hero celebrated beyond measure to a healer who has saved countless lives. They could not be more different from one another. Yet, amidst the praise, one man dark-haired and dressed in a simple white shirt stands apart. He clenches his fist, his expression filled with disdain. To him, these words of glory are nothing but hollow flattery. His mind drifts back to the moment a so-called hero, Savage B, mercilessly struck a child barely 10 years old. The blow sent the boy hurtling into a mound of sand, his small frame swallowed by it. Elsewhere, a tattered young man barely clings to life as he approaches a girl with a blue square-shaped ornament. She shows no compassion, instead casting him bound in ropes into a pit of flames. His face twists with terror, tears spilling down his cheeks, while hers contorts into a cruel smile. Every trial they inflicted, she claimed, was for the greater good. To the dark-haired man Davy, these great heroes are nothing but arrogant fools. With finality, he damns them all in his thoughts, bidding farewell to those gathered in the hero's hall. But before he can leave, two young women approach him. One remarks that he is still far too weak. The other, the cutie with the square, muses that her little sister should have thrown him into a magma-filled pool more often. Davy wonders why these so-called millennials call themselves his little sisters at all. At the mere mention of age, the girl with the blue braid erupts in fury, striking a stone with her fist and shattering it. Several people rush to restrain her while Davy, unfazed, covers his ears and smirks, further infuriating those around him. Eventually, the enraged heroes manage to calm the furious girl in the medical gown. Davy glances around. From the balcony, all the elites watch him closely. His crimson eyes widen slightly, he's oddly pleased by their reaction. They call out to him, asking not to forget them, even after he wakes. Davy listens in silence, barefoot, standing at the threshold. With a brisk step, he turns toward the door. The great heroes follow him with tearful eyes. For just a moment, his smile reveals genuine joy. As he approaches a cluster of light, he hopes their reunion will not be far off. He disappears into the glow. Darkness swallows the scene until one final blinding flash illuminates the space. A green stone floats within a container, surrounded by tiny bubbles, the liquid around it shimmering with an emerald hue. A catheter feeds that same green liquid into an arm. We shift into another reality, one where Davy lies bedridden, sustained only by intravenous lines. A breeze stirs the thin curtains. The frail hand gripping the sheet trembles. At last, the patient stirs from a long coma. His eyelids, heavy as lead, lift for only a moment, revealing an ornate chandelier above him. Exhaustion forces them shut again. Moments later, they flutter open once more, revealing a face pale and weary. His gaze drifts toward a family portrait. The painting shows a young boy hair tousled, eyes a striking crimson. Davy stares at the joyous face of the boy in the portrait and realizes the truth. He has returned to the world where he is the powerless, abandoned Prince Davy Allen. A map reveals the location of his home, the small and unremarkable kingdom of Rond, nestled on the continent of Thonis. Still lying motionless, he gazes at the portrait with a bittersweet expression, recalling the carefree days when life here was filled with luxury and ease. Dusk settled imperceptibly over the room, the fading light casting long shadows across the floor. A quiet melancholy overcame Davy as he reflected on his own naive behavior from the very beginning. Once, as a young boy living on modern Earth, he had believed that happiness was endless, unshakable, eternal. He had not yet understood the heavy price of bearing the title of prince. That ignorance shattered the day his mother was poisoned, her lifeless body collapsing to the ground in a scatter of pearl ornaments. From then on, danger became his constant companion. A suspicious carriage would pass too closely during his walks. A bowman's arrow once whistled past his head, the shot expertly aimed yet failing to end him. Even his own father, the king, refused to grant him freedom. Davy caught himself before dwelling too deeply on the past. Lying in bed, he resolved to make his recovery his first priority. Dawn broke while his mind still wandered. A sharp, bloodthirsty grin curled his lips as he vowed to give the mysterious rider who once tried to kill him a warm welcome, now that his body was far stronger after 1,000 years of training alongside the greatest heroes. Among the crowd, the figure of a long-haired boy stood out. His resemblance to that same rider was uncanny, green eyes glinting with pleasure, lips twisting into a predatory smile. The scene shifted to the world of heroes. There, young Davy sat curled in a clearing, quietly whimpering. A bare foot appeared behind him. Turning with irritation, he found a muscular man carrying a massive ham, smiling warmly. The man praised Davy for standing up to his offenders. Davy, looking away, snapped that he had spoken the truth and didn't care if others laughed at him. In his mind, memories replayed at first. Everyone had celebrated him, lifting him high like a hero. But when they learned he was merely an ordinary child, they began treating him like an insect. Watching the sunset, the man in the lion mask confessed he hadn't known Davy's true identity. Davy frowned, impatient with the conversation, and demanded to know why the man had sought him out. The masked hero explained that the heroes had taken interest in him, an ordinary boy with an unusual appearance, and had made a joint decision Davy hadn't heard about. Without warning, the muscular man lifted him by the scruff of the neck, calling him lucky. Confused, Davy listened as the hero revealed their intent to welcome him as one of their own. "How can we be a family if I don't even know any of you?" Davy asked. The lion masked man introduced himself as Hercules, master of survival, a name Davy realized he had heard before. Without further ceremony, Hercules declared himself Davy's coach and carried him off, still dangling by his shirt. The scene returned abruptly to a grand chamber. A glittering chandelier swayed overhead. Davy, still bedridden, drew a slow, surprised breath. The liquid surrounding the magic green crystal was nearly depleted. Closing his eyes, he accepted the truth: he was truly back. Beyond the room lay a magnificent castle of red and green tiles, with long corridors and towering spires. The camera's gaze climbed to the highest point of the keep, where pale light streamed through a half-open door. Davy lay sprawled across a large bed, freshly awakened from his long slumber, while a maid quietly replaced the emerald-colored healing solution at his bedside. She was the only one who ever came to him. Dressed in a simple black gown with a white apron, her thick red hair neatly braided into 2 pigtails, she worked in silence, her hands steady as she arranged the container of medicine. Davy explained her solitary presence to himself by the fact that he had been in a coma for so long. Still, the absence of any other visitors unsettled him. As she finished her task and wheeled away the wooden cart, the darkened room seemed to swallow the sound of her footsteps. Alone once more, he felt a quiet sense of gratitude. At least someone had been assigned to care for him in this state. When he was certain she had left, Davy cracked one eye open. There was no one else in the room. With great effort, he lifted himself slightly. His body trembled under its own weight, and his hands shook with weakness. Even this small motion was exhausting. Still, he needed to know the date. On his nightstand sat a calendar, one from this alternate world, following Baldy's reckoning. His gaze locked on the year, 276. 6 years had passed since his injury. 6 long years stolen from him. The memory struck without mercy, the sharp pain of an arrow burying itself into his back, the grass beneath him soaked in blood, and the shadowy outline of a rider just beyond reach. His jaw tightened, lips pressed into a thin line. He would never allow such a thing to happen again. But first, he had to reclaim his strength. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist, willing his body to heal the way it might in a game instantly, with magic. Nothing happened. The scene shifted to the world of heroes. Davy, seated cross-legged on the marble floor of a grand Greek-style temple, sparks of magic dancing at his fingertips. A tall woman with a long braid regarded him calmly, explaining that while his sacred power was only average in quantity, his potential was unmatched. He scoffed, asking her not to try and inspire him with empty words. She explained that sacred power, also called the power of God, was a force of healing and purification. A priest and a floating, ethereal woman clasped hands in prayer, filling the space around them with holy radiance. It was the same power often bestowed as blessings upon pets and the faithful. Saint Daphne herself, renowned for accepting God's grace, had once taught Davy to wield it. And wield it he had after 100 years of training, mastering sacred power despite its limited supply. But here, in his weakened body, the magic refused to respond. For a moment, he feared none of the skills he had honed in the Gallery of Heroes had transferred back with him. Relief came when he realized most of them had returned with his soul. He simply needed to force his body to obey. Gritting his teeth, he tried again. Still nothing. Frustrated, he muttered a threat at his own unresponsive arm, and then, finally, it worked. A faint shimmer of light bloomed near his hand. Ethereal wings spread briefly, bathing the room in radiant glow. A grin spread across his face. Using the sacred power to stabilize himself, he leaned against the nightstand and pushed to his feet. The world felt different standing upright again. He moved along the wall, savoring the triumph, and as he passed the tall windows, a sudden gust burst through, flinging the curtains into the air like weightless silk. Davy stood before the open window, his gaze fixed on the breathtaking view beyond. The sun blazed in a crystal-clear sky, and the wind ruffled his hair. Warm light washed over his face, and he closed his eyes in quiet bliss. Slowly, with a carefree grin, he stretched his arms wide, savoring the moment. Then, with the unrestrained joy of a child, he called out a greeting to the sun, utterly unbothered by how ridiculous he might look. His moment was abruptly interrupted by the sharp crash of a plate shattering on the floor. Startled, Davy turned to see a familiar maid frozen in shock. She stared at him as if seeing a ghost, unable to comprehend how the young prince, supposedly bedridden after a prolonged coma, was now standing at the balcony, alive and well. Before Davy could greet her properly, she rushed toward him in panic. Moments later, the court physician, Ramses, was at his side, stethoscope pressed to the prince's chest. Listening intently, the old doctor's surprise was plain. Davy's recovery was far beyond what anyone could have expected. When asked if he felt any pain, Davy merely smiled and admitted to a bit of fatigue. Ramses stroked his gray beard with a warm smile, clearly relieved. Inwardly, Davy reflected on how he might once have been indifferent to such kindness. But now he recognized the man as a part of the royal household serving the Ron family, to which he himself belonged as the firstborn son of Queen Rinialad and the reigning king. The peaceful moment ended with the arrival of a woman in a yellow robe, her fan snapping shut as she entered. Her cold eyes swept over him, clearly displeased to find him alive. This was Queen Lind Beretta, the woman who had poisoned his mother. Standing beside her were her two children, Prince Callus and Prince Benedict, the second and third heirs to the throne. Callus's green eyes gleamed, his smirk barely hiding his surprise at the first prince's unexpected vitality. With a sly grin, Queen Lind asked whether Davy had seen who tried to shoot him. Playing the fool, Davy replied that the assailant's face had been impossible to see. Then, fixing his gaze directly on Callus, he remarked that whoever dared to attack a member of the royal family would surely face severe punishment. Beads of sweat formed on Callus's brow, though he tried to mask his unease. The queen quickly stepped in, claiming the matter was too old to pursue. Davy's eyes lingered on Callus for a final, disdainful moment before Ramses completed the examination, prescribing routine checkups and medication. The doctor left with the maid in tow. Once they were alone, Lind made no attempt to hide her venom. She remarked that it would have been better had Davy died. He responded with biting sarcasm, wondering aloud if she was disappointed the eyesore remained. Callus attempted to humiliate him, reminding him that his coma had been the result of an attack, before calling for his younger brother. Together, the queen and her sons left, the chamber doors closing behind them. Davy stared at the shut doors, certain they relished dragging the kingdom into disgrace while hiding their own involvement in assassination attempts. Raising his hand, he resolved to use his sacred power to heal, confident that no one in this world could detect it. He sank back onto the bed, his thoughts drifting once more to Queen Lind Beretta and her son Callus. Once, he had intended to kill them without hesitation, but after centuries spent in the Gallery of Heroes, such revenge now seemed almost trivial, a notion that brought the faintest smile to his lips. Davy tightened his grip on the bedspread, his voice steady with conviction he was not abandoning his pursuit of revenge. The thought of food momentarily distracted him, and he struck a pose reminiscent of an ancient philosopher lost in deep contemplation. Outside, the streets were bright and clear. Inside, dark strands of hair lay scattered on the floor, remnants of a recent haircut. With his new look, Davy trained his body, using the backs of chairs as makeshift exercise equipment. A month and a half had passed since the awakening of his holy power. Now, his legs trembled with the strain of each movement. He ended his workout, wiping the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how monotonous the days had been. Yet, through the fusion of necromantic mana and sacred power, his recovery progressed smoothly. At first, healing magic alone had been remarkably effective, but mastering the knowledge of necromancers and the healing techniques of Sister Hao from the world of heroes had made restoring his body almost effortless. With a snap of his fingers, Davy summoned purification magic. Water swirled into existence, lifting his feet slightly from the ground. Cleanliness enveloped him, and he smiled, remarking on how practical such magic was for daily life. His thoughts were interrupted by Amy, the palace maid, who arrived with his meal. She lifted the lid, revealing a dish that instantly dampened his anticipation. What he had hoped for was a proper meal. Instead, the offering resembled a pale orange mash better suited for a toothless elder. Amy glanced away shyly and apologized, explaining there was nothing else she could do. Davy ate regardless, spoonful after spoonful vanishing quickly. Declaring one portion insufficient, he demanded 5 more. Moments later, with the plate empty, he decided 10 servings would be better. The maid stood frozen in disbelief. Even when Davy thought himself full, his stomach seemed capable of holding 3 times its usual amount, likely a side effect of recovery magic. After the feast, energy surged through him. Contentment lasted only a moment before a far more urgent matter presented itself, one that required a trip to the toilet. Determined not to break the image of an ailing patient, he moved slowly, leaning on a crutch. Good digestion, he mused, could sometimes be too good. Later, seated with glasses perched on his nose, Davy studied a royal document. Amy apologized again for the poor food, but he assured her she was not at fault. While continuing to read, he asked how many servants remained in the palace. Her silence, accompanied by a faint blush, told him the truth: she was the only one. Looking around the well-kept room, he began to grasp the dire state of the palace. He inquired about its budget. Amy, still guilty, explained they received 6,000 gold pieces annually, but only 10 remained. When he asked about the monthly allocation, she admitted that although 500 gold pieces had been requested, no more than 100 ever arrived. Curious about her pay, Davy learned that despite 6 years of loyal service, she received only a third of her rightful salary. Shock flashed in his eyes. He thought her both kind and naive. From her manners, he could tell she came from a noble family, yet her hands bore the marks of years of labor. In addition to tending the sick, she had taken on every dirty task required to maintain both the prince's care and the palace itself. Amy stood before him, her posture deflated, her eyes uncertain. For 6 long years, she had worked alone, surviving on a meager salary that had recently been cut even further. Davy, seated behind his desk, regarded the maid with a warm yet resolute expression. He dipped his quill into ink, signed a royal document, and instructed her to take the full amount of her rightful pay. She blinked at him, stunned. "Why, you mean all of it?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Don't make me say it twice," Davy replied, still writing. "And stop calling me Prince." He set the quill aside, reached for his crutch, and rose from the chair. Looking directly at her, he added with a faint smile, "When you call me that, it feels as though we're strangers." Amy's face flushed, her thoughts a tangle of confusion. They made their way to the palace treasury, its tall wooden doors looming before them. Davy leaned lightly on his crutch, gazing at them with open admiration. A bittersweet thought crossed his mind: his father had not once visited him since he'd awoken from the coma. Amy cast him a wary look, silently warning that such talk could bring trouble if overheard by the royal family. But in this moment, they were alone. "I'm sorry," Davy said softly, noticing her unease. "I never meant to drag you into anything. Just stay close and keep your eyes forward." Inwardly, he had already decided. A man who did nothing when the queen was poisoned was no family of his. Amy offered to escort him directly inside, her cheeks still faintly pink. He studied her with quiet admiration. "Take care of me," he said suddenly. She hesitated before nodding. Inside, the treasurer awaited them, a man in a bright green tailcoat, his powdered wig curled in stiff, elaborate fashion. He twirled a thin mustache between his fingers while addressing Davy with rehearsed politeness. His eyebrows lifted in guilty acknowledgement as he explained the difficulty of securing more than the prescribed funds. Yet his words seemed only a veil for mild alarm, betrayed by the restless twisting of his mustache. Davy's eyes narrowed. The treasurer's manner grated on him, but he held his composure. Amy stood to the side, her green eyes wide, her expression caught somewhere between confusion and concern. The prince turned from the man, his gaze falling on a stack of books, though it wasn't the books that had caught his attention. Behind him, clerks shuffled by with papers in hand, while others peered nervously from behind the banister of a high wooden staircase. The treasurer leaned forward with a sigh, clearly irritated, his glance drifting sideways toward Davy's blue robe. Davy moved to a plush sofa and sat, arms spread across the backrest, watching the mustachioed official with open disdain. A sheen of cold sweat gathered on the treasurer's brow. Sunlight spilled through tall windows, glinting off ornate furnishings as the treasurer began his lengthy explanation of the royal budget. Davy did not interrupt, but his displeasure was plain. Two onlookers hovered nearby, while Amy lingered farther back, still unsure of how to respond. Finally, Davy exhaled sharply. "Don't test my patience," he muttered, eyes half shut. From the far side of the room, a low murmur rose, the faceless crowd whispering among themselves about the state of the palace and the disgraceful mismanagement of its funds. The words reached the treasurer's ears, and his polite mask faltered. Brows drawn tight, lips curling in irritation, he cast a sharp glance toward the distant gossips, his composure slipping under the weight of their derision. The man in the green tailcoat clenched his fists, his mouth twisting with frustration. Across from him, Davy sat on the couch with hands folded neatly in his lap, posture poised, expression unreadable. Amy, meanwhile, seemed intent on vanishing into the furniture, keeping her gaze low and presence minimal. The treasurer, sweating nervously, stammered through his explanation, insisting that the repair issues fell under the Department of Housing Management, not the Treasury. They merely handled budget distribution, he mumbled. With a sharp crack, Davy slapped his knee, startling the bureaucrat into a trembling hunch. The man's fingers twisted anxiously at his worn mustache as Davy remarked that, on Earth or in this world, it was always the same, everyone blamed someone else. The financial manager's forehead glistened with sweat as he peered up from under his brows. Davy, smiling faintly, took hold of a crutch to lift himself from the couch. He called for Amy, announcing that his business with the Treasury was concluded. As they approached the exit, Davy cast the treasurer a sidelong glance laced with disdain. The man assumed the prince was heading straight to the housekeepers, but Davy turned, leaning gracefully on his unnecessary cane, and dismantled that notion with a few cutting words. He suggested the treasurer put the stolen royal funds towards something useful, anything at all. The color drained from the man's face, his eyes widening as his hands seized his mustache like a lifeline. Once outside, Davy allowed himself to admire the palace in the warm light of day. He and Amy walked at a leisurely pace down a long, sunlit corridor, his mind wandering over the decadence of the aristocracy and the fate of the servants who had fled. His thoughts shifted to Amy's quiet burdens, only for her to turn toward him with an expression so imploring it bordered on pitiful. With a sudden change of expression, Davy asked her to bring him a sword, his lips curving into a wide, almost foolish grin. Amy froze, her green eyes widening in horror. The sight made Davy laugh heartily. He teased her, asking if she truly feared his request. She stammered that she would fetch it and hurried forward, while Davy followed, twirling his cane with a mischievous smile. As they moved, he swung the crutch in a wide arc, grazing the surface of a grand portrait of the acting queen lens. The impact left a clean, semicircular slash across the canvas. Satisfied, he planted the stick before him with a resounding thud, inspecting his handiwork with pride. Resting one hand on his hip, Davy mused that he wasn't about to start indiscriminately cutting people down, but then again, perhaps there were certain people worth cutting. In his mind, the scene shifted. He stood amid a blood-soaked floor, an immense sword in his hand, crimson droplets streaking across his impassive face. He imagined what would happen if he began slaughtering servants within the palace walls. The thought was simple people would say the prince had gone mad. In this vision, blackened hands pointed at him from all sides in condemnation. Tilting his head, his blood-smeared cheek caught the glare of a pair of brilliant, merciless red eyes. The fantasy darkened. His hair whipped in a phantom wind, maroon petals swirling in the air. Blood dripped from the blade, splattering into shapeless stains on the ground. And then, with a final, cold resolve, Davy decided he would not become sustenance for the rotting aristocracy. The carcass of a wild boar lay sprawled across the palace lawn, its thick hide glistening under the afternoon light. Prince Davy stood over it, wiping the sweat from his brow as he caught his breath. Behind him, the snow-white walls of the palace gleamed. Amy, frozen in shock, stared at the scene with wide eyes and parted lips. Davy, however, remained calm. He explained matter-of-factly that he had found the animal nearby and simply brought it back to the palace grounds. Kneeling beside the carcass, he instructed her without even turning his head to fetch water, herbs, and food from the storeroom. Inwardly, he admitted the lie. If he claimed to have killed the boar himself, few would believe him. Suddenly, Amy's composure broke. She rushed toward him, shouting that she would rather die than see the prince's hands sullied with the blood of a beast. Davy half turned in disbelief, his hand still resting on the carcass. When he asked what was wrong, tears welled up in her large, puppy-like eyes as she insisted that the hands of royalty should never be stained with such work. Davy thought wryly that his hands were hardly the only part of him bloodied in life. His very being had been steeped in crimson long before this moment. Amy pressed on, insisting that the prince mustn't butcher the animal, lest he injure himself. Davy idly twirled the knife in his hand, his expression light and unconcerned. "No one's here to see," he said. Behind him, Amy covered her face and gave a muffled cry. With the tip of his tongue caught between his teeth, Davy began to carve into the boar. Blood pooled on the grass, dark and thick. His mind wandered to his father, absent from the last reception, to Queen Lind, quietly plotting the first prince's assassination, and to the unyielding strength of his own body. Leaving the knife embedded in the carcass, Davy turned toward Amy. Dressed in his seasoned hunter's garb, he winked and flashed her a thumbs up, as if posing for a portrait beside a prized kill. In his mind, no crisis was fatal as long as one had the strength to fight back. Night fell over the palace, the sky alive with stars. A dark silhouette stood at a high window. Inside, a blindfolded maid knelt on the floor, her posture tense. Before her, Queen Lind sat fanning herself with sharp, measured motions, displeasure etched into her features. She thought of the boy hated, changed beyond recognition after his coma, and her lips curled in distaste. The maid, her voice low and careful, suggested that Davy was still recovering. But Lind's mind lingered on the troubling reports from his tutors about his rapid progress. Rising, her gown whispering across the polished floor, she paced in thought. "How likely is it," she asked, "that he will not recognize the spy sent to him?" The maid remained silent, her hands tightening around the fabric of her apron. Lind tilted her chin upward with the tip of her fan, calling her shy as she voiced her unease. The queen spoke of Shy's connection to the Black Moon, an underground mercenary guild based in the capital of the Ron Kingdom. It was not distrust that stirred her, but an unshakable anxiety. Meanwhile, Davy, fresh from his coma, hair overgrown, sat with his back turned. In Shy's eyes, he was unchanged, the same first prince abandoned even by the king, suspended between life and death for 6 long years. When Davy turned to meet her gaze, his red eyes narrowed into a brazen smirk. Lind's grip on him, she knew, was tenuous. Anything could happen. Her expression darkened at the thought. Shy bristled, defending her subordinates and warning the queen to stop insulting them. Lind regarded her sharply, then masked her irritation with a polite, false smile hidden behind her fan. Glancing at a teacup on the table, she remarked coldly that Davy could be eliminated at any time. She lifted the porcelain cup to her lips, her tone grim as she warned that if the agents failed in their mission, they would pay dearly for it. Lind, still holding the cup, allowed a thin, ominous grin to spread across her face. She replied evenly that she would take the queen's words into account. With a casual flick of her wrist, she emptied the tasteless tea onto the floor. The pale liquid spread across scattered burgundy petals, staining them like an omen. The queen, already turning to leave, delivered a final, cutting remark, "Better to rid oneself of a dog that refuses to obey." Her voice lingered in the air even after she disappeared down the dimly lit corridor, accompanied by another figure. Shy, walking beside her, murmured that the queen's command would be enough when the right moment came. At the royal dining table, Davy sat in apparent bliss, preparing to sample a dish made from his latest hunt. He speared a morsel of meat with his fork, only to send his maid into a silent panic, her hair practically bristling at his unpredictable behavior. The scene shifted to the realm of the great heroes. Streams of mana shimmering in vivid blues and reds coursed through an intricate channel like the root system of an ancient tree. Little Davy was asked if he understood the explanation, but his attention was fixed entirely on his own hands. The girl in the green dress, her voice edged with amusement, teased him about remembering her advice and urged him not to die during the process. The reserved girl with loose purple hair was clearly offended by the comment. It was explained that the bold girl in green was Aoz, a necromancer. Alongside her stood an archmage in a worn witch's hat, carrying nothing more practical than a staff, and a quiet girl in a medical gown. Davy turned to Sister Haas, who had calmly taken full responsibility for the mana experiment. Despite his attempts to protest, the healer extended her hand toward him with absolute confidence, asking for his trust. Standing in a dreamlike vision within the familiar gallery of heroes, Davy realized the moment had come to repeat an experiment so dangerous he had sworn never to attempt it again, even under the threat of death. After a long breath, he placed his hand in Sister Haas. The sky beyond was streaked with drifting clouds, the sun breaking through in warm shafts of light. Trees wore their greenest foliage, and a tidy pile of twigs lay in the grass. Amy stood at the forest's edge, her hands clutching the apron of her dress, calling gently to the prince in the royal garden. Davy emerged from the thickets with an unguarded smile, dusting off his dress shirt. He relished the pleasant weather and the excuse to disappear into this local jungle. With a conspiratorial tone, he asked Amy not to reveal his location to anyone. She listened with a soft smile, and he noticed how much more at ease she had become in his presence. He recalled their recent lunch and allowed himself to believe his attempts at building trust were finally working. Placing a finger to his lips in playful secrecy, he stepped backward into the dense foliage. Amy, still smiling, mimicked the gesture. Sunlight streamed through the canopy as Davy seated himself cross-legged on the grass, closing his eyes to focus. Around him, faint honeycomb patterns of sky blue light shimmered into existence, his operating field. Within it, golden motes of energy drifted lazily before streaming toward him. Mana spiraled around his body, inhaled as naturally as breath itself. Through a method devised by Odin, the god of magicians, Davy absorbed only the purest essence of mana from the world around him. Davy sat in the golden glow of his mana, strengthening the very core of his body's vitality. The energy coursing through him demanded careful discipline. Mana had limits, and its reserves could vanish quickly if squandered. His hand rested lightly on his leg as he employed his unique absorption method, a technique so efficient that he could gather in mere days what would normally take months to accumulate. He remained perfectly still, eyes closed, feeling the magic saturate every fiber of his being. Elsewhere, in the vast library, rows of towering bookshelves were patrolled by robed magicians, their pointed witch hats casting long shadows, a quiet testament to their mastery of the arcane. If the entire continent could wield the kind of power Davy now possessed, the devastation would be immeasurable. But Davy had no intention of sharing his secrets with the world. A sudden rush of wind lifted his tie into the air, whipping through the clearing and flattening the grass. Leaves spiraled upward in the whirlwind. From the corner of his eye, Davy caught sight of a shadow lurking in the branches overhead. Turning toward the rustle, he called out with dry sarcasm, asking who was hiding in the thicket. The trees swayed, scattering leaves across the ground. Without hesitation, Davy strode out of the clearing, already suspecting the spy had been planted by the queen. Rather than anger him, the thought brought a grin to his face. This kind of surveillance might work in his favor. Let them think him a harmless fool. A faint glow caught his attention from within the bushes. His grin widened. He had gathered enough mana to begin. Hidden in the undergrowth was a magic circle and artifact etched with strange inscriptions, glowing with concentrated light. Davy withdrew to an ivy-covered gazebo, leaning against one of its pillars. Though sacred power, magic, and necromancy were normally incompatible, he had mastered all three. From the shadows, 3 silhouettes emerged. The tallest bore a long braid. Another wore an oversized witch's hat and carried a staff. The third was draped in a full-sleeved gown that concealed her hands. He recognized them instantly, mentors from the hero's gallery. Among them stood the sharp-tongued necromancer in green, the black-clad archmage with an eye patch, and 2 more peculiar figures, a calm, long-haired mage with violet locks, and a healer in a medical coat whose poise radiated confidence. The memories alone were enough to make Davy press a hand to his mouth in faint nausea. Turning his head, he recalled how ordinary magicians formed a circle within their hearts to channel mana. But Davy's method was different and infinitely more dangerous. With a sharp exhale, golden ribbons of energy unfurled beneath his feet, rising and twisting upward. He explained, at least to himself, that if he had followed the usual path, his heart would have ruptured instantly. Instead, he used an intricate network of channels to guide mana throughout his entire body. Red streaks traced across his face as magic coursed through his veins, blending sacred power with spirit mana in perfect harmony. The veins in his bare feet glowed with golden light as the completed magic circle surrounded him, intricate symbols spinning in the air. In his hands, a translucent, glowing ring of fine, needle-like patterns shimmered. He had always avoided this method. Its risks were too high, its margin for error too thin. Now, rainbow-colored rays burst forth from an unseen source, bathing him in lethal beauty. At the moment his confidence wavered, ephemeral hands soft, transparent gently enclosed his own. He lifted his gaze to see 3 ghostly figures smiling down at him, his mentors, come to bolster his resolve. His breath caught for just a moment before his expression shifted. The soft smile faded into a confident, defiant grin. Davy steadied his breath and gathered his courage. With deliberate precision, he began the blood-linking ritual. The power of the magic circle surged to life, radiant as a miniature sun held in the hands of a hero, its light spilling far beyond the garden walls. The glowing pattern expanded, consuming the space around him as dusk deepened and the first stars emerged above the palace. Against the fiery backdrop of the setting sky, Amy stepped into the garden. Her green eyes scanned the distance, uncertainty clouding her expression as she wondered where the prince had gone. On the lawn, a small cart stood waiting, dinner prepared, plates arranged for the evening meal. The maid hesitated, torn between waiting and going to search for him. Her voice trembled as she whispered her fears aloud, worried that something might have happened. From the shadows came an unexpected reply, a voice telling her not to call him Prince. Startled, Amy's eyes widened and her lips parted in surprise. Davy emerged from between the hedges, calm and composed, raising a hand in greeting. As he approached, his tone carried a hint of irritation. Why was she waiting for his return again, despite his request not to? Amy began to defend herself, but Davy sighed and shook his head. A faint, warm smile touched his lips as he acknowledged her resourcefulness, admitting that he still had much to learn himself. Then, without warning, he slipped an arm around her. Amy froze, unsure how to react. Her cheeks flushed a deep, vivid purple, and her eyes grew wide. Closing his own eyes, Davy murmured an apology, then slumped forward, exhausted, resting his head against her shoulder. He soon lay across the hem of her dress, unresponsive to her anxious words. His breathing was steady. He had simply fallen asleep after a grueling training session. Later, beneath the ornate chandelier of his chamber, Davy stirred. His eyes fluttered open, only to widen at the sight of Amy asleep in a chair beside him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. Turning his head, he understood she must have stayed the night, still worried after his collapse. Across his skin, the intricate channels of magic like crimson lightning were perfectly formed. 3 forces now coursed through him, blue, gold, and red, intertwining in harmonious streams. A soft breeze drifted through the curtains, scattering motes of sparkling magic and faint, golden feathers into the air. Amy stirred and lifted her gaze. the first thing she saw being Davy seated on the bed in his blue lab coat, gazing out at the morning light. The ethereal feathers drifting around him were his biscast magic, their delicate forms catching the sun. "Good morning," he said softly, as a transparent feather floated past the open window. 5 months later, sunlight poured through the dense canopy of palace gardens, spilling over the blue-tiled roofs and white stone walls. In the courtyard, Amy carried a heavy bag, her lips curling into a small smile as she found it filled with medicinal herbs. Nearby, Davy shaded his eyes from the bright midday glare as he tied up a bundle of provisions, a 3-month stock of groceries. His face no longer bore the strain of exhaustion. Instead, there was a quiet satisfaction in his expression as he allowed himself a faint smile. 3 months earlier, he had stood before Amy, who sat with the same bag in her lap, and reflected on the changes since completing the canal circle. Life had grown more stable, though curious happenings followed. Someone had begun leaving fresh meat and vegetables in the palace courtyard. At first, Davy suspected Queen Lind, who often appeared in her yellow dress, fan concealing her face. But the food was ordinary and harmless, and eventually he abandoned his suspicions. Now, when he thought about the mysterious helper, his expression turned thoughtful and warm. One night, golden mana encircled his eye as he peered through the darkness, catching sight of a stranger slipping food into the palace grounds. Through the streams of magic, he recognized the figure, and though he could watch her unseen, Davy decided that spying on Amy any further would be an intrusion on her privacy. Davy studied the golden stream of sunlight drifting past his face, his single open eye following the slow movement. Along the paved road ahead, several pairs of boots marched in unison. Holding a walking stick loosely, he glanced toward Amy, who stood among the trees with a bag in her hands, her smile bright. He asked her to see to the preparation of the food they'd received. Without leaning on the cane, merely carrying it, Davy turned sharply and left the garden. Over his shoulder, he told Amy that guests would soon be arriving at the palace. She blinked in surprise, calling after him for an explanation, but he only smiled. At the king's gate, 3 figures appeared, monks, or so they seemed. 2 wore matching blue robes, their faces eerily alike, while the man at their head stood out in red and black garb, his triangular beard giving him a sharp, fox-like aspect. Davy recognized them instantly, puppets of the queen. Inside, a decorative shield and swords display adorned the wall, the golden light glinting off the metal. A monk in a black robe grasped Davy's wrist, holding it out as he examined him. Once finished, Davy, sitting on his bed, asked how soon the man's sacred magic could restore him. The monk's answer was cautious after such a long coma. Divine healing might harm rather than help. Davy smiled faintly, his thoughts disagreeing entirely. To him, the man was simply bending to authority, unwilling to act. Leaning on one arm, Davy studied the priest with cold amusement. He remarked that ailments like his could be cured through the blessing of the goddess Priya, a method he preferred. The monk's tone hardened. He accused Davy of ignorance, then smugly compared him to his half-brother, Prince Callus, clever and extraordinary, unlike the stupid Davy. Amy, unable to remain silent, scolded the man in outrage. The monk's eyes narrowed with disgust. With a sharp, theatrical motion, he struck Amy across the face. Her ornate clock pendant fell to the floor. Turning away from Davy's bed, she pressed her cheek, her eyes blazing. The priest, wholly pleased with himself, lectured Davy on how to handle a maid who dared to interrupt. Amy's cheek burned red, but her defiance remained. Noticing her beauty, the monk seized her chin with a white-gloved hand and leered, his tongue wetting his lips. Disgust rippled through her, but before she could react, Davy threw off his blanket and began to rise. Seeing this, the priest remarked that if Davy could walk, he should take short strolls around the grounds. Behind him, Amy stood motionless, the fallen clock still at her feet. The monk declared the examination complete and set their next meeting for 2 weeks later. Davy instructed Amy to escort the guest out, which she reluctantly agreed to do. The corridor outside glowed under the light of a golden chandelier. The priest's boots halted before Amy, trapping her against the wall. His hand rested near her face as he leaned in, ordering her to come alone to him at night or else Davy's life would be forfeit. Amy's eyes widened in fear. The monk's gaze was predatory, his smirk cruel. Calling her a fool for defending a pathetic prince, he left her trembling in the empty corridor. The hilt of a lone sword rested in its wall mount, its matching shield long gone. The clock and table still lay overturned, and a jagged crack split the stone floor, stretching from Davy's bedroom door deep into the hall. Fury surged through him. With one hand, he held up his shirt. With the other, he gripped the sword he had taken from the wall. Energy glowed faintly along his legs as he strode forward with determined purpose. Ahead, two monks in identical robes spotted him and began shouting, their voices full of outrage. Davy didn't slow. In his mind, annoyance was the seed of growth, and anger the engine that drove it. A smile curved his lips. By the time silence fell, the monks' lifeless bodies lay sprawled in the corridor beneath the glitter of a golden chandelier. Nearby, Priest Bort had cornered Amy, pressing her against the wall to block her escape. His hand rested theatrically against his chest as he claimed the queen would praise him for killing the prince. Amy's brow furrowed in defiance, her mouth tightening as he added that Davy had no allies in the kingdom. With a self-satisfied grin, he spread his arms, boasting of how dearly Queen Lind valued him. A low, deranged chuckle interrupted his monologue. Turning, Bort found Davy perched casually on the windowsill, eyes alight. The prince told him he had merely been waiting for the right moment, then leapt down, blade in hand, driving the priest back. Davy moved to shield Amy, the sword's point aimed at the man now sprawled on the floor. "What's the penalty for insulting the royal family?" Davy asked without taking his eyes off his prey. Amy blinked, startled but heartened by his arrival. Bort, cornered and bleeding from a split cheek, glared in confusion. Where did this boy's strength come from? He snarled and drew his own blade, but Davy's expression didn't waver. "I don't need the filthy magic of a worm like you," he said coldly. Amy, with the prince's jacket draped over her shoulders, hesitated before answering his question. "Death," she said at last. Without a flicker of hesitation, Davy drove his sword into the priest. Blood darkened the stone as Bort clutched his throat, coughing and gasping. He managed to choke out that the queen would never allow him to die like this. Davy stood tall, a heroic figure framed by the sunlight streaming through the window. Behind him, Amy looked on in awe. "Then it will be the queen's turn next," Davy said, his voice steady. An angry shout echoed down the hall. A stinging slap struck his cheek the queen herself, furious beyond measure. Pointing her fan at him, she called him a madman. Davy's only reply was that the priest had threatened his life, and he had acted according to the law. Lynn's rage deepened. "Stop your clowning," she snapped, raising her hand to strike again. Davy's tone was calm, almost thoughtful, as he remarked on the irony that instead of praise for upholding order, he was met with her wrath. The maid behind him looked utterly bewildered. Smiling faintly, Davy asked when the royal family had begun allowing lowly clerics to soil their lineage's name. The question left the queen momentarily off balance. Her fan lowered, but she quickly recovered, accusing him of challenging the authority of the crown, her gestures sharp and cutting. The queen's voice was sharp, laced with scorn as she continued to berate Davy for killing the priest. With venom, she compared him to his late mother, calling them both foolish. Davy's reply was cold, almost detached. He saw no shame in resembling his mother. Queen Lind masked her displeasure behind a bright fan, calling both the prince and the late queen plebeians. The insult ignited a quiet fury within Davy. Fixing her with a dangerous stare, he warned her that it was a grave mistake to speak ill of a child's parents in front of them. The queen faltered, her composure cracking, as Davy advanced, his sword flashing in several restrained swings that made her flinch. Before he could close the distance, chains lashed around him. 3 maids armed with blades stepped between the queen and the prince, while a 4th courtier appeared behind Davy, restraining him. Shackled, Davy glanced sideways and let out a sardonic chuckle upon spotting Shani, the blindfolded maid. He remarked dryly on such unwavering loyalty, his words dripping with irony. The queen, rattled, kept herself hidden behind her armed attendants. Davy, clearly unimpressed, suggested it would be far more interesting if her guards stepped aside. With a sigh of feigned boredom, he sat down, crossing his legs in a white armchair. His tone carried the weight of an unspoken threat execution, perhaps for the attempt on his life. Queen Lin's anger began to dissolve into unease. Cold sweat clung to her as she wondered if Davy knew the truth, that it had been Callus who nearly ended his life 6 years ago. Davy's smile turned mischievous. Calmly, he assured her he knew everything, and that he was not so foolish as to reveal his trump card before the right moment. Leaning on one hand, he mocked her lack of tact, raising a hand against an ill man, no less. He ordered her to keep the palace quiet, adding with satisfaction that even the servants seemed to be slipping away one by one. His casual musing about what rumors might circulate about her only deepened her fury. Her lips twisted in rage. She hurled a vase to the floor, the crash sending water and tulips scattering across the polished surface. Surrounded by her loyal maids, Queen Lind clutched her head, screaming in frustration. She collapsed to her knees, overturned furniture framing the chaos. Her laughter rang out suddenly, unhinged, as she pushed herself upright. If the prince wished for a quick death, she declared, she would gladly oblige him. Her voice shook with rage as she urged him to keep pushing boundaries, to keep stirring trouble, tightening the noose around his own neck. The scene shifted to the grand beauty of the castle. Polished floors gleamed beneath delicate shoes as courtiers whispered in hushed tones. In the corridor, Amy hurried past with a large brown bundle in her arms, slowing just enough to overhear fragments of gossip. But when the onlookers noticed her, the whispers died abruptly, and she slipped away into a quieter wing. In another chamber, Davy sat in a white chair, one arm resting on a small table, a book open before him. His eyes scanned the pages, though his thoughts wandered. He was well aware that rumors of his madness had begun to spread through the castle. In the corridors, most voices sided with Queen Lind, and his reputation had fallen sharply. Yet, when he finally lifted his gaze, his large green eyes sparkled not with worry, but with something far closer to delight. Amy's voice rang with cheerful excitement as she pointed to the large bags behind her. Davy, watching her with a soft smile, couldn't help but be amused at her enthusiasm. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead from exhaustion, yet she remained bright-eyed. Praising her strength, Davy remarked that he no longer needed medicinal herbs. The maid, still brimming with energy, announced with pride that someone thought highly of him. Holding a book in one hand and adjusting his glasses with the other, Davy closed it gently, turning his attention fully to her. He asked, almost playfully, if she truly thought he was a good person. Amy didn't hesitate. Her answer was a beaming yes. Her joy was so sincere that Davy found himself wondering how someone who had once witnessed him commit murder could treat him with such kindness. In his imagination, her expression even sprouted dog ears and a wagging tail. The moment was interrupted when a white-haired man with a mustache and thick brows appeared, one hand resting on his belt. Behind him, knights and a crowd of people filled the garden. The chief chamberlain, Visos, stepped forward from the shadows of the greenery, announcing that he had gathered the culprits on Queen Lin's orders. Before Davy knelt a group of servants, once loyal members of the household who had fled with stolen gold from the royal treasury. Now they bowed their heads, trembling with guilt. Among them, Davy recognized familiar faces. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired of Visos what the punishment for embezzlement and desertion might be. The old man replied that the sentence was at the prince's discretion, though even blood relatives were often executed for such crimes. Their desperate pleas for mercy brought only a flicker of contempt to Davy's face. He addressed the group calmly, noting that a rumor had been circulating that he was obsessed with bloodshed. Watching fear ripple through the crowd, Davy allowed a small, satisfied smile. "Then I'll simply live up to it," he said. With his hands folded, his voice remained steady as the criminals begged for his compassion. He turned away from them, speaking to Visos over his shoulder. His orders were cold and precise. The thieves were to be locked in the dungeons without a drop of water, prepared for execution. Though he disliked that this was all by the Queen's command, he decided to play along, even adding with mock pleasantness that the executions would be carried out in 4 days. The wails for his mercy only grew louder. Later, in a richly furnished room, the topic of hiring new staff arose. Davy requested that Amy be promoted to head maid, citing all she had endured. Setting his glasses neatly beside his book, he then asked Visos whether an audience with the king was possible. The chamberlain frowned, explaining that he only relayed orders and could not say. The answer soured Davy's mood, but he acknowledged Vsauce's advice to be patient. As Vsauce prepared to leave, Davy halted him with a comment. He was eating well, had sufficient medicine, and needed no further assistance. His circumstances had changed. The old man studied him in puzzlement, lowering his brow in thought, wondering who might be rewarding the prince's apparent kindness. Then, with some urgency, Vsauce excused himself, mentioning that a guest awaited Davy. That revelation sparked a hint of concern. Davy idly traced a spiral of blue magical energy with his finger, glancing down at his hand. His thoughts lingered on Vsauce, the man who served as head of the royal household staff, the king's trusted chamberlain. Davy had often crossed paths with Vsauce in his childhood, but he never imagined that anyone in the palace apart from Amy might truly be on his side. Resting his chin on his hand, he idly twirled a stream of mana between his fingers, lost in thought about something the old man had said regarding the visiting guests. Just then, the door cracked open, and a red-haired girl with pigtails peeked through, addressing him. Davy, startled from his thoughts, responded, and Jaime introduced the visitors, the fourth prince and the second princess. The doors suddenly swung open with such force that they struck the maid behind them. In an instant, hands reached for Davy, who sat in a chair with a book in his hands. Both the book and his glasses went flying as Princess Winry, green-haired and brimming with enthusiasm, threw herself onto him, sending them both to the floor. Davy lay still, face down, causing both Winry and Amy to panic. But before the princess could fuss over him further, a tall young man with matching green hair seized her by the scruff of the neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. This was Varys, Winry's twin brother, who had just entered the room. Smiling at Davy, he remarked that it had been far too long since they'd last met.
King Crion's household was complicated. His first concubine, Anisha, remained neutral in palace politics and thus became an outcast among the royal women. The second concubine, Ellis, was a loyal supporter of the current queen. Winry and Varys, the twin children of Anisha, were half-siblings to Davy, the first prince. Varys stood awkwardly in the center of the room, still holding his unruly sister aloft, and apologized for the interruption. Winry's face was twisted in displeasure as she wriggled to free herself. When Varys finally questioned her behavior, she gave a sharp glance to the side, huffed, and landed on her feet, barely keeping her balance by spreading her arms wide. She immediately cursed him for his outburst, and before long, the twins were bickering fiercely. Electric sparks seemed to fill the air as their shouting escalated. Davy, now standing beside Amy, watched the scene with a mix of amusement and nostalgia, remarking that the two hadn't changed at all. Fists clenched, they argued over who was the elder sibling, showing none of the polished manners of royal heirs unlike Lyn's children. Eventually, both twins turned to Davy, eyes filled with expectation, as though waiting for him to act as judge in their quarrel. Observing their behavior, Davy's thoughts softened. They were still good-hearted, still deeply attached to him, and, most importantly, they trusted him without hesitation. Later, 3 cups were set upon the table. Davy lounged back in his chair while the twins sat together on the couch, their tea untouched, discussing the affairs of the castle during Davy's long coma. The mood was subdued, their expressions downcast. Davy remembered that when he had fallen into his coma, Winry and Varys had been only 8 years old, far too young to influence the tides of palace politics. They had been powerless then, unable to protect themselves, especially after Anisha's first daughter, Talia, had been sent to another country due to one of Lyn's schemes. At the very least, Anisha had ensured the twins remained safe within the palace. Determined to lift their spirits, Davy offered them a few words of encouragement. The effect was immediate. Their expressions brightened, if only slightly. Picking up his cup of tea, Davy asked with a deliberately casual tone whether they had seen their father recently. The twins exchanged glances before replying that they had visited the king just before coming to see him. When Davy inquired about his father, Varys paused, recalling that the king had seemed a little weary. Before he could continue, Winry cut in, eyes wide with disbelief, asking if Davy truly had not seen his father yet. Davy answered calmly that he would meet him one day. The princess's face shifted into a mixture of sadness and puzzlement for her brother, her words faltering into silence. The pause allowed Varys to change the subject, speaking of the palace's deteriorating state, deep cracks creeping up the stucco walls. Lifting a teacup in one hand and steadying the saucer with the other, Davy offered a small, steady smile. He explained that certain individuals had been caught embezzling funds from the royal treasury, but assured them that order would soon be restored. Varys' expression darkened. He slammed a hand against the table, unable to restrain his anger at the thieves. His hand trembled with tension, and both twins were instantly fired with a thirst for justice, eager to take matters into their own hands. Davy, however, took a measured sip of tea and told them not to interfere. Varys bristled at the restraint, attempting to resist Davy's will, but his fury ebbed quickly, leaving behind only an expression of indignation. Davy remained composed, tea in hand, reassured by his own ability to resolve matters without unnecessary involvement. He took quiet satisfaction in knowing that, now more than ever, there were many on his side. With the mood settled, Davy turned the conversation toward Winry's magical talents. The green-haired siblings quickly reignited their bickering, this time over the elimination of a local gang. Davy stayed seated, an observer to their escalating argument, until a mention of fencing competitions caught his attention. The word alone was enough to halt their quarrel at least momentarily before it threatened to erupt again. Winry and Varys, caught up in their own banter, tossed mugs in jest while Davy waited silently for an explanation. Eventually, Varys cleared his throat, raising a fist to his lips as he gathered his thoughts. From within his coat, he produced a sealed envelope and handed it to Davy. The letter revealed details of the prestigious fencing competition held every 6 years to maintain harmony across the continent. This year's tournament would take place in the Principality of Felly. After skimming its contents, Davy noted the diverse range of participants and glanced up at Varys, who gravely urged him not to miss this opportunity, especially since a formal request had already been sent to the king. Winry, brimming with excitement, pushed her twin forward, encouraging him to convince Davy to join. The mention of Felly stirred a memory. Davy recalled it as a breathtaking city of water. While the twins pressed their case with enthusiasm, Davy simply held the letter in one hand, watching their playful but heated exchange. A single cough from him was enough to draw both their eyes. With a faint smile, he agreed to their proposal. The twins erupted with joy, tossing mugs and saucers into the air in celebration. Davy cursed their lack of restraint, but couldn't help smiling at their genuine happiness. As he watched them, Davy was reminded of how little it took to make the two of them truly content. Yet Varys' earlier words lingered in his mind because it was true. Davy had never once stepped beyond the palace walls. Davy gazed at the sky, admiring the way the clouds drifted lazily across the vast blue. In his hands, he turned an envelope over, lifting it to his face with a dreamy smile. The thought of the upcoming competition stirred a quiet anticipation. It promised to be far more interesting than most expected. The scene shifted to the king's private chambers. A finely wrought teapot poured steaming tea into an ornate cup set with gemstones. The black and gold room exuded opulence, every detail meticulously arranged. On the round table, 2 teacups rested, one already filled. As the teapot was set aside, Vipos spoke with the king, noting how much the latter's son, Davy, had matured. The king, recalling their last meeting, described the first prince as shrewd, cold-blooded, and very much grown. Vipos waited respectfully for his next order as the king reached for his cup. He asked the old retainer whether he recognized the man Davy had become. Through the window, the king could be seen seated at the table, a blue robe draped over him and a red mantle across his shoulder. Once a figure of imposing strength, he now looked weary, his face shadowed by illness. On a nearby shelf, beneath a row of books, sat a golden globe, an ornate box, and a framed portrait. The painting depicted a young woman in a blue gown adorned with pearls and white lilies, her dark curls cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Davy, standing with his hands at his sides, studied the portrait with quiet satisfaction, deciding that at last everything felt right. The palace itself was transformed thanks to the tireless work of Chief Chamberlain Vipos. The servants had been replaced and the halls restored to their proper grandeur. In Davy's chambers, the air was brighter, cleaner, alive with renewed dignity. Amy clasped her hands to her face in delight, beaming as if this day were the culmination of a lifelong dream. Davy, standing beside her, regarded her excitement with disbelief and a faint, bittersweet smile. He wondered whether he had treated her poorly without realizing it. Before the thought could deepen, Amy's voice broke through, asking if he was ready. Davy affirmed, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 9. He asked if she had prepared everything, and then casually requested she bring him a bottle of alcohol. She froze, confused by the unusual request. Moments later, the doors to his chambers opened. With Amy at his side and the twins, Winry and Boris, in tow, Davy set out for the Principality of Feli. Above them, the royal banner snapped in the wind while blue confetti rained from the sky. The fencing competition awaited a spectacle drawing eyes and ears from across the world. Boris was determined to take part, and Davy, under the pretext of improving his health, had decided to accompany him. Crowds swarmed the castle grounds, the air electric with anticipation. Even if Davy himself could not compete, a victory for Boris would destabilize the position of the arrogant Callus. Queen Lind, confident in Barris's defeat, had permitted his participation without hesitation. From the opposite side of the courtyard, Davy crossed his arms, watching her intently. He warned her in a low voice not to attempt anything underhanded. The sound of footsteps heralded the king's arrival. Flanked by Vipos, King Cryans stepped forward, his red robe heavy with gold embroidery, his belt clasp gleaming. The people erupted in praise. Davy froze at the sight of his father. This was the first time they had stood in the same place since his awakening 6 months prior. Vipos discreetly adjusted the king's attire as Cryans lifted his hand toward the sky, commanding Boris to raise his head. The king's voice, though authoritative, carried the fatigue of a man worn by illness. He asked the fourth prince if he had confidence in his abilities. Kneeling before him, Boris answered with a proud smile, vowing to bring glory to the kingdom. Cryans placed a hand on his son's shoulder, blessing him to return safely. But as he turned to scan the crowd, his gaze fell on Davy. For a fleeting moment, the king's expression shifted to puzzlement. Davy stood beside Amy, his face an unreadable mask. Davy held his father's gaze, refusing to look away. There was no anger in his eyes, only a quiet resolve. When the king finally turned and walked away, Davy caught a fleeting shadow of sadness in his expression. Even so, the king noted his son's healthy appearance before disappearing into the distance, leaving Davy standing amidst the crowd with a discouraged look. Nearby, Winry glanced at him questioningly. Davy had thought that, after all this time, he would be immune to emotion, but reality proved otherwise. From the podium, a courtier dressed in deep red praised Varys before the gathered crowd. Behind him, the king sat upon his throne. Cryans had changed, no longer the vibrant, majestic monarch of memory. Now, he looked like a tired lion, surveying his people with weary eyes. The road stretched on in a ribbon flanked by trees. Inside the carriage, Davy rested his hand against his cheek, staring thoughtfully at the passing scenery. Varys and Winry, seated beside him, noticed his quiet mood and tried to distract him. He offered them a small, grateful smile, assuring them not to worry. The royal motorcade was flanked by the kingdom's finest warriors on horseback. Davy admitted he feared the twins might be bored, forced to ride in the carriage on his account. They dismissed the idea immediately. Winry, holding a half-filled glass, declared cheerfully that boredom was impossible with wine at hand, only for Varys to sharply remind her to pace herself. The sunlight caught in her glass as Davy, twirling his own, remarked that he didn't know the wine's origin. It had belonged to his mother. Hearing this, Varys hesitated, asking if something so precious should truly be consumed. Winry, realizing the weight of his words, fell silent. Davy, still gazing at the wine's glimmer, replied that such a day was perfect for it. Varys smiled sadly, remarking how much Davy had changed. Winry agreed without taking her eyes off him. Once, Davy had guarded every memory of his mother as though it were sacred, yet now, here he was, drinking her wine. A blush rose on his cheeks. The three raised their glasses together in a simple toast. Good wine is meant to be enjoyed, not hidden away. They drank to the bottom. Night fell over the forest as the carriage rolled on beneath 2 moons, a pale one and a smaller crimson satellite. The convoy halted, setting up camp. A fire burned in the clearing. Varys, weary, confided that calming Winry had been no small task. Standing behind Davy with a serious look, he told him to slow down on the drinking. Davy, seated on the ground, offered an apologetic smile. As they sat by the fire, Varys recalled Davy's childhood dream to journey through the wilderness and camp under the stars. Davy cradled a cup in his hands, eyes reflecting the firelight, as Varys explained that he had reduced the number of guards to preserve the spirit of the trip. The moons hung above them, one massive and blue, the other small and red as the carriage stood nearby, kept for Davy's health, though such journeys were usually made on horseback. Somewhere far away, the king sat upon a throne ringed by cruel iron spikes. Back at camp, the Gemini twins beamed with joy, satisfied that Davy was enjoying himself. Waving goodbye, Varys departed. Davy leaned back, hands behind his head, gazing at the night sky. Amy approached, asking if it wasn't time for him to rest. Davy's answer came with a gentle smile. Tonight was too beautiful to waste, with 2 moons shining together. In the dark canopy, a dry branch snapped. Its end caught a faint glow as Davy swung it, stirring the air. The tip pulsed with a stream of blue energy. Above, the red moon and the great blue one shone in silent majesty. Pointing upward, a warrior named the Scarlet Moon Zos and the Azure Moon Cruz. Another warrior explained, Zos heralds beginnings, while Cruz marks endings. A voice from the shadows called the soldier clever only for the camp to erupt in laughter, for everyone knew this tale. Between the 2 moons stretched a glittering river of stars, the galaxy watching over them all. A voice called from the bushes, interrupting the satisfied soldiers' muttering. The men in red uniforms stood frozen, bewildered, behind a grinning Davy, who lounged in the shadows with a look of quiet malice. Whispers rippled through the ranks, some wondered if they had seen a ghost. Hidden from sight, Davy had cloaked himself with illusion magic. Slipping deeper into the trees, he idly swung a worn stick in his hand, pondering the strength of the castle guards. The stick's tip was already frayed from repeated strikes against the hardened training posts known as Kriyas. He concluded that the strength of 5 disciplined soldiers would suffice at least until a truly dire threat arose. Peering through the circle of his fingers, Davy spotted movement in the forest. Perched silently in a tree, he saw them, 20 black-clad mercenaries moving like shadows, their faces hidden beneath masks. They moved with precision, their formation too disciplined to be anything but deliberate. It was unmistakable this was the work of Queen Lind, who had clearly chosen this moment to rid herself of Davy, Winry, and Barrys in one decisive strike. A blade sliced through the foliage. Davy, still armed only with his stick, smiled faintly and swung. The weapon flared with blue energy, and in one swift motion he cleaved through both attackers and the surrounding branches. Bodies crumpled against the dark silhouettes of the trees. Before he could take a breath, a second wave of mercenaries closed in. Davy's grip tightened as his teacher's words echoed in his mind, any object can be a weapon. He swung his stick in a wide arc, weaving shimmering patterns of magic in the air, channeling power with precision. His gaze hardened. They were nothing compared to Harish, the one who had taught him how to kill. One mercenary fell to his knees, clutching a wound. Davy stood with unshakable calm, even as more surrounded him from behind. Draping one arm casually over his shoulder, he looked at them with a mocking half-smile. "So," he said, his tone dripping with disdain, "Queen Lind sent you." The mercenaries remained silent, not even flinching. Davy exhaled in mild disappointment. With another swing, his stick traced a glowing arc through the air. In an instant, he was behind one of the masked fighters, deciding that their answer or lack thereof was irrelevant. What mattered now was why the queen believed she could act without consequence. Far away, in a dimly lit palace room bathed in the glow of scarlet candles, a servant girl moved silently. Outside, the night mist swirled. Back in the forest, the battle raged on. After cutting down nearly all of his foes, Davy left a pair of mercenaries trembling in fear. He told them to deliver a message to their employer. But one, eyes blazing with resolve, stepped forward to attack. Davy advanced, the stick balanced across his shoulder. Then he stopped, a predatory smile curling his lips. He leapt into the air. Light erupted from his weapon, streaks of magic and lightning filling the night. The mercenaries had no chance by the time the glow faded. Silence had claimed the clearing. One lifeless body lay at Davy's feet. "Patience," Davy said coolly, towering over the fallen ninja, "is the key to secret killing." A faint, pained voice rose from the ground. "And what does that mean?" Davy didn't hesitate. "With the final strike," he answered. "It means no one will ever know who did it." Davy turned his gaze away, excitement flashing in his eyes. Two mercenaries lunged at him with blades drawn, while a third attempted to flee. Out of the corner of his vision, Davy noticed a ninja slipping into the forest. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of magic, striking down two enemies in a single blast. He didn't bother to look back at the lifeless bodies. To him, they weren't even worth the effort of lifting a stick. Extending his index finger, he took careful aim at the deserter. The soldier's figure was perfectly centered in his sight. With a snap of his fingers, arcs of lightning surged forward, coursing through the mercenary's body and leaving it twitching with violent discharges. The forest fog concealed the corpse, only a faint shimmer of magical energy lingering above it. Cold-blooded and merciless, Davy felt no remorse for those who had sought his life. Placing one boot on a branch and folding his hands behind his head, he walked away as though nothing had happened. Behind him, the battlefield lay silent-strewn with corpses and shattered weapons. Elsewhere, Queen Lin sat with her back against a tall green chair. In a calm voice, she asked how the mission had gone. A blindfolded servant girl hesitated, then began to recount the events. Around them, countless candles flickered on the floor, each one tied to the hearts of the queen's maidservants. One by one, the flames snuffed out, leaving behind only a faint haze. When Lin, seated at a small round table, asked whether all the enemies had been eliminated, the girl confirmed it with a nod. Lifting her teacup, the queen casually inquired about the fate of Davy and the twins. The servant answered that the royal motorcade should already have arrived in the Phi Principality. In an instant, Lin's composure shattered. She rose abruptly and struck the girl across the face, her fury radiating through the chamber. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted at her subordinate, demanding to know what she planned to do with the 3 teenagers and the 5 knights. Her anger boiled over furniture splintered and crashed to the floor as she raged that 24 assassins had been wiped out, condemning the Black Moon Guild as useless. The servant, cheek marked red from the blow, lowered her head and admitted that the mercenaries had only sought to confirm the details of what had happened. But one fact was undeniable. Prince Davy possessed far greater power than anyone had anticipated. Lin's expression twisted into a snarl. Slamming her fist against the table, she ordered her servant to uncover every detail about the prince's backers. She vowed to make an example of anyone foolish enough to challenge her authority. With a commanding tone, she reminded the girl that she had dealt with the guild directly and would not shield them from failure. Her voice sharpened with menace. This mistake, she warned, must never happen again. If it did, she would tear apart the contract and see the Black Moon Guild destroyed, even if it meant using the full strength of her nation and the Barrett Duchy. High above the castle towers, a red and blue satellite glimmered faintly in the night sky, casting a ghostly glow over the sleeping city. Darkness gave way to dawn, and soon the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. Inside the royal carriage, Winry leaned eagerly toward the window, calling Davy's attention to the breathtaking view of the Phi Principality. Meanwhile, the twins bickered endlessly, their voices filling the air. Davy ignored them, silently admiring the passing scenery. At last, he concluded they had arrived. Known as the City of Water, Phi Principality resembled Earth's Singapore, a small, prosperous city-state rich with ancient ruins. It was considered one of the most captivating and beautiful places on the entire continent. Davy's eyes widened as he gazed at the canals, the dancing fountains, and the vibrant buildings. He glanced at his brother Boris, whose pleased expression mirrored his own. As they approached the gleaming white arena, the twins' Coliseum, Davy realized it was the site of the upcoming Continental Fencing Tournament. Traditionally used for blood sport, this stadium was infamous for brutal gladiatorial matches against beasts and men alike. To Davy, it was needless savagery. Walking along the paved road together, Winry asked Boris whether she knew how many would be competing. Boris replied that only 8 nations would be sending their finest representatives. As the green-haired prince spoke with enthusiasm, Davy frowned in clear displeasure. He could already tell that the 2 nations were only trying to gauge each other's strength. Without slowing down, the trio continued their discussion about the upcoming Young Generation tournament. Winry suddenly stopped, pointed at her twin brother, and sarcastically remarked that their kingdom was being represented by this fool. Barry looked annoyed, but Winry went on, saying she had traveled to the City of Water not to support her brother, but to meet Davy instead. The first prince appeared quite pleased by this. Barry's abilities, though, were nothing to dismiss. He stood at the mid-level of an expert and the lower level of a swordmaster, an incredible feat for his age. Winry then grew thoughtful as she recalled that the Palin Empire would be sending none other than the famous Sword Princess. This revelation puzzled Davy. The girl was surprised her brothers had never heard of such a renowned figure, since she believed there wasn't a single person in the kingdom who didn't know of her. Davy, however, was unsettled as he searched his memory. Clearly, during the 6 years he had spent in a hero's coma, new names and legends had risen. Elena Delan, the Sword Princess, was the sole daughter among the Emperor's 9 children and his greatest pride. Barry explained that her fame did not come solely from her title as the Empire's only princess. What made her legendary was the weapon she wielded, the Divine Sword. At this, Davy froze in shock. Winry patiently explained to her bewildered companions that this sword was once the favored blade of the ancient hero, the sword god Hare's. The Divine Sword Calderas. Davy's thoughts immediately drifted back. It had been years since he'd heard that name. With its golden hilt and pale stone, Calderas was unforgettable. The sword god Hare's, Davy's very first instructor in swordsmanship, had been a notoriously lazy teacher, but his skills were unmatched. He often spoke endlessly about the sword, to the point of annoyance. That blade, it was said, was the very weapon that had struck down the Demon King. 3 cloaked figures soon appeared, walking up the stone staircase. Unlike Davy, Master Hares had originally come from this place, so naturally traces of his memory lingered here. As Davy strolled arm in arm with his sister, unease crept over him. Suddenly, a hooded girl in a long raincoat brushed past. The stranger briefly turned toward Davy with a smile. When asked about the matter, the blonde girl delayed her reply. She touched the golden sword pendant hanging at her neck before finally murmuring that it was nothing. Still, the thought of the divine sword weighed heavily on them. It was said that even after 1,000 years, its blade remained intact. Rumors claimed that Calderas had developed an ego of its own, becoming self-sustaining with magic. The ego of a sword was the lingering will of its wielder's soul, bound forever within the weapon. Later, the 3 companions gathered around a dinner table, continuing their discussion about the Sword Princess and her legendary weapon. Folding his hands, Barry noted gravely that there was yet another reason Elena Delan was so famous. Davy raised a brow in curiosity. The green-haired prince adjusted his glasses and, with a sudden change in tone, began to describe Elena's breathtaking beauty. She was considered one of the greatest beauties on the entire continent. Davy, however, listened with visible annoyance. Adjusting the extravagant ribbon tied around his neck, he sighed and asked Amy if there were simpler clothes available. The striped ribbon felt suffocating. With tears in her eyes, the maid insisted that the outfit was already modest, especially since this was the prince's first time attending a royal reception. She reminded him that he represented the face of the kingdom. Davy thought bitterly to himself that he was only there as an observer. The fencing tournament itself was not merely about swordplay, it was a gathering place for the brightest young stars of every nation, a proving ground for future rulers. Still, countless unnecessary rules had been piled upon it. As the night sky glowed with brilliant lights near Kreas and Siros, the celebrations began. Winry and Barry appeared in exquisite attire to greet their brother. Davy, looking at his sister, compared her to a fairy. She smiled and returned the compliment, while the disgruntled green-haired prince quickly cut in, asking them not to overpraise her. The princess stomped hard on her twin brother's foot, cutting off his speech and leaving the already defeated Varys behind. Winry, however, quickly turned to Davy and asked him to become her escort. Davy, slightly amused, clarified whether she might have confused their roles. A man's gloved hand gently clasped a woman's palm, while in the background, a frustrated boy ran about angrily, shouting for them to wait. At the entrance, a servant greeted a red-haired lady dressed elegantly in a white evening gown with a polite handshake. The young woman remarked on the sweltering heat outside, though her gaze was fixed instead on a rose bush of striking beauty. As the servant spoke of the upcoming tournament, she briefly commented on the stadium, remarking simply that it was not bad. Holding a rose delicately in her hand, she sniffed its fragrance and added with faint amusement that it was not bad for mindless wildness. The scene shifted to a magnificent hall, adorned with glittering chandeliers, golden moldings, and lavish decorations. A grand ball was underway, held on the eve of the tournament, bringing together nobles from across nations in hopes of forging valuable friendships. Davy stood with a glass of sparkling wine in hand, observing the contestants and their escorts gathered in the great hall. Most were quite young, though a few, like himself and Winry, were older. In one corner, red roses gleamed against the backdrop, while Varys, surrounded by several princesses introducing themselves, appeared flustered yet thrilled. From a distance, Davy watched his younger brother with quiet amusement, unsurprised by the attention he received. He noticed that Winry, too, had already found her circle of company. When Davy realized that his brother might need help, he considered stepping in but ultimately chose not to. Varys waved his arms wildly from the crowd, desperately trying to get his brother's attention, but Davy deliberately ignored him, leaving him to his fate. Instead, he turned away and took Winry's hand, leading her to the dance floor. The green-haired prince called after him, pleading for assistance, but Davy only grinned and wished him to enjoy his youth. Winry, meanwhile, could not hide her joy. At last, she had the chance to dance with her brother. As they moved gracefully across the floor, Davy complimented her skill, and she smiled, explaining that it had been a long time since her debut. She was now a true lady. Growing pensive, Winry asked if Davy ever felt regret for losing so much time during his coma. She quietly admitted that with his talent for swordsmanship, he might have even been able to enter the tournament. Davy chuckled awkwardly, asking if she thought too highly of him. He added with self-deprecation that it was impossible for him to have become a master by the age of 14. Casting his eyes toward his younger brother, now surrounded by new acquaintances, Davy began reflecting on the true nature of talent, hard work concealed behind natural ability. He thought to himself that, in his case, it had taken 1,000 years of effort. Surveying the lively hall around him, he gently concluded that he no longer found such gatherings meaningful. With a light laugh, he remarked that what he truly desired was to live in peace and prosperity, To Winry, this sounded like the response of an old man, but his words made her smile as she covered her face to hide her amusement. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice, surprised yet delighted, calling out to Princess Winry. A red-haired youth in a blue and white tailcoat approached, bowing with polite enthusiasm. Davy watched curiously, trying to place the young man. Winry's expression, however, soured the moment she recognized him. The red-haired noble wasted no time. Ignoring Davy entirely, he rushed to Winry, eagerly taking her hands and asking for her attention. Winry, clearly annoyed, pulled her hands away and curtly replied that she was already engaged in conversation with her brother. The youth clicked his tongue in irritation, lifting the corner of his lip with a faint sneer. With exaggerated disappointment, he questioned the princess's manners before formally introducing himself as Balan, the seventh prince of the Bolst Kingdom. Davy, in turn, introduced himself simply, Davy Allen. Balan blinked in disbelief, baffled by the brevity. "Is that all?" he asked. Davy shrugged, wondering what more was expected. Pressing on, Balan asked why Davy was present at the gathering. With calm composure, Davy replied that he had come to watch his younger brother compete. Balan studied him for a moment, then gave a dismissive nod, wishing him a pleasant rest. His indifferent reaction left Davy more disappointed than anything else. The arrogant prince dropped to one knee before a startled Winry. Looking at the princess with a mixture of admiration and confidence, he declared that he would dedicate his victory in the tournament to her. Winry, pressing her hand to her forehead in exasperation, asked the prince if he truly understood how inappropriate it was to say such things in front of the entire audience. The smug, red-haired boy replied smoothly, insisting there was no reason for her to take offense if his words were true. Enraged, Winry retorted that her twin brother Varys was also competing in the tournament, and that the prince's declaration sounded insulting and dismissive toward him. Taking her brother's arm, she urged him to leave with her, while Prince Balan remained on one knee, left behind and humiliated as Winry's displeasure lingered in her eyes. Davy quietly observed, noting how much Winry had matured, though his thoughts soon shifted toward Prince Balan. Watching the boy, Davy realized that nothing would likely deter such a brazen individual. His suspicion proved correct, as the red-haired prince quickly rose and followed after the princess, scolding her for daring to look down on him. Davy had tolerated much already, but his patience was thinning. When Balan stretched out a gloved hand toward Winry, Davy suddenly tripped him, catching the prince's arm mid-fall with a vice-like grip. Smiling coldly, Davy remarked that the prince's hand must have slipped. As Balan screamed in pain, Davy watched his trembling hand with satisfaction, questioning silently what gave him the right to touch another man's beloved sister. Releasing his grip, Davy left the prince on the floor, clutching his injured arm. With a sharp tone, Davy asked Balan where his so-called honor was now. Enraged, Balan lashed out toward Davy, only for the protagonist to feel a sharp slap at the back of his neck. Turning in surprise, he noticed a white glove on the ground. The furious prince shouted, declaring a formal challenge to a duel, which immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Winry rushed to intervene, demanding what Balan thought he was doing. Yet through gritted teeth, the red-haired prince insisted she stay out of it, claiming it was a matter of knightly honor. One of the noble ladies in attendance stepped forward, declaring that Balan's behavior was disgraceful. The woman, adorned in a flowing white gown, fixed the prince with her piercing amber eyes. Caught off guard, Balan faltered as she questioned whether his actions truly gave him the right to speak of honor. Davy stood frozen, recognizing the woman with disbelief. She was none other than Princess Elena of the Palin Empire and the current disciple of the legendary sword god, Horus. Horus was a figure of ancient renown, the first wielder of the divine sword Calderas, the founder of the devastating two-handed sword style, and one of the greatest heroes born from the Palin Empire, one of the three most powerful states on the continent. His techniques were said to be as fluid as waves one moment, yet as immovable as stone the next, giving him the rightful title of sword god. Snapping back to reality, Davy glanced again at the red-haired princess. Whispering under his breath, he wondered aloud if she was truly the Emperor's favorite. The moment the words left his lips, he cursed himself for his carelessness. Elena's sharp gaze shifted toward him, her amber eyes narrowing as she demanded to know what he had just said. Flustered, Davy stammered nervously, fumbling over excuses. She studied him in silence, her disbelief clear, until Davy laughed weakly and admitted it was all a mistake. With a foolish smile, he apologized, relieved when she finally seemed to let it go. Before he could collect himself, Varys approached, the green-haired youth winking at his brother as he asked what had just happened. Meanwhile, Princess Elena continued to scold Prince Balin. The humiliated boy stood rigid, his expression darkening as the princess's commanding presence weighed down on him. With an air of authority, she ordered him to apologize to both Winry and Davy. Balin's jaw clenched, his fury simmering as his pride battled against her demand. Davy, arms folded, simply watched with amusement, knowing full well the arrogant prince was unlikely to submit so easily. The leg twitched slightly as Davy grinned with a malicious edge. Facing the insolent man, he boldly declared that he accepted the challenge, his words instantly discouraging the arrogant prince and his sister. Balin glanced back at Daredevil in panic, but Davy fixed him with a sly look, making it clear he wouldn't allow him to simply retreat. Elena, worried, tried to dissuade him, but Davy calmly replied that he would make his own decisions. Picking up a white glove from the floor, Davy asked if Balin had truly issued him a challenge. The prince, though timid, gave an affirmative answer. Davy's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he remarked that in that case, he would gladly accept. Holding a wooden sword in his hands, Davy thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had used such a weapon. Barris grew anxious, worried about his brother being drawn into a duel against another contestant, while Winry looked at Davy with almost reverent faith. To ease her worry, Davy gently patted her head, telling her not to concern herself. The red-haired prince mocked him, claiming Davy's skill was likely no higher than that of a novice, then sneered that it would be best if he simply surrendered. Smugly, Balin declared that if Davy fell to his knees and admitted defeat, he would mercifully overlook the insult. Varys turned toward the impudent prince with irritation, attempting to calm him, but Davy merely asked him to stop. Slinging the wooden sword over his shoulder, Davy declared that he himself would judge the duel. Elena, realizing it was useless to interfere, could only watch silently. With a malicious grin, Balin promised that if he were to lose, he would kneel and apologize before everyone. Davy firmly warned him to remember those words, so he wouldn't attempt to take them back later. The two combatants stood facing one another, wooden swords in hand, waiting for the duel to begin. Davy looked briefly at his siblings, wondering where to start. He didn't wish to reveal his true strength in public, preferring to maintain the image of a weak prince who had only recently awakened from a coma. Standing on one leg, Davy wrapped his sword around his body, an odd stance that made Balin burst into laughter. The prince taunted him, asking if he had already lost his nerve. Spreading his arms, the red-haired youth declared that he was generously giving Davy the first move. But impatience got the better of him, and he soon shouted at Davy to stop stalling and attack. At last, Davy recalled a clever trick. Leaping into the air, he mockingly begged his opponent not to give up. Dropping down suddenly, he sprinted forward with blinding speed. Balin had not anticipated such swiftness, and in an instant Davy was upon him, eyes blazing as he raised his wooden sword and delivered a powerful strike. The bewildered prince barely had time to react before the weapon was knocked from his hands. Calling Davy a fool, he glared with contempt, only to be slapped hard across the face a moment later. His sword flew away as he screamed in pain. Davy, feigning innocence, remarked that his arm had simply slipped. In the next heartbeat, Balin was sprawled across the red carpet, his weapon landing beside him. With a sneer, Davy mocked that the prince hadn't even bothered to dodge. The remark infuriated Balin, who remained on the floor, teeth clenched. The crowd whispered among themselves, shocked at the stark difference in skill. Humiliated and unwilling to be branded a disgrace, Balan snatched up his weapon and roared that he would kill Davy. The protagonist only smirked, remarking that a prince with such a predictable style could never overcome improvisation. Their wooden swords clashed violently, the blows so fast they left pale streaks in the air. Each strike was merciless, echoing through the hall. Balan snarled, baring his teeth as he desperately parried another of Davy's attacks. Watching him closely, Davy noted how unstable the prince's stance was, his power uneven and his timing sloppy. Their weapons locked once again, Balan forcing Davy's sword aside with all his strength, determined not to lose to someone like him. Yet fear and strain were already evident in the red-haired prince's amber eyes, while Davy's figure loomed, preparing to deliver another sweeping strike. Blood sprayed through the air as Balan, bewildered, realized that for some reason he still couldn't land a single punch on his opponent. The guests of the grand ball, gathered for the fencing competition, looked down from above, watching the fierce duel between the two young men. Balan was knocked from his feet, collapsing onto the floor as he clutched his face in pain, while Davy stood tall and unshaken. The black-haired prince, calm and composed, asked if he had struck the target once again. In response, he received nothing more than a crude insult. Balan stared up at him, wide-eyed with disbelief. Murmurs spread among the audience as whispers echoed through the hall. None of them recognized this side of Balan, the man once regarded as a mere entry-level expert. When someone in the crowd muttered that Balan wasn't as skilled as expected, the red-haired prince's face twisted with fury. He clenched his jaw and, in a fit of anger, slammed his fist into the floor, shouting for the spectators to remain silent and to stop speaking of matters they did not understand. Still gasping for breath, Balan stayed down, struggling to recover. Davy, gazing down at his opponent with a mix of pride and coldness, thought to himself that he understood Balan perfectly. His rival had simply lost his composure, overtaken by nerves. As Davy's hand brushed the hilt of his sword, he reminded himself of the very style he had trained so hard to master, a style infamously known as the intoxicated sword. True to its name, it mimicked the erratic movements of a drunkard. This peculiar swordsmanship had been born from an unlikely collaboration created by Dune, a legendary drunkard turned hero, and Harris, who studied drunken brawlers out of sheer curiosity. The result was a form of sword art so unorthodox and chaotic that many considered it no better than heresy. Davy recalled his childhood training, when he practiced under a man who laughed as he explained that, although he had created this style, it was perhaps the worst of all. With a cold expression, Davy remembered Dune, a grown man in long green robes and flowing hair, laughing uncontrollably as Harris scolded that Dune was right. Harris had warned young Davy never to use this style unless he was prepared to bear the consequences, even to the grave. Placing a hand on the boy's forehead, Harris had sternly reminded him that a true swordsman must have a conscience. Those words lingered in Davy's mind. Even the two creators of the technique openly ridiculed it, branding it a forbidden sword art. But Davy had never fully understood their reasoning. Was it because the style was clumsy and crude, or because it was simply too effective, bordering on invincible? Whatever the case, he had dismissed their warnings long ago. Snapping back to the present, Davy effortlessly blocked Balan's strike, leaving his red-haired opponent dumbfounded. With a sudden twist, Davy's hand whipped across, delivering a stinging slap to Balan's face. He reflected that the style's true reason for being forbidden was clear. Every motion relied on deceit, feints, and tricks that seemed cursed. As Balan rubbed his chin in humiliation, Davy continued his thoughts. This wasn't a style meant for noble deeds, nor for saving lives or even taking them. It was a weapon designed to disgrace an opponent before the eyes of others. In truth, it was a demonic art. Resting his sword casually across his shoulders, Davy smiled faintly. This style forced enemies to lower their guard, luring them into mistakes, then punishing them with precise and devastating blows. It was simple yet brutally effective. First, crush the opponent's spirit, then bring them to the ground. Summoning his strength, Balin charged again, but the result was the same. Davy, calm and composed, easily sent him sprawling once more. And as more eyes fell upon the spectacle, the technique only grew more powerful. With his head held high, Davy struck Balin again and again, while the gathered crowd gasped in shock. Letting out a sigh, Davy remarked with biting irony that he couldn't quite tell whether he was blessed with extraordinary luck, or if his opponent was simply hopeless. Looking at the battered prince before him, Davy even asked if he was all right, though his words carried more mockery than concern, for the last strike had landed with a resounding force. Smiling lightly, Davy concluded that this style truly suited him. Not because it was noble or honorable, but because, above all, it was far more fun. Nina Delan stood with her arms crossed, watching the fight with a stern and sullen expression. Suddenly, Balin's sword gleamed with a blue aura. His eyes widened as he leapt from the ground, brandishing the glowing weapon. Shouting at Davy, who was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Balin declared that he would finish the duel. Both Ree and Bar opened their mouths in shock, stunned that Balin had managed to channel mana into his sword, doubting his sanity for doing so. Ignoring the voices shouting that no deaths should occur in this duel, Balin's lips stretched into a manic smile. Renewed strength surged through him as he rushed forward with reckless abandon. Baris cried out desperately for his brother, but Davy remained composed. He reasoned that if he accidentally struck with too much force again, the audience might become suspicious. Moreover, Il and Princess de Palan's piercing gaze had been fixed upon the back of his head for some time, burning with scrutiny. Davy calmly took a step back as Balin advanced with a sinister chuckle, his eyes glittering like a man consumed by madness. The blue mana-infused blade stopped mere centimeters from Davy's face, yet Davy did not flinch. In the next instant, something so swift occurred that it was impossible to perceive with the naked eye. A faint wisp of white steam rose from the red-haired youth's weapon. Balin froze in shock. As he tried to comprehend what had happened, Davy suddenly appeared at his side. Prince Ron broke into a cocky grin, silently mouthing something. Balin's expression stiffened. He knew instantly that he had been mocked. Furious, the red-haired prince cursed aloud, but before he could act further, Davy tripped him. The spectators fell silent, anticipation tightening in the air. Baris cried out once more to his brother, who now found himself sprawled on the floor. Horrified, Balin stared up at Davy towering above him, only to jolt when a sword slammed into the carpet just centimeters from his face. Sweat beaded on Balin's forehead as his gaze darted to the blade beside him. Davy, sighing, rubbed his lower back and muttered in discomfort, his face flushing crimson as a sudden laugh escaped him. Nearly losing his balance, he stumbled but quickly straightened. The spectators, watching intently, wondered why Balin remained on the ground. Davy glanced down at his opponent's fallen sword, then turned to the audience with pride, boldly declaring his victory. The hall erupted in cheers. The royals exchanged looks, torn between frustration with Balin and amazement at Prince Ron's display. Just a few years ago, he had been lying in a coma, yet now he stood victorious. Winry rushed into her brother's arms, while Baris stood protectively at her side. Someone muttered their worry that Prince Davy may have already used up all his good fortune in this battle. Meanwhile, Balin sat in humiliation on the floor, far from the celebrating crowd. With arms crossed, Elena offered an ironic remark, acknowledging the performance while her sharp eyes betrayed displeasure. Princess de Palin turned abruptly, preparing to leave, but was stopped when two girls in plain white dresses, their hair tied with matching white bows, called out to her. Davy glanced over his shoulder at them, noticing the princess's cold demeanor. Later, in the horse-drawn carriage, Baris scolded Davy for his recklessness. Davy's face darkened as he listened, while Winry joined in, her concern clear. The young prince tried to reassure them, insisting that everything was fine because he had won. Barry, however, sighed and muttered that his older brother was simply lucky. Despite Balin's arrogance, Barry warned that his pride came with reason. When Davy asked where he had learned that, Barry explained he had seen it firsthand at another event. Since then, Balin had been relentlessly pushing suitors toward Winry, much to her displeasure. Half-jokingly, Davy mused that he should have broken a few things during the duel, but quickly brushed the thought aside. Barry begged him not to act so recklessly again, and clasped his brother's hand tightly. In that moment, the green-haired boy suddenly screamed, and the carriage filled with a golden glow. Staring in disbelief, Barry asked his brother why he possessed so much power. Davy only told him not to push too far, reminding him that he was no child. With a gentle smile, Davy advised Barry to remember this lesson, his innocent expression masking the weight of his words. Winry covered her mouth with her hand, giggling in delight as she praised the incredible prince. Leaning against his hand, Davy listened as others commented that his skill lay in his ability to find the opponent's weak spots, exploiting them with precision despite the overwhelming weight of his sword. The prince gazed out of the carriage window, certain that Balin had never even considered the possibility of losing. Above the kingdom, vibrant fireworks illuminated the night sky, bursting like flowers in bloom. The sound of shattering dishes echoed alongside a piercing scream. Inside, Balin swung a chair in his hands while attendants tried in vain to calm him down and bring him to his senses. Several men in black and white butterfly suits attempted to restrain the enraged prince, but he tore free of their grasp. Balan's fury burned brightly. How could they treat him this way? He was the next crown prince of Boltes. He had nearly everything one could desire: an impressive appearance, exceptional talent, and unmatched skills. His thoughts drifted to the beautiful Princess Ron Winry. Of course, he was drawn to her beauty, but there was more to it. With her came Beraz, a swordsman who had already achieved the level of an intermediate expert. Thanks to the queen, Balin had been able to spread rumors of a future marriage without obstruction. Still, it infuriated him to endure such an insult. The subordinates once again tried to soothe him, but Balin's patience snapped. He ordered them to leave at once before he killed them all. With a furious cry, he hurled a luxurious red upholstered chair across the room. Breathing heavily after the throw, he glanced at the other scattered objects on the floor. The red-haired youth clenched his fists and shouted that he would kill Davy. His teeth ground together as rage overwhelmed him. Then, unexpectedly, a voice echoed through the room asking about his intentions toward Prince Alon. Startled, Balin demanded to know who was there. The voice came again, questioning him if he truly wished to kill Davy. Still demanding an answer, he finally spotted a grinning figure clad in blue and white. The strange being stretched out its hazy purple hands toward the prince, offering him the opportunity to destroy Davy. Balin froze, shocked into silence. The creature calmly assured him it could help him rip apart Prince Alon's flesh and strip his bones. When he finally found his voice, Balin, still staring, asked the creature's name. With a flick of her long, wavy purple hair, the girl introduced herself as Shy. Her hair flowed down to her lower back, and she wore a tight red and black dress with long sleeves. Balin's fierce glare softened, his expression dimming. Shy gently cupped his face in her hands, pulling him into her embrace. She called him a good boy, smiling to reveal sharp fangs. Whispering softly, she told him to leave everything to her. Holding the young prince close, she promised that his desires would all be fulfilled. A grand amphitheater rose beneath the clear blue sky. Someone spoke to the prince, who wore a faint smile as he listened to the announcement of His Highness Var's upcoming competition. Davy opened his palm, watching a golden thread of light coil around it before exhaling slowly. Muttering that something else was still a long way off, he earned a puzzled look from Amy. He dismissed her concerns, claiming he was merely thinking aloud, then told her they should move quickly. Winry was surely waiting already. Dressed in beige with a long sword at his waist, Davy walked ahead. In the bleachers, Winry sat waiting, her eyes fixed on her older brother below. The amphitheater was immense, its space dominated by a towering statue of a knight clad in full armor. Balin sat on a bench, his head bowed, his mouth twisted into a cruel smile. The stands erupted in cheers, their excitement fueling the contestants. Davy quietly observed the powerful energy radiating from the crowd. He thought to himself that after Var's sparring match, he would pretend illness rather than waste time watching the clumsy efforts of the young girls who would follow. Just then, someone called out to him. It was Winry, who had stepped in for her brother. She asked if Var had fallen ill from overwork the day before. Embarrassed, Davy thought he would sooner die than admit it had been mere indigestion. Despite his incredible mana, which gave him the power to deal with assassins or worthless nobles, Davy was still not feeling his best. He wasn't the same as he had been back in the gallery. For a brief moment, he even considered using holy power to ease his stomach pain. Winry called out again, pointing to Var, who stood smiling and waving proudly at the audience. Delighted, she clapped at the beginning of the competition. Davy, watching his younger brother's popularity, couldn't help but wonder who Var's opponent would be. This man was only beginning to reveal himself to the audience. When Davy saw Var's opponent's name, he froze, thinking the competition's arrangement was utterly foolish. Soon, Balin stepped forward to face Varus. The judge reminded both fighters that fatal blows and channeling energy into their weapons were strictly forbidden. The crowd erupted in disapproval, directing their scorn at Balin. Davy noticed the displeasure of the audience, while Winry grew increasingly anxious about her younger brother's safety. Davy reassured her, calmly explaining that Varus was an experienced fighter who would be fine. He even added that Varus was insured, a statement that left Winry startled. The atmosphere grew solemn as the battle began. Balin gave his opponent a curt nod. Varus furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly. The judge raised his hand, then dropped it abruptly, signaling the start of the match. Both fighters advanced with determination. Davy quickly assessed Balin's style, believing he had switched to freestyle wrestling after yesterday's events. As for Varus, Davy suspected that his brother was infusing destructive sword techniques into his strikes, giving him a strong chance of victory provided he kept his temper in check. A single swing of Varus's heavy blade made it clear to Davy that Balin lacked the strength to withstand such power. Still, when Varus launched his attack, Prince Balin surprised everyone by deflecting it. Varus's tense expression stood in sharp contrast to Balin's smug smirk. The crowd grew more invested, realizing the two fighters were evenly matched. For a moment, Davy considered whether Balin could have truly grown so much stronger in just 24 hours, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Varus remained focused, his build perfectly suited for the weight of his massive sword. Balin, smiling manically, continued fending off each strike. Yet Davy could already see the red-haired boy's stamina dwindling. He wouldn't last long. Stroking his chin, Davy analyzed the duel carefully, sensing that something about the situation wasn't adding up. Winry marveled at her brother's speed, saying she had never seen him move so fast before. Davy, too, couldn't hide his admiration. Pride swelled within him as he thought back to their childhood little Varus with a wooden sword in hand, promising he would one day become a knight. Back then, he and Winry often argued about who would protect Davy, but now, 6 years later, Davy could see how far his brother had come. Still, there was something unsettling about Balin. It seemed impossible that he could have improved so drastically in such a short time. Davy also couldn't shake a strange sense of déjà vu. As the fight wore on, Davy rose from his seat, watching intently. Varus stood firmly, smiling as he acknowledged Balin's surprising resilience against his heavy sword. He even admitted to himself that Balin was a worthy opponent and one he could not underestimate, despite the man's odd movements. But Varus knew it was time to finish the fight. He prepared for his decisive strike, wondering whether Balin could parry it. With swift momentum, he charged. Prince Balin, however, remained still, his eyes fixed on the oncoming blow. Varus leapt forward, sword raised for victory, but his opponent only grinned like a mad beast, making no effort to block. Confused and unsettled, Varus pulled back at the last possible moment. He couldn't bring himself to land the finishing blow, though it was clear Balen had been seconds away from death. Then, Balan's face twisted into a grotesque, animalistic smile. Panic set in as Varus suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror as a blinding surge of sword energy erupted, blazing red like a massive star. Balan's crimson blade tore into Varus's side, leaving a deep cut across his ribs. In that moment, Varus realized the terrifying truth: he was on the brink of death. The scene then shifts to the events of the previous night. In the stillness of the city, the sharp sound of a sword slicing through the air could be heard. Varus had been training relentlessly, pouring his focus into every strike. Alan tried his best, surprising B when he noticed Var's burning zeal. The night sky over the city shimmered with countless stars, but the main character noted that because of him, sleep would not come easily. Taken aback, Alan apologized. When Davy climbed to the top of the stone fence, he announced that Winry had already gone to sleep. He confessed that he was curious about tomorrow's hero's occupation, though he seemed embarrassed saying it. Var admitted that he couldn't sleep either. In response, Alan began speaking about Prince Balen. Hearing this, the main character froze in place, raising his hand. Var explained that his brother had already taught him a lesson, but even so, it hadn't been enough. Taken aback, Davy asked what Alan wanted. Encouraged, Var declared his determination to crush the prince with his own hands. Laughing, the main character noted that his conviction sounded genuine. Tilting his book, Davy told Var not to worry, he would succeed. From then on, Davy observed Alan's training, studying his swordsmanship closely. Deep in thought, he realized Var's movements carried a clear and graceful rhythm, perfectly in tune with his mana. Smiling, the main character asked if Alan needed help. When Davy raised his hand, he was certain it would stir the world itself. Still, he reminded himself that Var was his brother. There was no point in being greedy. Behind him, Alan's mana surged like a flood. Davy walked over, placing his hands firmly on his brother's shoulders and beginning to massage them. He told Var he would give him a massage, and the young man gratefully thanked him. Still working on his shoulders, Davy asked him to close his eyes and relax. Focusing, the main character gathered mana into his hands. Grinning, he warned that it might sting a little. Suddenly, pain tore through Var's body, his screams echoing across the area. The main character was astonished by how tense his brother's muscles were. Davy grinned, telling him not to work so hard at night when he should be dreaming. He figured it was Alan's lack of rest that caused the strain. Pressing a finger against Var's neck, Davy reflected that by stimulating another's mana and causing it to fluctuate, one could forcibly infuse them with energy. Continuing with the transfer, Davy thought it sounded simple, but in truth, this procedure was from another dimension, one that defied the natural laws of this world. He pictured the image of an elephant pressing down on a person as he worked, recalling rumors of legendary massages from far-off places. Inspired, Davy poured in more mana with care. Startled, Var couldn't comprehend what was happening as a brilliant stream of energy enveloped Davy's hands. Alan's eyes widened in shock. Then once again his cries of pain split the night. At last, the transfer ended. Exhausted, Davy pressed a hand to his forehead, struggling to catch his breath. Var collapsed, drained yet filled with new strength. The main character silently rejoiced his brother was now brimming with power. Davy doubted Var would need it tomorrow, but that wasn't the point. A new thought struck him. He slapped Alan on the back, warning that if he slept outside, he'd catch a cold. Looking at his worn-out brother, Davy reasoned that a safety net wouldn't hurt. Crossing his arms, he froze in place as Var complained bitterly, asking if there hadn't been a gentler way. He muttered that if Winry had been in his place, the main character would have carried her on his back. Davy cut him off, saying he looked fine. Clapping his hands, he ordered Var to bed, warning that if he didn't sleep, they would repeat the procedure again. Startled, Var quickly made for his bed. A glowing green magic seal appeared across his back. Smiling at the result, Davy was pleased, already looking forward to tomorrow. Confused, Var glanced back at the seal just as his magic barrier failed to withstand the prince's sword. The moment the blade touched the seal, it was repelled violently, flying out of Balin's hand. Stunned, Balin froze on the spot as the stands erupted in cheers. Watching from the crowd, Winry stared in disbelief, struggling to grasp what had just happened before her eyes turned instinctively toward her brother. Winry noticed that the prince's sword had turned scarlet, and then bars suddenly collapsed. Shocked, she couldn't understand what had happened to her brother. After a moment of confusion, she assumed it must have been some kind of energy barrier. From the vast stands, the cheers of the crowd thundered as they watched the fight unfold. Winry, still stunned, couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. The very idea of such a barrier being possible at the highest level of expertise seemed impossible to her. Turning to Davy, she urged him to examine what Bars had done. When she turned her head again, however, she noticed the chair beside her was empty. At that moment, blood spurted from the mouth of the wounded Alran, and the judges rushed to his side, immediately declaring the sparring match over. One of them announced that he considered it a defeat. Enraged, a stranger shouted that Balin had violated the rules of the sacred contest by using the power of his sword in an attempt to kill his opponent. He declared that the prince's actions were equivalent to declaring war on another nation. Raising his hand, the stranger proclaimed that Bashian was disqualified, and as the representative of the host country, he formally lodged a protest against the Bal's kingdom. A nervous subordinate tried to calm him down, suggesting that there must be some misunderstanding. Meanwhile, a startled butler urged the prince to say something. Instead, Balin suddenly seized his subordinate by the throat. As the butler dangled helplessly, attempting to use a powerful magic technique, Balin swiftly beheaded him. His lifeless body collapsed, leaving a massive pool of blood spreading across the floor. The audience gasped in horror at the sight of Prince Balin killing his own man. The prince looked down at his blood-stained hand without emotion, until a twisted grin spread across his face. His shadow loomed like that of a monstrous being. Shouts of panic erupted in the stands as the people tried to make sense of what had just happened. Terrified residents scrambled to flee the scene of the duel, unable to comprehend the madness before them. Balin's face twisted into a maniacal smile, and the crowd whispered that the prince had lost his mind. Overcome with fury, the distraught prince let out a deafening roar. The people cried out that he had turned into a monster. Blood began trickling down the stone walls of the stadium, and the horrified judges shouted for the prince to be subdued. The stranger could hardly believe it was real, thinking he must be trapped in a nightmare. One judge admitted they could not bring Balin down alone, and urgently ordered reinforcements. Grinning, Davy observed the chaos with calm detachment. At that moment, Boris slowly managed to open his eyes. Davy smiled down at him and teasingly asked if his brother had enjoyed his nap. When Alran finally regained consciousness, his first thought was to ask about the competition. Sitting on the ground, Davy reassured him that everything was under control, praising his younger brother for fighting so well. Weakly raising his hand, Boris asked if they had seen what he had accomplished. Exhausted, Alran declared that he had managed to create an energy barrier. Davy froze for a moment, astonished by the claim, before a proud smile formed on his face. He reflected that the barrier had been crafted with the skill of a top-level expert, distributing mana independently to shield its owner from danger. Recalling the duel, Davy thought about how his brother, despite being insured by him, had escaped on his own strength. Watching Boris sleep, Davy realized his brother was only 14, a feat that anyone would take pride in. He admired how noble and decent Alran was for his age. Gently placing a hand on Barris's hair, Davy whispered that it would have been better if he could simply cry in pain rather than hold it in. A faint stream of mana flowed from his fingertip as he tended to his brother. Suddenly, Boris's pulse began to weaken. Subordinates rushed forward and carried him swiftly to the infirmary. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged where the duel had taken place. Consumed with fury, Devi turned his focus to Balin. He made his way toward the battlefield, where warriors hurled countless attacks at the maddened prince. Yet Balin absorbed the strikes, his veins bulging grotesquely as his body radiated raw power. Shrouded in dust, he pressed forward with a deranged grin. The warriors exchanged worried glances, doubting whether their combined strength would be enough. One of them shouted to evacuate the spectators, warning that even the barrier might not hold. At that moment, Devi advanced calmly, crossing the limits of the defensive barrier with ease. The warriors froze in shock at the sight of him. Terrified, they warned him not to approach, begging him to retreat. But Winry, her eyes fixed on her brother, watched his every move with growing anticipation. She still couldn't understand what had just happened, yet her gaze never wavered from him. In her dazed state, she couldn't understand how he had managed to appear there. Devi, walking steadily toward his opponent, kept his eyes fixed on the fallen warrior he was holding. Observing the prince's condition, the protagonist assumed it must have been some kind of infection. Devi, however, only grinned, noting that Balin's body seemed to have grown even hotter overnight. Frozen in place, the protagonist wondered how he should handle the situation. Suddenly, with a furious roar, the crazed prince's body erupted in a violent surge of red mana. With terrifying speed, Balin charged directly at Devi. A man shouted desperately for the prince not to get close to the protagonist, and the faces of the warriors twisted in terror. Devi's grin widened. In the blink of an eye, Balin's hand came within a breath of striking the protagonist's face. Startled, Winry rushed to Devi's side. He turned his head in shock at her sudden presence, only to realize that the prince's deadly technique had almost touched his body. Paralyzed with fear, the protagonist was certain his sister would be harmed. In desperation, Winry grabbed Devi by the collar, shouting at him to move aside. As Devi stumbled to the side, he could only watch as Winry threw herself toward the distraught prince. His confusion deepened when, almost out of nowhere, Princess Alina appeared before him. The battlefield lay soaked in blood and littered with corpses, yet when Alina landed, she stood perfectly still, calculating her next move. Rage twisted Balin's face as the princess drew her massive two-handed sword, pointing the gleaming blade at him. With a leap, Alina struck the ground with a force that cracked it like a mountain splitting apart. Balin roared furiously, and the very earth trembled beneath them. Dumbfounded, Devi could only watch as the princess fought with ferocity that silenced the battlefield. Even as he tried to call out to her, a thick cloud of dust choked the air. Alina gripped her sword tightly in both hands, steadying herself for what came next. Then, her eyes widened in shock before her. The prince stood completely unscathed. The maddened Balin unleashed another terrifying roar as crimson mana exploded across the battlefield. His eyes glowed an unnatural, burning red. Snarling, Alina launched a relentless series of strikes, each one fueled by fury. With a crushing blow, she sent the prince soaring into the air, his body frozen mid-motion as though time itself had stopped. Seizing the moment, Alina bent her knees and kicked off the ground, leaping with breathtaking power. In an instant, she crashed into the prince with a devastating strike. Warriors all around gasped in disbelief. When she landed, the force of her blow shook the walls, leaving cracks splintering across the stone. The unconscious prince lay broken in the wreckage at her feet. A stunned silence swept the battlefield before the warriors erupted, chanting Alina's name. None of them had expected her to bring down the prince so decisively the very moment she arrived. Winry, exhilarated, seized Devi's hand and urged him to leave the matter to the princess. She wanted them out of the battlefield as soon as possible. Devi, however, couldn't take his eyes off Alina. Her battle-worn garments fluttered in the wind, and with her sword raised high, she radiated strength far beyond that of the soldiers around them. The tip of her blade shimmered with mana as Alina shouted, calling Balin a vampire. The word shook Devi to his core, his mind reeling at the revelation. Explosions resounded across the battlefield as the duel raged on. Davy struggled to understand what he was witnessing. His eyes locked on Alina as she unleashed strike after strike upon the cursed prince. Balin thrashed desperately, trying to tear himself free from her relentless assault, before lashing out with his claws aimed straight at her heart. Fear seized the protagonist, his face pale and stricken. Winry, horrified, tried to comprehend what was happening. And then, before their eyes, something strange and ominous began to emerge from the prince's body, something that could only be described as a mysterious object, her brother. Seeing this, Alina fell into a stupor as a grin spread across Balin's face. The sphere in his hand released a crimson light, shrouding the entire battlefield in red. Within his thoughts, Davy realized what it was: blood fog. One by one, the defeated warriors lost consciousness and collapsed. A strange scarlet smoke thickened across the ground, blotting out visibility entirely. Only the vague silhouette of the main character could be seen within the dense haze. The nurse, cradled in Davy's arms, coughed violently, her strength fading as she slipped further into unconsciousness. She tried to call out to her brother, but before she could, Davy held her close, assuring her that everything would be fine. Excited but steady, he told her there was nothing to fear. Looking up, Winry caught sight of his reassuring smile. Gently, Davy stroked his sister's head and told her to rest well. Using a special technique, he wished her peaceful dreams, promising that when she opened her eyes, everything would be different. Watching her fall into slumber, Davy froze in place, though deep inside he could already sense the approaching danger. Turning his attention back to Winry, Davy knew it was time for him to act. If he left things as they were, the unstable mixture of magic and spirit energy would spiral out of control. Mana surged violently into his hand as his focus sharpened. The Mad Prince's frenzied screams rang out across the battlefield, grating against Davy's ears. Annoyed by the unbearable noise, he pressed a hand to his temple before raising his palm over Winry's sleeping face. He reflected that once a person reached a certain level of mastery, they could attune themselves to mana in unique ways, shaping their own distinctive abilities. In his mind, he envisioned the flow of mana, reminding himself of the three forces he possessed. Davy mused that each of them carried irritating drawbacks. First was spirit magic, wild and volatile, bordering on madness yet undeniably effective. The image of its chaotic essence flickered in his thoughts as he acknowledged its terrifying usefulness. Then came ordinary mana, which he likened to a shard of ice, cold, sharp, and dangerous, but reliable with enough effort. Finally, he pictured the sacred power, the most stubborn of them all. This force obeyed no command, resisting him at every turn. To make it obey felt like forcing a lazy being into labor, and yet, through sheer willpower, Davy managed to summon it. He imagined the struggle in his mind as he placed his hand on Winry's head. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in radiant light. A delighted smile crossed his face as he realized what he had achieved. Through tremendous effort, Davy had invoked the sacred magic of the 4th level Shining Patron. Brilliant beams of holy light cut through the battlefield, illuminating the duel's grounds. Watching over his sleeping sister, Davy felt a measure of relief, grateful he didn't have to worry about her, at least for now. But as his eyes wandered across the battlefield, he was confronted with a horrifying sight: the many fallen warriors, unconscious and drained. His thoughts turned back to blood fog, the forbidden art that drew vitality from all living beings to strengthen its user. Though he had managed to summon 4th level sacred power, he knew it would not be enough to save everyone in this moment. Stepping forward, Davy felt a surge of satisfaction that Balin had been swept away by the storm. His gaze fell on the transformed prince, now bearing a grotesque tail behind him. Stretching his arms, Davy noted that they would have no audience for what was to come. Everything had unfolded as perfectly as he could have hoped. Meanwhile, Alina, her strength fading, leaned heavily on her sword, struggling to catch her breath. The princess stood frozen, her body locked in place. Alina's eyes followed Davy's every move, her excitement betraying the exhaustion on her face. Turning his head, the main character faltered for a moment, falling into a stupor as he considered the troubling sight before him. Watching the princess barely manage to stay upright, Davy realized that no one trapped inside the blood folds could possibly endure without losing consciousness. Beads of sweat rolled down Alina's face, her body trembling from fatigue. Inwardly, the main character admitted that it was no coincidence she was the rightful wielder of the divine sword. Grinning faintly, Davy thought that even with her haggard features so pale and drained, she looked on the verge of death, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Despair clouded the princess's expression. Davy gently placed his hand on her shoulder, but Alina immediately brushed it away in outrage. Surprised, Davy asked if she was even conscious. At his words, the princess drifted again into a stupor. Davy's thoughts grew grim. Danger was still looming. Lifting his hand, he told her that if she truly felt better, she should move away. Agitated, Alina begged him to stop, unable to understand his actions. She clutched his arm, repeating her plea. Confused, Davy hesitated as Alina demanded to know why he remained unaffected when she herself was on the brink of collapse. For a moment, he froze, startled by her suspicion. The two of them stood side by side, motionless, trapped in a tense silence. Davy considered the irony he, a prince only recently awoken from a coma, was moving with unnatural calm in such dire circumstances. With a faint smile, he admitted that he had no answer, silently resolving to avoid her pressing question. Alina's anger grew, yet Davy reminded her that despite everything, he had always stood by her side. He asked only that she not despise him so much. The princess extended her hand across his path, ordering him to step back. Her eyes burned with conviction as she acknowledged that Davy could not win alone. Embarrassed, he hesitated, but her serious expression told him she was resolute. She declared that luck alone would no longer suffice, just as their sparring had proven the day before. Her voice sharpened with fury as she revealed the truth. Their enemies were nobles of the night, beings of immense strength. Images of an ancient tome and a chalice filled with blood surfaced in her mind. She told Davy of the blood demons described in those scriptures, and then asked if he had ever heard of vampires. Startled, the main character realized he could no longer cling to the hope of chance. Tightening her grip on the divine sword, the princess stated coldly that since Davy lacked even a drop of mana, the crazed prince would rip him apart instantly. She commanded him to run while he still could. Fixing her gaze on the frenzied Balasian, she expected Davy to obey. Instead, he replied that he would attempt to stop the prince himself. Shaken, Alina stared at him in disbelief. Yet in that moment, Davy saw how much confidence she inspired simply by standing at his side. Compared to yesterday, her emotions now blazed with intensity, as though she were facing a mortal enemy. Rage twisted her features as she lifted her sword high. A single drop of water splashed into a puddle on the castle floor. Beyond the palace windows, the sky burned crimson. The princess in her white dress stood still, haunted by memory. In her mind, she relived that moment, a woman sinking her fangs into a young girl's neck. The girl's wide eyes filled with shock, unable to believe the attacker was her own mother. Blood trailed down her lips as she clutched a toy, trembling in horror, until it slipped from her hands into the growing pool of red. Enraged, Alina remembered how that nightmare had never once left her mind. Raising her sword, she faced the maddened prince. Staring into the eyes of the roaring vampire, she vowed to tear his flesh down to the very root. Her determination burned. She would not stop fighting, even if it cost her life. With another terrifying roar, the Balasian charged, and Alina's gaze blazed with unyielding malice. But before she could strike, a strange magical projectile pierced her neck. From the battlefield, a desperate cry rang out. Inwardly, Davy whispered an apology as Alina collapsed to the floor. The princess couldn't understand what it was that made the creature grin. Davy, however, only remarked that he had no idea why she was so fascinated with vampires. After that, he calmly asked her not to interfere with his work, guiding her attention back toward the main character, Alina. Alina, filled with courage, wondered what exactly she was witnessing. Davy admitted that he didn't know, then asked the princess to simply watch him. With that, he thrust his fist forward. The protagonist prepared himself for the incoming strike, while the distraught prince rushed toward him with reckless abandon. Davy, wearing a grin, recalled that this was all too familiar. In his thoughts, he remembered how his rigorous training in Hyria, where he fought against thousands, should be more than enough for this moment. The enraged vampire raised his fist high above his head, but Davy stood firm, radiating confidence, certain that no one in the world knew vampires better than he did. As Davy studied the distraught prince, he realized the man was no longer normal. He was infected, his strength enhanced by blood follies. Extending his hand forward, Davy coldly declared that he had sent countless vampires to the next world, and by now they were surely tired of him. The vampire's fist came close, almost striking Davy's arm, but in the blink of an eye, the protagonist countered with devastating speed, landing a crushing blow against the enraged prince. Despite everything he had been taught, Davy thought to himself that Bathan had learned nothing. The vampire's expression twisted into genuine fear. Grinning, Davy declared that it was now his turn. Channeling overwhelming force, he struck directly at the prince's heart. His fist pierced through the vampire's body, and with cold authority, Davy commanded him to die quickly. Hidden within his punch was the deadly demonic blood tear technique. Upon impact, the vampire let out a monstrous roar. The crazed prince's body was hurled backward, smashing through the towering stone sculptures that stood across the battlefield. Witnessing this, Alina froze in shock. From her position behind Davy, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. The broken body of the fallen prince lay among the shattered remains of the sculpture. Her face was filled with disbelief as she watched Davy's immense power unfold before her eyes. Still grinning, Davy remarked that he now felt refreshed. A powerful gust of wind blew past, whipping through the princess's hair as she sat on the ground. Around her, many warriors lay unconscious, and she couldn't begin to understand how this was possible. Lifting her gaze toward the ruined sculpture, Alina's amazement grew. The monster one that neither magicians, knights, nor even her own two-handed sword could stop had been defeated by a man who, shockingly, possessed no mana. Collecting her thoughts, the princess reminded herself that this was the same unfortunate prince who had only recently awakened from a long coma. Her eyes fell once more on Davy, his face marked with an easy smile. When Davy extended his hand to her, Alina cried out in surprise, overwhelmed. Davy, puzzled by her reaction, tilted his head. Dumbfounded, the princess stared at his hand, her face flushed with embarrassment, before she reluctantly reached out. Yet the moment her hand met his, it froze in place. Looking at her, Davy casually asked if he could borrow her sword. Startled, Alina admitted in embarrassment that her sword had been broken during a recent duel. Her hand, she added awkwardly, was no different from that broken blade. Placing his hand gently at her neck, Davy realized that she was not the one he sought. Still smiling, he explained that he needed the weapon, and when he finally gripped it in his fist, he asked the princess how she was feeling. Davy noted to himself that when fighting a boss, one needed to be fully armed. Studying the small sword, he declared that he would borrow some of the divine weapon's power. Meanwhile, in the smithy, the great master continued his endless labor. Davy reflected aloud that the blacksmith, who once forged the sword that saved the world, had created countless weapons over his lifetime. Surrounded by Arabian-like treasures and precious stones, Davy mused that even the simplest materials could become magnificent weapons in the blacksmith's hands. He explained that, blessed by the spirits, the master could melt a sword with mana itself. This ability was so revered that his blades were still passed down across the continent, treasured through generations. Across history, countless powerful weapons had been born, but Davy's focus narrowed to 12 legendary swords, each preserved in different nations as priceless treasures. Among them was one masterpiece, Sira's, a blade renowned for its unimaginable power. In the ancient language of the spirits, its name meant Snow White Defender. Grinning, Davy hoisted the massive sword onto his shoulder. He reflected that although C's swords were all extraordinary magic weapons, Sira's was considered unique even among them. With solemn respect, he added that this sword had been forged by C at the cost of his very life, created as a final gift for his closest friend. The sword god's hairs had an ego embedded in it. Looking at Alan's weapon, the protagonist thought of a sword that had its own will and could release power on its own. In his thoughts, Davy noted that it sounded unbelievable, but he knew the truth. Grinning, the protagonist was sure that he knew its identity very well. Alert, Davy began to think about the same person. Enraged, the sword asked who he was to grab him so brazenly. Removing his hand to the side, the main character remarked that the sword was very fond of shouting loudly and often. Remaining silent, he thought this wasn't the first time he had heard the sword wail. Taken aback, Davy said he wasn't deaf. The angry sword tried to say something while staring at the sacred tool. The protagonist was struck by its vibration function and thought such a thing was meant for real perverts. Davy held out his hand and offered to cooperate. Startled, Elena held out her hand as well, then grew outraged and tried to take Davy's sword away. Holding hands with the princess, the main character said that otherwise, at this rate, the soul of the sword would die first. Holding the exhausted princess down, Davy realized that even though she remained conscious only because of the divine sword's power, she was still forcing herself to move. The main character couldn't help but acknowledge her fortitude. As Davy carefully lowered himself, he noticed the princess was insanely talented, but this wasn't her opponent. The protagonist believed it was also important to evaluate one's own capabilities. The enraged sword stated that Davy might dare to carry out obscene thoughts. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he hadn't even considered it. At that moment, Elena's sword shrouded the battlefield in sacred light, ready for battle. Davy gripped the sword in his hand as a strong explosion shook the vicinity of the stadium. The tip of the blade became shrouded in powerful mana. After the sword's transformation, the main character raised it above his head. Resting his hand on the weapon, Davy noted that it was indeed good. The sacred weapon grew furious. The enraged sword declared that until now, the main character couldn't even wake a contract employee, so how had Davy managed to awaken his power? Tilting the sword to the floor, the protagonist asked him not to make noise. Rushing forward, Davy simply asked if he could borrow it. Raising his weapon, he promised he would take care of the rest. Hearing this, the sword fell into a stupor. Bright sparks erupted from Davy's power across the field. With lightning-fast speed, the main character combined his strength with the divine sword. A massive bolt of lightning appeared above the battlefield as Davy unleashed the lightning of the initial two-handed sword. Pointing the weapon to the side, the main character froze in anticipation. Resting the sacred weapon on his shoulder, Davy asked how long his opponent would keep hiding. Peering through a small magic gap, the protagonist asked if he intended to come out. Powerful roars echoed from the depths of the rift. Grinning, Davy assumed it was a vampire. Raising his head, the main character did not expect it to be a high-ranking one. A silhouette began to form out of the mysterious darkness. After the transformation completed, a woman appeared before him. Looking at the floating vampire, Davy assumed they already knew each other. Calling her the maid, the vampire believed someone had been supporting Davy when he destroyed her charges. She had not expected that all of it was his own doing. Davy grinned, noting he was doing a great job, then asked her to come down quickly. Drawing attention to the vampire, the main character said that because of her, his neck was already stiff. The enraged maid thought it was impertinence. Putting his fingers to his eye, Davy said that because of her outfit, he could see everything underneath. Furious, the vampire called him a pathetic worm. Grinning, the main character froze in place. Davy charged and ordered her down. The maid landed on the wreckage of the sculpture. In his thoughts, the main character believed that with a tragedy of this magnitude, even if they were eliminated, it would be impossible to blame Queen Lines for anything. As Davy watched the maid, he was certain that relations with the Balti's country would be shaken. The main character believed that Boltes already had a bad reputation and would never risk going to war with Ron. Placing the sword on the floor, Davy assumed the vampire had come to him because she was absolutely certain he would not get out alive. Putting his hand to his face, the main character thought she understood this well, then asked himself what he should do next. Davy declared that they were closing the shop. The furious maid couldn't understand what nonsense he was talking about. A technique began to form in her hand. She prepared to attack, pointing the weapon she had formed directly at him. Her weapon glowed with a powerful red aura. With a lightning strike, the maid destroyed part of the sculpture behind Davy. As she carried out her attack, the main character mocked her relentlessly. When Davy saw the fallen sculpture, he realized she was already furious. Suddenly, the battlefield was shrouded in a mysterious glow. Countless magic projectiles rained down. The main character froze, while Davy leapt from the stone hill, falling rapidly only to notice that the projectiles were aimed straight at his face. Clinging to the rocky slope, he dodged them skillfully, then carefully climbed down. In his hand gleamed a powerful holy sword. After enduring multiple attacks, the air filled with dust. Davy stopped, gazing into the distance. The maid, enraged, said she had expected something different, then sneered that he was still nothing but a pathetic man. Grinning, Davy asked if she served that man herself. The furious maid warned him to stay silent, then raised her weapon toward him again. Imagining a tree surrounded by countless pillars, the main character thought about the strength of vampires. It wasn't even fair. Davy explained that vampires were descended from the strongest creatures of their kind, which was already insane in his view. He noted that the most outstanding ones undergo the inheritance ceremony and become true kin. Holding up a finger, Davy added that without the elves, their natural enemies, killing vampires would be far more difficult. Looking forward, the main character asked if they were interested in how he defeated them. Davy explained he simply hung them up until they broke. The image of a man pressing a finger to his cheek in thought came to mind. He believed that no matter the enemy, throwing them off balance with anger would make their actions predictable. Lying on the ground, he reflected that this was especially true for vampires. Their pride ran in their blood, so the nobler they were, the easier it was to make them lose control, even against a green youth. The man beside him muttered that this tactic was low, but Davy didn't care. A royal flush was a royal flush. These words came from the sword god, whom Davy considered a gentleman, but also a complete scoundrel. He turned his attention briefly to Alina sitting nearby, thinking that Polonharz was highly revered in the Empire. Davy wondered how people would react to his true identity. A powerful magic projectile came flying at him again. Davy parried the vampire's attacks in every possible way, then pushed off the ground, rising into the air. With the sacred sword, he formed 2 magic projectiles and hurled them at the maid. A strange glow appeared in front of her. Davy froze in shock. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he realized it was a blood barrier. The holy sword revealed she was a count-level vampire. As he observed her more closely, he noted that she was an Eyes and still very young. The holy sword believed that if she was a pure blood and related to someone noble, then she might qualify for the lineage. Lifting his head, Davy said that in that case, he had better end it now. The holy sword asked if he could really do it. Grinning, the main character asked if the sword had just admitted it wasn't after all. At that moment, Davy leapt away from the incoming projectile with lightning speed. The maid warned that if he relaxed even for a moment, he would be finished. Paying attention to the princess, the main character understood that the same fate might soon overtake her. "If you want to die so badly," the enraged vampire declared, preparing to strike, "then just accept your fate." Her powerful attack raised a heavy cloud of dust across the battlefield. With lightning speed, Davy dodged her blow and, grinning, rushed toward the stone platform where the maid stood. The vampire remarked that such a move was reckless. At that moment, the main character climbed onto her magic weapon as she began swinging her blade. towering over the maid, Devi was struck by the elegance of her swordsmanship. "You've only seen this lady once and you're already judging by appearances? What is it?" she asked with a grin. Devi calmly replied that this was the true art of the sword god himself. The glare of sacred light shrouded his face as he recalled his old training days. He reported that he had practiced light sword swings dozens of times. Now, gripping the sacred sword, the protagonist prepared to unleash a magic technique. After cutting through the mysterious crystal, Devi noticed how strange it was. At that moment, he invoked the super heavy sword technique, followed by a strike powerful enough to split a mountain. The vampire's face twisted in horror as she was struck down, swiftly falling from the blow. The duel's battleground was reduced to ruins. A massive explosion rocked the hall, leaving the main character impressed with the devastating force of his attack. As debris scattered around him, Devi concluded that he was fully armed. The divine sword laughed, claiming that Devi didn't even understand what he was saying. The ego-wielding blade declared this was his hour of glory. Devi only grinned, calling the weapon restless. Taking the sword in hand, he ran forward, noting it hadn't materialized in over 1,000 years. The sword was baffled at how a stranger could control its power so easily. It added that it felt as though Devi had known it for a very long time. The main character interrupted, urging it to do what they had agreed. With a grin, Devi asked if the sword would believe him or even be angry if he said he was the apprentice of its first master. The sword concluded that the vampire had fled. Slinging the blade over his shoulder, Devi admitted they were in no position to pursue her. Nearby, a red crystal pulsed with blood energy. Tilting his head, Devi studied it intently. The sword muttered that just looking at blood follies made it feel sick. It explained that while the core had been damaged in the explosion and couldn't spread further, the bloodstone wouldn't stop until everyone gathered was dead. The sword added that though the crystal was weakened, purification magic above level 6 was required, and even then, most people with extended life force would die or worse, become infected. The sword urged him to look outside the stadium, where unrest was beginning to spread. Calling Devi both a lucky man and a true swordsman, it made him break into a grateful smile. The sword then pointed out that his level was far too high to be affected by blood folly. Smirking, Devi agreed that he was absolutely right. Carrying the divine blade through the ruins, Devi muttered about Oros' weapon, realizing that his strength had not come from accumulating levels like ordinary people. The main character possessed the knowledge and skills of a master due to the abnormal fusion of 3 forces flowing through his body. The sword was astonished, calling him a real monster and noting his unrealistic mana. The protagonist looked at the blade with disdain, still questioning the divine sword. The divine sword admitted this was the first time it had seen 3 kinds of power coexist within one body. Smiling, the protagonist declared that the sword before him was nothing more than a malicious destroyer of common sense. When the sword called this mixing of forces insane, Devi calmly corrected him, saying it was simply the result of several hundred years of research, and asked not to be judged. A loud rumble shook the air as the sword dropped into the stone. Devi decided to end the chaos. Placing his hand on the hilt, he admitted he wasn't strong enough yet, surprising the blade once again. But with confidence, Devi declared he would finish everything once and for all. Standing among the ruins, his gaze lingered on the bloodstone glowing scarlet above the ground. Remembering the vampire's victims, Devi noted that he had no intention of sacrificing himself for strangers, but if it would help him recover, he was ready to build a foundation with his stiffened strength. Clasping his hands together as if in prayer, he raised them to his face, displeased by how unnatural the gesture felt. Sitting in the lotus position before the divine sword, Devi exhaled and began to recite a prayer to Lady Priya. He asked the goddess for partial or full assistance in resolving the crisis. The sword, sweating in confusion, demanded to know what kind of prayer this was. Devi remembered his mentor, Saint Daphne, who had made his sacred power unique by rooting it in winning God's interest rather than love. His prayer echoed through the air, filled with bloody energy. Growing tired of the ritual, he grudgingly asked the goddess to simply grant him permission. The sword protested that no god would heed such a prayer. Smirking, Devi asked if the blade truly understood gods at all. He explained that divine favor doesn't go to those who are pious only in words, but to those who prove themselves through actions. Right now, he intended to solve the bloodstone problem by filling the life force gap with even greater power. Saint Daphne, who once commanded the most powerful sacred force, had created unmatched holy magic, but it still required divine permission. As Devi clasped his hands and concentrated, he remarked that God favored madmen, because God himself was mad. The divine sword was shaken by such blasphemous words. Then, the 9th rank holy magic was unleashed. Radiant light filled the space, stretching into rainbow-colored horizons. The sword trembled in fear, calling him insane. As Devi continued to pray, translucent angelic wings appeared above the ruined arena, unleashing destruction upon the blood fiends. Crimson streams of gore splattered in the blinding light, as a violent energy vortex rose around him. The bloodstone, encircled by the holy wings, shone like a star. The divine radiance spread through the city, rainbow beams illuminating every street. A massive flash of light engulfed everything, leaving nothing visible beyond its glow. From the brilliance, a semi-transparent feather descended, landing in Devi's hand. Wings of light now stretched from his back, radiating divine energy. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the wings vanished, leaving behind only the feather and a lingering glow. Devi's hooded, crimson eyes remained locked on the fading remnants of sacred power. The boy's face was turned toward the lightsaber, while the ruins behind him were covered in bloodstone, blackened from damage. Dark ash from the shattered crystal swirled upward, and the shining remnants of power rose into the sky. Devi hopped from one foot to the other, complaining that the shockwave was burning his back badly. He turned to the divine sword, asking if it was still alive, but there was no response. Growing nervous, he muttered that the sword wasn't special if it died so easily. Staring at the silent blade with a malicious smile, Devi let out a light chuckle. Suddenly, he collapsed face first into the ground, whispering that he would also go. A dark burn mark seared across his clothes, and in his startled eyes, a blue glow reflected. A luminous figure appeared in the air, projected onto a blue canvas, the shining form of Lady Priya. When he realized the goddess was drifting too far away, a woman surrounded by blue butterflies asked him with a grin if he had forgotten. The hero wondered to himself how long it had been since he'd slept without fear, remembering that he hadn't enjoyed true rest for nearly half a year. His head felt hollow. Winry towered over him, her face streaked with tears. It was night outside, and the heroes were now in the 5 principalities. As Devi sat up in bed, holding his head, he wondered how long he had been asleep. The nurse clung to him tightly, reporting in a panic that he had been unconscious for 2 days, and confessed how worried she had been. Devi smiled softly at the girl crying on his chest, regretting that he had made her worry. It was only the aftermath of battle. Wiping her tears, Winry recounted the dream she had, describing how Devi had saved her from the scarlet fog that enveloped the world. Smiling, the boy patted his sister's head. When his gaze shifted to the dish rack, Winry asked if the scarlet mist had truly vanished because of him. She also mentioned a strange mark she found on his body, leaving Devi astonished. Winry assumed the burn on his back was a stigmata. As he noticed the bandages, he recalled the burning sensation after unleashing holy power and realized it matched the feeling of burning out a stigmata. Devi panicked. This had never happened in the gallery, and he wondered if the scale of the mark had something to do with it. Winry explained that a high-level cleric had treated him, which was why the principality was now in such an anxious state. Not only had the scarlet mist been cleared, but Devi had also been found surrounded by sacred energy with a stigmata. Devi smiled nervously, realizing the situation was a mess. A stigmata was a mark that signified God's love, shown first to those he chose. Winry speculated that Devi himself might hold the clue, He, however, didn't know what to do. He hadn't decided whether to conceal his strength or reveal it. As the night glittered outside, Davy pondered what to do next. He concluded his explanation to his sister, claiming he remembered nothing after losing consciousness. Winry nodded, saying she had suspected as much. She asked if anything else was troubling him. Davy smirked slyly, remarking that everything felt too perfect. After defeating Blood Foals with the help of the Holy God Zone, a rank N spell, Davy had stimulated and developed his sacred power. He noticed that his mana reserves had increased significantly, including his spiritual mana. With this newfound level, he believed he could easily wield the Aura Sword, a master-level weapon. Still sitting up in bed, Davy noted with satisfaction that his sacred power had grown the most, marveling at the stigmata's strength. Beyond the flower-shaped stained glass window, stars glittered faintly. Winry began telling her brother about the chaos that had unfolded while he was unconscious. When she mentioned the maid, a vague memory of Amy panicking surfaced in Davy's mind. Winry then spoke, with thinly veiled annoyance, of Alina's visit where she had tried to heal him with a magic circle. Davy praised his sister for taking care of him, telling her to get some rest. As she left, Winry turned around with a smile and told him not to worry about berries since he was safely hospitalized and the competition was suspended. Davy waved cheerfully at his sister as she wished him a good night's rest. Curious, Davy looked around the room as Winry departed. He opened a blue screen filled with information about his sister and wondered where it had come from, noting that it no longer resembled a game. Stroking his chin, he questioned whether it was the result of his prayer or the immortal body magic now applied to mortals. Just as he realized how complicated it all was, a voice suddenly called out, suggesting that this was only an introduction. Someone then remarked that Davy seemed to enjoy the ability to see through others. Suddenly, the blanket on the bed lifted into the air. Davy searched the room, but no one was there. Completely at a loss, he sat on the bed, demanding to know who had spoken. Purple energy filled the room, and then the voice came again. Beneath him, on the bed, appeared a small figure of a demoness with horns and elf-like ears, surrounded by butterflies in a blue light. The scene shifted to an ensemble of Doric columns bathed in brilliance. A brush painted green on a canvas as Davy stood behind his mentor, studying the portrait of a stranger. Judging by the horns and scarlet eyes, he guessed she was a demon. His mentor chuckled at the comparison of horns to handles. Davy concluded that the demoness was deeply embedded in his mentor's memory, given the portrait's detail. The sword god explained with a smile that despite her beauty, the girl was infamous for her madness. When Davy looked at him questioningly, the mentor revealed her name, Purser. He recalled adopting her when she was still human and teaching her the way of the sword. Later, to prevent a catastrophic war, he personally defeated and sealed the demon queen of the abyss, Purser von Palin, inside a sword. Back in the present, Davy recognized the tiny girl as the demon from the portrait. Shocked by the meeting, he listened as the demoness, pleasantly surprised by his knowledge of true masters, declared she was never wrong. Her purple hair fluttered as her small figure stood on his knee. Davy was startled by her miniature size, and when she was bound by energy threads, she jokingly remarked that he seemed like the type of man who tied more than just hands. With displeasure, she added that she hated being restrained. Davy folded his arms and remarked that they weren't in the mood for jokes. The demoness smiled and reminded him that this was not their first meeting, and they hadn't even quarreled yet. Davy demanded an explanation. Purser revealed that the stigmata on his back served as a vessel for her soul, explaining the anomaly and the large size of the red mark. Suspicious, Davy thought she might be trying to trick him. Blushing, Purser used her beauty to persuade him, asking to be untied and reminding him how much she disliked being restrained. Embarrassed by her suggestive posture and her eyes as red as roses, Davy shielded his gaze from her words. Reluctantly, he untied the handkerchief, clearly displeased at how she had ruined the mood. When he asked how she had ended up sealed in the divine sword, she responded with more playful flirting. Finally, she formally introduced herself, bowing slightly with one hand holding her dress. Watching her shrewd gaze, Devi concluded that if you stare too long into the abyss also looks into you. This was the instigator of the long-ago Great War between the demons and Everlost. The war that ended with Hars defeating the Demon Queen with a sword calderas according to folk tales. But the real details are withheld. For example, the Demon Queen's soul was sealed within that very sword. Looking at the horned beast, Devi couldn't believe this was the demoness of legend. She felt very different from other demon kings. When Purser realized the boy knew about the seal, but believed her mind was asleep, the girl noted that it wasn't in the nature of Siras to bind the soul of a close friend. Candles burned in the room as the demoness explained that if they had known this would happen, they would have at least said goodbye to the sword. Purser decided to explain everything concretely to Devi, who was still confused. According to the will of God, it was passed down from Siras to him. Devi grudgingly asked if there was a more appropriate reason, to which the girl replied that she herself didn't like the current situation, noting that it was all because of his sacred magic. Purser told him he was now responsible for her, which made him sulk indignantly. The demon, smiling playfully, noted that she was personally interested in Devi as the second guardian of the sword god's legacy. Devi asked if this was about the art of Hars. Purser noticed that he spoke as if he actually knew the man, and Devi confirmed it. He recalled what Hars had said about the Demon Queen of the Abyss whenever he could. The girl was pleased to learn this, and Purser truly enjoyed Devi's story about the Gallery of Heroes. Devi added that there was no point in hiding something once it was already seen through. Raising her index finger, the demon clarified that she couldn't truly see through opponents, but could borrow high-ranking wills. In the human world, this would be called a status scale, though the information was often warped or crumpled in the process. When Devi asked what a high-ranking will was, the tiny figure with an intelligent look explained that people call it God. Devi, grinning slightly, noted that it was a high-ranked tool with rather ridiculous state descriptions. Looking up at the brightest star in the night sky, Devi wondered what else to expect from a god who gave power to someone like him without a drop of regret. Purser suggested this should be seen as a move and a change of scenery. She said she would be happy to see the world, but Devi asked what benefit he would get. Pointing at him, Cirque told him he had already gained her abilities as a vessel. She then explained the situation by comparing his new powers to skills in games from his past life. Devi stayed cautious, keeping a wary eye on her after realizing she had even discovered his past life. As she spread her wings, Purser asked if this didn't seem like a mutually beneficial symbiosis. She extended her hand, already eager for their future together. Looking at the Demon Queen's tiny palm, Devi realized its power was undeniably alluring. He had no choice. Devi agreed to make peace with Shorty. When she held his finger with a smile, an expression of absolute happiness lit her face. A few days later, the Phi Principality heated up from an unexpected attack, and Devi's stigmata became the center of attention. Night fell on the city, yet crowds still gathered around the inn where he lived. Looking out the window, Purser remarked that Devi's popularity was exhausting. Devi wasn't going to explain anything to them, adding that most were simply religious fanatics who wanted to see the stigmata. The demon turned, noting that the mark was a symbol of God's love. Devi cut her off, asking her not to speak of it again. He recalled that in the last 400 years, there had been only 3 candidates for the title of saint. Stigmata were rare beyond measure. Resolving the matter, Devi went to Winry and Varys, who were warming themselves by the fireplace, and told them to pack their things. The twins, puzzled, asked why. Devi reminded them that he disliked too much attention. A green-haired girl, displeased, asked why people bothered them so much. With a broad smile, Devi concluded that his presence, marked with the stigmata, made the very earth sacred. Darkness covered the city, with bright stars shining in the sky. Devi stood holding a suitcase, ready to board the carriage, a satisfied grin on his face. The little clerk asked if he truly wanted to return to his home kingdom, warning that the fanatics would definitely follow him. Davy, still smiling, placed a bed on the ogres. When Alina heard the news of Davy's escape, she was perplexed. She put down her cup of tea and thumped the table in displeasure, furious at the main character's defiance. She insisted he would not deceive her and recalled the events of the battle as Davy's abilities replayed in her mind. With surprise and anger, she rose quickly, the heels of her blue shoes clicking against the floor. Elena slammed her foot onto the table, waving her fist angrily and threatening to smash everything while the maid tried to stop her. The loyal servant, who had been by her side for many years, looked at the distraught princess. Though Alina was known for aloof nobility, in truth she was noisy, frivolous, and rude. Yelling, she demanded the knights be sent after Davy's carriage. That night, 2 pink and blue neon crescents lit up the dark sky. Inside the carriage, Winry and Bears slept peacefully, leaning against each other under a burgundy-plaid blanket. From the opposite seat, Davy rested his head on his hand, smiling warmly. Watching them, he remarked that sometimes the two of them seemed to have a great relationship. Suddenly, a voice asked Davy if he felt sorry for calderas. It was Purser, perched on his shoulder, musing that Davy was the only one capable of restoring Caldera's body to its true form. At that moment, the demoness added that Davy was also the only one fit to master this sword. The young man could not deny that the weapon itself seemed to want to be wielded by him. However, he admitted he couldn't use such powerful sacred magic until he fully regained his strength. Perker jumped onto Davy's knee, declaring that he could indeed claim calderas. Davy admitted he would like that very much, but said he couldn't imagine taking it from a child. He concluded that he was incompatible with such a sword. The girl, puzzled, asked what he meant. Davy explained that he simply wasn't the type to wield a greatsword. Both turned their eyes to the carriage window, gazing at the celestial bodies outside. Davy remarked that while not all the swords had yet fallen into his possession, some already belonged to him. The demoness placed her hands on her hips, suspecting he was scheming something, but Davy only asked ironically if she already knew all about it. In response, she stretched out her index finger with a smile, refuting his assumption. She told him that no matter how deeply she looked into his soul, there remained a corner she could never reach. This revelation surprised him. Perker quickly shifted the subject, asking Davy what he planned to do upon his return. The demoness suggested that his recent stigmata should already inspire caution in his enemies, but if she were him, she would wipe them out entirely. Davy replied that he wasn't ready for such drastic action. Even setting aside Queen Lys, the influence of the noble faction, led by the Duchy of Beretta, was too strong and spreading throughout the kingdom. Eliminating them one by one would take far too long. This was why the queen acted so arrogantly, because the royal family could not simply cut down the nobility without cause or reason. Still, Davy admitted he had an idea. In the palace, with its white and gold walls and sumptuous decorations, a conversation took place. Various bowed his head apologetically, but the king assured his son that the fault lay solely with the Ball's kingdom for committing such treachery against the alliance. The king then addressed Davy, who bowed respectfully, noting the prince's stigmata as a sign of divine favor. Turning to the queen, who tried to hide her anger behind a fan, he asked if such an event was significant. Through gritted teeth, she agreed. Her emerald eyes widened when Davy decided to confirm the truth of her words. He watched with a smile as she stammered out what she had said earlier. The queen muttered something about a son's success being a mother's success, all while mentally insulting her stepson. The king then instructed the Duke of Beretta to petition the alliance and oppose the vote of his state. Afterward, addressing his daughter and 2 sons, the man advised them to rest after a long journey. Davy asked the king to stay a while longer. Of the 3 children in the royal waiting room, only the oldest remained. Father and son sat together, drinking tea from white mugs with green patterns. Davy pointed out that it had been a long time since His Majesty had invited him to talk. This was the first time they had sat together like this since Davy had woken from his coma. When the king asked if this was a reproach, Davy decided not to lie. They sat across from each other in elegant chairs. Davy said he knew the head of state was looking after him through the chamberlain, thanks to his good sense. Looking at his reflection in the drink, the king confirmed that Davy's assumptions were correct. Davy thought that any normal parent would notice changes in their child, so of course his father had seen how much he had changed since waking up. When asked if he had wanted to meet all this time, Davy admitted he had only to ask one question. The young man recalled a painful memory, on his knees, begging the king to save his sick mother. Tears streamed down little Davy's cheeks as he insisted her condition was more like poison, but his father ordered his subordinates to drag him away. Davy dug his fingernails into the floor, purple blood staining his hands as he resisted. Even when carried out in someone's arms, he did not stop trying to reach his father. 4 years passed. The king hid behind excuses about his mother's chronic illness to avoid the conversation. Even when the young prince learned the truth about the former queen's death at the age of 9, his fingernails left deep marks on the floor. Davy asked what it was like to throw away the woman he had once loved so dearly. The king clutched his robes as the prince raged, accusing him of abandoning her for the nation and even remarrying an enemy. The king told Davy not to blame his new wife for every sin, claiming it was all payback for the burden he carried. Davy replied that he didn't care for politics. Even after living for thousands of years, one thing still haunted him: whether the head of the kingdom had truly felt nothing when his consort called for him on her deathbed, poisoned and dying. No matter how much time passed, the memory remained a scar. Davy's mother had passed away with tears in her eyes, smiling as she asked for forgiveness. While the young man wondered about his father's true feelings, the king suddenly offered him the throne. He explained that he had failed as both a ruler and a father because he lacked knowledge and strength. Royalty didn't open doors, it forced impossible choices. He told his son to endure, gain strength, and ensure no one could stand in his way. Davy had expected this response. His father hadn't forgotten his late wife entirely, but that only reminded Davy how unreliable he was. Furious, Davy declared that children usually followed in their parents' footsteps, but he would never be a king who abandoned family for the sake of the nation. Instead, he would choose a different path. His anger surged. He slammed his hand on the table, sending the cup flying. Turning to leave, Davy told his father to polish the crown and give it to someone else. With his head bowed, the king sat in silence as Davy shouted that he would never accept the throne, no matter what. He stormed out into the corridor. When the clerk on his shoulder called him impulsive, Davy replied that it was necessary. The prince saw in his father what the demon saw, but it changed nothing for him. Neither of them had seen everything, but the young man needed nothing from the king anyway. When Davy returned to the castle, he told Amy not to let anyone in as he was about to go to bed. But once Amy left, the young man prepared to depart. Standing on the balcony, his robes fluttering in the wind, the prince was ready to discover just how deep the rabbit hole went. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Black Moon Guild Manor over SH's disappearance. Two men discussed how she and her mercenary group had vanished without a trace. The guild leader, a brown-haired man with a thin scar over one eye, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Shai and her subordinates had failed their assassination attempt on Winry Bar and Davy. A man in a blue hat and matching raincoat sat at a distance, sneering that even a class secret agent from the main headquarters was useless. When told to stay quiet, he dismissed it, openly doubting if the mysterious woman about whom no one could discover anything was even from the general staff. Shai had failed to kill the boys and the girl, causing a stir. The Black Moon Guild decided it was time to show their true strength. Before leaving, the man in the hat promised he would bring back the heads of the youngsters and Shais as well. Confident in his mercenary pride, he crushed the nuts he had been holding and let them fall to the floor. When a subordinate asked if the arrogant mercenary should be stopped, the guild master did nothing. Shai was technically ranked a class, but in reality, she was one of the highest masters, far superior to most. Even seasoned agents instinctively sensed her danger. The guild leader began to panic, realizing things were unraveling. Losing a mercenary of Shai's level was disastrous, so he resolved to focus on survival and retreat quickly. But something was wrong. No one responded to his calls. His jaw tightened, his brow furrowed, and he cursed under his breath. Anxiety consumed him. Rising from his chair, he froze when he heard someone call his name, ordering him to stay put. A black-gloved hand suddenly pinned him by the neck to the table, forcing a cough from him. The intruder demanded to know if the head of Black Moon was a vampire. Struggling, Oho cursed his guards for allowing the intruder inside, but his cries for help were met with silence. On the floor lay Lord Oris, his hat resting on his chest. Realizing no help would come, Oho tried to guess who had sent the stranger. The Ruo Guild? The K Guild? Impossible, they wouldn't dare strike at Black Moon. Only the main headquarters came to mind. The shadowed figure asked if Oho wanted to live. Without waiting for an answer, he advised him to provide the information necessary if he valued his life. Oho stammered, insisting that if the intruder were a client, the matter could be resolved through procedure. But the man cut him off. Such information would never be sold to him. Desperate, Oho offered the intruder anything. The stranger smiled and released his grip. As Oho massaged his aching hands, the intruder demanded a list of names and surnames of the aristocrats serving the Duke of Beretta along with the full record of their crimes. Oho was horrified. Then, 2 fingers pressed against his temple. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he froze, wide-eyed and trembling. The person behind Oho, with a chilling threat, demanded clarity from the guild leader. The intruder added that he possessed a talent for detecting lies, warning the guild leader not to even think of bluffing. Oho then realized he was standing in the same room as the master assassin. The guild leader remained silent, and the mysterious invader pressed him for a decision. A pile of scrolls lay before them. Davy sat on the roof, examining one of the scrolls. He quickly noticed the false information and deliberate omissions. Perker asked if that was why it was called a rabbit hole, since Davy might have information from other guilds comparing aristocrats to rabbits hiding in different holes. Perker smiled as she listened to the prince's plans to dismantle the aristocracy. Davy explained that he had no reason to kill everyone, as there must be some nobility worth preserving. No matter how powerful the aristocracy, it must always face opposition. Davy recalled a knight who had dedicated his life to serving his mother, the Marquess of Fetries. Now, Davy stood in his office, shouting for the butler. Davy thought that the Beretta Duchy would soon bring down the nobles with its own hands. Perker joked about hosting a night guest with the prince, but the demon suddenly grew curious. Looking at him with a smile, she asked what he truly desired. When Davy teased her for asking what she already knew, she insisted on hearing his answer directly. He confessed that he wanted to start a family, live a long and peaceful life, free from worry, and remain healthy. To Perker, it seemed he was already living such a life. But when Davy asked if she genuinely believed that, the demon, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, admitted that he was not. Davy revealed his intention to leave the palace. Perker suggested he build the most advanced city on the continent, but Davy dismissed the idea when she framed it as revenge. He stated firmly that he did not want to end his life consumed by vengeance. She then suggested he claim the royal throne. Davy rejected the notion, dissatisfied with the reality that kings cannot enjoy comfort or leisure. As they discussed the kingdom, Davy concluded that entertainment should belong to the landowners, and he would always find loopholes. Leon broke into a grin and promised to create a place worth returning to. Back in the royal castle, Davy was being praised for his stigmata. A woman held a red and green fan adorned with a golden branch in her slender fingers, Queen Lion's offering to reward her stepson's service. The king, however, reflected that his son had already been granted land. Whispers spread about the queen's suspiciously generous kindness toward the first prince. Hiding behind her fan, she turned away, clearly displeased. She thought that if Davy returned, she could declare him insane and lock him away, but because of his stigmata, that option was closed. Folding her fan in frustration, she abandoned the thought. The queen grew desperate as she remembered the 7 secret guilds that had been attacked the previous night. Oho spoke to her in raised tones, revealing that a high-level assassin had descended upon him. He claimed no secret agent in the country could handle such a man. Lion's anger flared as she silently cursed the head of Black Moon, gripping her closed fan tightly. She considered the possibility of mutiny if this assassin uncovered vital information. Then, she thought of Fies, suspecting that he could be behind it, even though she had no concrete proof. Her instincts, however, had never failed her. She became convinced that the prince's protector and the mastermind behind this chaos were the same person. Determined, the queen decided to eliminate unnecessary eyes. Her expression hardened. If she could not arrange Davy's murder or imprisonment, she would find a way to destroy him legally. The king still pondered her suggestion, while she silently cursed his slow deliberation. With a nasty smile, she reminded herself that at least she had planted the idea. To her surprise, the king finally agreed. He reasoned that a prince who was not the heir to the throne and who had now come of age should not linger in the palace. The queen was stunned by his decision. The king summoned the opera chamberlain, while the queen looked completely lost when the man demanded that the prince be called. Lines flew into a silent rage. Davy appeared in a sophisticated black suit, adorned with gold patterns on the collar, shoulders, and sleeve cuffs. Standing before the king and queen on the throne, the prince reflected on the fact that his father now recognized him as a kind of walking bomb, deciding it was impossible to keep him in the palace. Looking down on his son, the king ordered Davy to develop the granted land, telling him to make both himself and the royal family proud. With a slight bow of his head, Davy promised to carry out the will of the head of state. When Perker whispered in his ear that the king was simply afraid and had sent him away for that reason, Davy thought there was no need to remind him again. In any case, the king hadn't noticed, and the prince already planned to leave without waiting for his orders. Looking at the coat of arms of the kingdom, Davy realized that both he and the royal couple knew he no longer belonged there. There was no point in staying. Yet they were already on the hook when Davy informed his father he would leave as soon as he was ready. Purser warned that countless lives might be extinguished because of what the young man had planned, but Davy resolved to depart for the sake of preserving the kingdom. Before the next succession to the throne, however, he intended to initiate reforms. He didn't want Boris to inherit such corruption, and it would be best if he could crush the enemy beforehand. Davy exited the royal reception hall when a familiar voice called out. Winry and Boris clung to their brother, desperate to learn more about his departure. Boris prepared to petition His Majesty directly, but Davy told him he wanted to leave the palace of his own accord, and besides, he bore the stigmata. The older brother tried to calm him, but Boris still looked confused. Winry gently took Davy's hand, asking him to let her and Boris know right away if he ever faced trouble. They promised to do everything they could to help. Davy smiled, explaining that although Haines' land was considered desolate, it was still inhabited by people. Patting his sister on the head, he promised to arrange everything properly and eventually invite both of them into his palace. Davy then called Amy over, ordering her to visit the treasury, find the land stewards, and bring all documents related to Haines' land. Holding the prince's jacket, Amy asked which documents to request first. With a wink, Davy replied that he wanted everything, and that the people there would be glad to know he had sent her. As Davy fell into thought, Perk reading his mind reminded him of the saying, "Know the enemy, and victory will be inevitable." Amused, Davy asked if such an expression existed here. The demoness answered that she had something similar in her past life. Gigging, she admitted she liked it, finding his humility exciting. Despite all his power, Davy had never crossed into arrogance. With a smirk, Davy asked if this was some kind of vicarious satisfaction. She admitted it was, given her more passive life compared to his. Perched on his head with her wings spread, the Demon Queen rejoiced in becoming an example of vicarious satisfaction, ready to call herself Davy's fan. A warm smile spread across her lips, while Davy, slightly embarrassed, took her words as an honor. Soon, Amy returned with the documents. Surprised by how little information they contained, Davy listened as the maid explained that this was all that remained regarding Haynes' land. He accepted it as the starting point for his work. Picking up the papers, he stared in silence. The demoness leaned over with interest, reading about the so-called cursed land. With a touch of irony, she noted how lucky he was. Davy laughed, appreciating the taunt. Beneath the surface, he knew there were countless hidden opportunities. Amy raised a finger, asking if Purser was his only companion. With his hands on his hips, Davy looked out over the vast expanse of the city, ready for what lay ahead. Davy said there was nothing he could do about it. The main character stated that there were no knights or aristocrats he liked. Von Pellon leaned on Davy's shoulder, watching the man standing in front of them. The man got down on one knee and introduced himself as Fies. He explained that he welcomed the kingdom's lesser son. Turning to him, the main character asked him to get up. After observing the meticulous preparations, the Marquis reported that word had reached him that Davy was leaving. The main character thought that since he wasn't the crown prince, he should leave the palace instead. Fies noted that Davy could still become crown prince, who knows. The main character replied with a grin. Watching Davy, the Marquis's face remained frozen. Fies smiled and said that the main character had grown a lot. Strong gusts of wind rustled the leaves of a nearby tree, and the Marquis was certain the previous queen would have been proud of Davy. Standing next to Fies, the main character thought he was just an irreverent son to his mother. Based on Davy's words, the Marquis pointed out that an old man who couldn't protect Her Majesty should be the best person in Zala. Hearing this, the main character was confused. While watching Fies, Davy realized this truth only after sneaking into his house. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noted that the Marquis had been quietly collecting evidence of the one behind his mother's murder, unlike those who simply gave up after her death. Standing across from Davy, Fies asked him to contact him if he ever had problems. Grinning, the protagonist noted that there would be chaos if the neutral Marquis suddenly decided to help him. Taken aback, Fies said that if he didn't, his oath would be meaningless. As he set off, Davy announced that he would make the land habitable, saying it wasn't difficult. After that, the main character asked the Marquis to do what he had to do. Cautious, the Marquis told Davy to thoroughly rouse the aristocrats who were eating away at the country. He declared that after that, he would drive the last nail into the coffin lid. Davy smiled, saying they still had much to do. Powerful streams of mana emanated from the mysterious structure. After completing their preparations, the main character's crew set off. Outside Monete, Davy was waiting for a day's journey from the neighboring lands. In his thoughts, he noted that the Hinds weren't far from the capital, which meant they wouldn't have time to get bored. They would soon reach their destination. During the ride, Purser fell asleep, and the main character thought that this beauty could certainly be called sleeping. Davy reflected that Von Pellon had been with him for quite some time. Continuing, the main character noted that one of her traits he had learned during this time was drowsiness. Indignant, Von Pellon told Davy not to move. The main character suggested that apart from maintaining a small form, the strength of the immortal body's clerk was still too weak. Grinning, Davy asked what he would get in return. Von Pellon stated he would be honored if his thighs were firm and comfortable enough to sleep on. Perker enjoyed being around Davy, after which he covered her with a small blanket. A nearby coachman informed the protagonist that they would be arriving soon. Davy's caravan reached the vast desert expanse, the land of Hinds. The land was shrouded in sand. In his thoughts, the protagonist realized this was just a wasteland, with no mines or rivers nearby. Davy noticed monster habitats close to their path. The story revealed a map of the state's terrain. The main character believed the only advantage was the wide area located at the fork leading to the sacred land. Davy thought that if the road continued successfully, they might establish an important trade route. The main character noted this would be possible if Hines were ordinary lands. Looking out the carriage window, the protagonist called it a cursed land, a barren wasteland plagued by eternal drought. Davy reflected that Hines' land was not valued highly. The protagonist reflected that the land, once completely normal 10 years ago, had dried up entirely over the last 5 years. Leaning his hand against the window, Davy thought that the root cause remained unknown. The ground was cracked, dried from the lack of water. A screen appeared before him, notifying him about the new lands. Grinning, Davy posed a question that concerned the local god. From beneath the covers, Purser asked if it was a curse. Leaning on her arm, Von Palin explained that regional curses are a pervasive type, starting with a single intermediary and then spreading without limit. Looking out the window, Davy admitted he hadn't expected to find any remnants of black magic here. Purser suggested that perhaps one of the inhabitants of these lands had once touched a middleman. Raising his hand to create a magic technique, Davy thought that the Hines lands had suffered greatly because of such ignorant nonsense. He then applied a third-level purification, releasing a powerful stream of mana from his hand. Davy noted that this would not be easy. Perched on his shoulder, Purser reflected that dispelling a curse of such long duration would be difficult. Watching Davy as he lay there, Von Palin asked if most of the land was in this state. The protagonist believed that there was little current understanding of black magic and similar forms across the continent. Looking up at the ceiling, Davy concluded that since the disappearance of black magicians, much knowledge of curses had been lost. He noted that, despite this, the world itself had not changed much. Deep in thought, Davy continued lying in the cart until the coach announced they were entering Hines' territory. The caravan arrived at the city gate, where a knight asked for the coachman's identification. The outer walls of Hines were in a terrible state, fractured and crumbling. The guards on duty watched carefully. Observing this, Davy noticed the disarray of the city. Only the subordinates stepped forward to provide documents. Davy reflected that, despite the decay, he should be glad guards remained at all. The city's outer walls were lined with wooden traps, making it a good place for monsters to lurk. He reasoned that without the guards, the land would have been lost. As Davy stepped out of the carriage, he overheard a knight instructing one of his escorts to wait while he reported to the captain. The escort, irritated, cut him off, asking if he planned to keep Davy waiting. Davy told him to stop, explaining that he had not yet officially received authority as the land's owner. Heading into the city, he reminded the escort not to be rude, as they were now one family. Davy smiled and turned aside. Suddenly, an excited man greeted him, dropping to his knees and saying they were late for their meeting. The man's hands were wrapped in heavy bandages from severe injuries. Seeing this, Davy was stunned. Looking around in disbelief, he asked when news of their arrival had been received. Trembling, the man answered that word had come 2 days ago. His fingers shook violently as he raised his head and asked if he should be executed. Davy assumed he had been attacked by a monster. Hearing this, the man collapsed further and admitted it was true. Davy stated that they would need to set aside the curse issue for now and focus on the goblins first. On his knees, Manhwa explained that in the absence of the land's true owner, he had been assigned the duties of captain of the vigilantes. He apologized, adding that he was also responsible for managing the land. Watching the frightened captain, Davy noted the depth of his fears and worries. Davy said that land management requires reading. Excitedly, Manhwa revealed that he had learned a little about it during the observation. Continuing to think, the main character noted the abilities of the captain of the vigilantes. Pointing his head downwards, Manhwa said that Davy had finally arrived. The main character asked him to continue doing the same. Looking around, Davy noticed that they had done a good job. The main character announced that from today, the squad of vigilantes was officially promoted to the Royal Guard. Davy then informed them that Sir Berman, the guard commander, would help with their training. Shocked, the main character counted on their organization. Manhwa tried to explain his background, but Davy put a hand on the vigilante captain's shoulder and stated that Nam's abilities were enough for him. The main character noted that if they improved their skills, he would give them positions since he had the authority to do so. The vigilantes were filled with surprise. Davy smiled and said that was his principle. Holding up a piece of paper, the protagonist stated that he had seen footprints along the way. Sitting at his desk, Davy asked if the goblins had invaded the fortress. The captain of the vigilantes was amazed that, despite being prone to erosion, this was still the citadel's defense line. He couldn't understand how the monsters broke through. After that, Manhwa explained that the squad members were tired and badly injured due to the prolonged attacks. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked about the damage assessment. Captain Dranoff reported that a dozen residential buildings were set on fire, most of the residents were abducted, and the palace walls were covered in cracks and chips. Davy considered the situation critical. At the entrance of the house stood a broken cart. Curious about the inside, the main character listened as Captain Dranoff explained that their food supply would last until winter. Taken aback, Manhwa noted that this year had been terrible. Resting his hand on the table, Davy wondered what to do with the possessions he had brought back from the palace. After reading a document, Purser said that even excluding the cost of repairs to the castle and fortress walls, the supply would not last more than 2 years. While in thought, the main character was fascinated by Von Pollen and wanted her as his secretary. Perker smirked as he watched Davy's reaction. Leaning against the protagonist's leg, Von Pollen declined the offer, thinking it would force her to sleep less. Dropping a small bag of cash, Davy said there was nothing he could do about the situation. The coins shimmered in the sunlight. Surprised, Manhwa saw that it contained 100 gold coins. Davy asked him to buy all the necessary goods and food on his behalf. The main character then stated that Sir Fall and C. Holton would protect Captain Monty, believing it would be enough for now. Stunned, Amy couldn't believe the amount of money Davy had given them. Smiling, the protagonist told her not to worry since it was well deserved. In his thoughts, Davy noted that, like a true Robin Hood, he had justly taken this money from the secret guilds. Half asleep, Purser remarked that theft was not fair. Approaching Davy's surprised subordinate, a man informed her that his loyal servant would accompany them. The plot then introduced the chief chamberlain of the palace of the first prince, Bernal. With a serious expression, he wanted everything prepared within 3 days. The main character expressed his gratitude and slammed his hand on the table, immediately getting down to business. Watching his stunned subordinates, Davy asked for the minimum number of people required to protect the land, instructing them to gather all vigilantes and free knights. He believed the faster they saved people, the better. A crowd of onlookers turned their attention to Davy as he stood behind the counter, smiling. The main character expressed his gratitude for their presence and announced that he had been appointed lord of these lands. The surprised townspeople listened intently. The main character assumed they already knew that, during last night's goblin attack, many inhabitants had been abducted. Davy noted that, despite the presence of daredevils willing to go after them, there were also those who were afraid and wanted to hide. Carefully observing the townspeople lost in their thoughts, the main character realized that among them were no specialists worthy of Mono. Davy said that no matter the circumstances, they couldn't allow these green recruits to keep coming here. The main character declared that he would not let any invaders who sent weapons to his land leave alive. Raising his hand, an indignant man noted that fighting the goblins with their remaining numbers would be suicide. Someone in the crowd echoed his opinion. Turning around, Davy asked if he was suggesting they should simply let the monsters invade further. The main character admitted that he understood the townspeople's fear, as this was the last squad of vigilantes in their land. Turning to the villagers again, Davy stated that if their attack failed, the monsters would return for revenge. Still, he reassured them that they had a chance and told the residents not to worry, he would fight alongside them. Excitement spread across their faces. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that their expressions hinted at hesitation. Faint whispers rose in the crowd. Davy realized they believed the inexperienced prince, who often lost his temper, was being arrogant. Leaning on the counter, he reminded himself that he was not a prince, but the lord of Hain's land. He declared that regardless of whether they liked him or not, the inhabitants of his territory were his family. With resolve, Davy proclaimed that he would never let them die. Among the gathered citizens, heated discussions broke out. The main character believed that if they couldn't trust him, they should at least trust God's mark, his stigmata. Davy added that even if they saw him as a bloodthirsty master, they could still follow him. The townspeople's excitement grew. He told them that his own life mattered, but so did theirs, the people who protected him. Grinning, Davy said that was why he was never alone, and ordered them not to act without his permission. A tense silence filled the air as torrents of evening wind swept across the vast forest. The story then moved to a demonic forest, where Persekiel commented that Davy's speech had been impressive. The group of warriors continued swiftly on their way. Watching the soldiers, Von Pollen asked what the main character intended to do with this untrained rabble. Davy knew his men were exhausted and inexperienced. Considering the danger and the growing number of goblins, he thought the mission bordered on suicide. Grinning, he reported that they faced 150 goblins, which showed their disadvantage in combat ability. Davy was certain that a direct attack was impossible. Pointing her finger upward, Persekiel remarked that he was being too careless. Von Pollen warned that the number of enemies could change at any moment, but Davy, on their way through the forest, assured him that 150 would be enough. Carrying Von Pollen on his shoulder, the main character declared he could handle the rest alone. Overjoyed, Persekiel said she liked his confidence. Pointing to the side, the captain of the vigilantes announced that they had arrived. Before them stood a large goblin settlement, its inhabitants busily engaged in various activities. Mono reported that most of the monsters were gathered beyond the ridge ahead. Surprised, Davy wondered if this had once been an abandoned village. Von Pollen speculated that orcs and goblins might be at war. Approaching, Captain Dranov mentioned that the nearby village had no manager. Mono added that, according to reports, goblins had recently been gathering here. The soldiers fell silent, recalling how monsters had killed their comrades. Davy placed a hand on one soldier's shoulder and said it was a tragedy. Then, turning to him, he asked if he wanted to kill the monsters. Standing on a nearby hill, Davy asked if they all sought vengeance for their fallen allies. The soldiers, encouraged, shouted in agreement. Watching them, the main character marveled at how fiercely they burned with anger for people who weren't even their kin. Drawing his bow, Davy declared that he had chosen the perfect battlefield for himself. After the main character fired a shot with lightning speed, the projectile flew toward one of the goblins. At that moment, Davy used the sharp arrow technique. The monster froze in place as fear covered the goblins' faces. The stunned creatures tried to extinguish the main character's flaming arrow. Watching Davy's devastating attack, the captain of the vigilantes noted that they should not attack head-on. Grinning, the protagonist reminded his soldiers that he would not allow anyone to die. Hearing this, his army fell into a stupor. The terrified goblins continued their desperate attempts to put out the flames. Raising his hand to his head, the protagonist rejoiced at the direct hit of his arrow. In his thoughts, Davy recalled that one womanizing courtier had completely mastered the Apollo technique. The main character added that, in other words, his shot, though it might have seemed spontaneous, was anything but. As Davy continued to reflect, he noted that using guerrilla tactics and prepared traps was usually considered the right approach. His army, completely desperate, appeared confused. Davy thought to himself that he wouldn't need to put in much effort. Remembering the saying, "If you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the forest," the main character directed his gaze into the distance. A powerful flow of mana formed beneath Davy's feet, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded. The main character then declared that, from this day onward, he would be their lord and kin. Raising his hand, he gave his first order, after which the soldiers' bodies became enveloped in magical enhancements. Turning her gaze toward Davy, Perker asked if he intended to use everything. Davy replied that once he started, he would fully embrace the role of a genius saint. In his thoughts, Davy was certain that his army had no idea what kind of magic this was. As streams of aura surrounded them, the soldiers were struck with awe. A powerful light shrouded their faces. The protagonist thought that, just like this, he would lend them his power. The stunned soldiers looked up as a mysterious magical creature appeared in the sky. At that moment, the main character activated a powerful spell, the sixth circle buff magic known as Saint Gloria. Davy grinned, noting that buffs of this level were rare. An image of a clergyman raising his hand above his head appeared in his mind. He believed that even the saints of the sacred land of Bales couldn't perform such magic, as only the head of the saints could control the seventh circle. Turning his gaze toward the troops, Davy announced that he was allowing them to release their pent-up rage. Grinning, he admitted that he had long wanted to do this. Perker, confused, asked what he meant. A malicious grin spread across Davy's face as he raised his hand, declaring that his army had become stronger. He then ordered them to attack. Von Pollen stood frozen in disbelief. In his thoughts, Davy reflected on how the vigilante squad had long awaited their chance for revenge against the goblins. Weapons rained down upon the dumbfounded monsters, and the defeated goblins collapsed to the ground. Grinning, the protagonist remarked that otherwise, they would not have looked so pathetic. Davy's enraged army charged forward. Seeing the terrified monsters, one of the soldiers shouted that they should kill them all. With a single swing of his sword, the young man beheaded a goblin, its head rolling across the ground. Spinning an arrow in his hand, the main character noted that his army was delighted. The young man declared that they could win and urged everyone not to be afraid. In his thoughts, Davy was astonished that the battle had turned into a one-sided slaughter in mere seconds. Running to a wounded soldier, Davy asked if he was all right and immediately applied a healing spell to his arm. The astonished warrior couldn't believe his wound had vanished. Davy explained that sacred power didn't make them invincible. He reminded everyone once again that no one was allowed to die. Placing his hand on his side, Davy said he would personally tend to the wounded once they returned and warned his troops not to disappoint him. Hearing their cheers, he turned his head toward them, a proud smile forming on his face. The captain of the vigilantes ordered his men not to miss the chance and crush the goblins' heads. Watching the battle unfold, the main character remarked that this was what berserk madness truly looked like. As he observed the scene, he thought the goblins appeared more like pathetic victims. On the tip of a soldier's blade, a furious expression could be seen, followed by raised hands of joy as Davy's army declared victory. Sitting on the roof, the protagonist was surprised that the battle had ended so quickly. The joyful soldiers began to pray and praise Davy's name. Purr, standing on the main character's shoulder, said he couldn't control his facial expression. Holding up his hands, Davy announced that they were perfectly fine. Dumbfounded, Von Pollen thought it was impossible. The main character then told his army not to rejoice too early. With a serious expression, Davy ordered his men to find the captive villagers, then set out himself to search for the prisoners. Deep in thought, the protagonist reflected on the carrot and stick method, hoping to cultivate both awe and respect among his men. Surprised, he noticed that all he heard from the soldiers was, "My lord," as he led the army into the city. Davy sensed that something had gone wrong somewhere. Meanwhile, the main character was already thinking about the next day's attack. In the thick forest, angry shouts from soldiers echoed as a bird soared high above the mining city. A sharpened spear leaned against wooden traps. Sitting on the ground, a boy recalled what he knew about the current lord, who was said to be extraordinary. He wondered if it was normal for such a person to go into battle with only 10 people. Excitedly, he mentioned that Davy was barely 16 and had only just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Closing his eyes, the man noted that their first victory had given the main character excessive self-confidence, which could lead to unnecessary deaths. Lost in thought, the boy froze in place. The captain of the vigilantes asked what Jimmy was doing, and after inspecting his weapon, Mono ordered it to be put away. Standing behind Davy, he announced his return. The captain then ordered everyone to move. The soldiers were stunned by what they saw. Jimmy, still processing everything, was amazed that the main character had wiped out the remaining goblins with just 3 knights and 10 vigilantes. When Davy arrived, his army immediately began to praise him. Embarrassed, the protagonist stood speechless. Deep in his thoughts, Davy realized that to an outsider, it might look as though he had hypnotized his men. Citizens stared in awe as the victorious soldiers marched back into town. Turning to his troops, Davy said he had tried to act as rationally as possible. Raising a finger, Purser commented that it seemed as though Davy had drugged them. Davy asked her to be quiet. Watching his army, the main character worried that at this rate, they might turn into a cult. Davy then reminded them that many goblin settlements still remained, and he would continue clearing them out periodically. He added that most soldiers would stay in the city to protect the land. Raising his hand, Davy ordered everyone to disperse. Lost in thought, the protagonist believed everything would return to normal in a few days. Observing the enthusiastic troops, Davy found them just a bit peculiar. Exhaling, the main character reflected for 2 more days as the evening sky darkened with clouds. As word of their deeds spread like wildfire, Davy turned his head and noticed a man walking toward him. The man reported that a saint had arrived. Standing beside Davy, he ordered everyone to make way. Inwardly, the main character realized he had begun to cherish both the vigilantes and the priests. Davy, embarrassed, placed a hand on his head. The main character admitted that for the first time since waking up, he regretted one of his decisions. Overjoyed townspeople watched Davy as the protagonist thought about how he had earned their trust as a lord. Looking out the window, Davy reflected that many might wonder what it meant for someone of his high rank to act this way. The main character then revealed that a great master, the Spear King of the Phadia Empire, who had once taught him the art of the spear, always told him the same lesson, an image of Astria. Holding a trident appeared in his mind. Even if you rule a small territory, don't forget that you rule over people, not cattle. The northern king of the Phadia Empire used to say that. Este believed that a dictatorship would not be able to last long, so Davy needed to ensure that people followed him. Raising the mug to his mouth, Davy reflected that he had not truly learned politics from the king, yet he sometimes agreed with his sayings. Jumping down onto the table, Von Pollen asked if there were any materials on his land, curious about what was happening. Alert, Davy asked what Perker thought about that. Von Pollen placed her hand on her face, lost in thought, and said that the land was covered in complete sadness. Watching the sun shroud the morning city, she believed that if Davy could quickly remove the curse and carefully tend to the land, it would take 5 years before the city could recover to a tolerable state. Perker added that it would take another 20 years to restore it to the level Davy desired. Hearing this, Davy noted that their forecasts were very specific. Deep in thought, he knew that even if the curse were lifted instantly, the dying land would not easily revive. Turning to Von Pollen, he asked if she believed so based on her own strength. Placing her hand on her side, Perker replied that it was not the case. Grinning, she asked if Davy wanted to hear her personal thoughts on the situation. Closing his eyes, Davy said he was looking forward to it. Von Pollen raised a book above her head and explained that there was no navigable riverbed in these lands, so there was no need to rely on outside supplies. Perker believed that crop failures had nearly dried up the food reserves, and industrial livestock production was in clear decline. Imagining the flow of money, Von Pollen noted that the gold received from secret guilds was only a temporary solution. The most serious issue, she said, was capital. Resting his hand on his chin, Davy noted that there was hardly any profit from these lands. Turning to Perker, he asked how long she had possessed her power. Placing her hands behind her back, Von Pollen admitted that her maximum ability was to lift light objects into the air. Davy thought that if money was the problem, he had a few potential solutions. Delighted, Von Pollen asked him to share them. When Davy saw the upturned handkerchief in front of him, memories of a crowd of soldiers filled his mind. Contrary to his expectations, there were many young people among them. Davy said the first method was to focus on survival through monster hunting. Hearing this, Von Pollen immediately objected, calling it the worst decision. Imagining unusual fruits in his mind, Davy continued that the second method was to produce special goods, though he admitted it would be difficult given the current state of the land. Perker agreed completely. An image of people trading goods appeared in Davy's mind. He said the final option was foreign trade, perhaps trading diamonds for corn. Putting her hand to her head, Von Pollen wondered who would even want to trade with them when they had so few goods. Davy replied that they didn't need to bargain with people, standing near the window as he added that one could never truly know until they tried. He then suggested that Perker personally explore the land. Turning to Von Pollen, Davy said that was where they should start. The land he now owned was dry and buried beneath mountains of sand. Since ancient times, Davy had dreamed of becoming a landowner, and now, with a grin, he realized he had ended up owning nothing but void. Lost in thought, he remembered that this land had once been used for agriculture, but the original owners had abandoned their rights and fled. Flying alongside Davy, Perker thought they were searching for a needle in the desert. Davy was surprised that all this had become the property of a single landowner. Gazing at the towering mountains, he felt certain that the one who had cast the curse was hiding there. In that moment, he wished he could use the sacred power once more, then he wouldn't have to struggle so much. But he knew it was impossible at his current level, as he looked out over the endless wasteland. Davy thought about making up for his missing sacred power. He believed there was no way a repository of sacred power could exist at Caldera's level. The image of the sacred sword taunting him appeared in his mind, and he suddenly had the idea to ask Princess Alina. Imagining her in his thoughts, Davy assumed that she must be extremely confident when it came to Hare's sword art. He thought that if he borrowed Syrah's from the princess, he could pretend to take care of her hands. The clerk sitting on his back advised him to do so. Taken aback, Davy noted that he wouldn't have done it anyway. When he stopped, he realized there was nothing more he could do considering the limits of the wasteland. He then remarked that recently, someone had been acting naughty, begging to be used. Von Pollen couldn't understand who he was talking about, and Davy told her that she was about to see it. Imagining the image of Mona Perk in his head, he mentioned that he had someone annoying, like a small child begging to be pulled out. Placing his hand on the ground, Davy declared that her time had finally come. A powerful magic seal appeared across the confines of the wasteland. At that moment, he activated the repost curse of curse correction. The surprised clerk said it was the first time she had ever seen such magic. Davy explained that it wasn't surprising since the creator of this magic, Loas, was originally from another continent. Placing his hands on his sides, he elaborated on the language of curse circles. Davy talked about cursing magic, which is created through numerous formulas and mana arrangements programmed into code. Imagining a mysterious magic item in his mind, he noted that dark magicians either borrow power from various sources or spend large amounts of time installing curses. Davy explained that this particular magic could decipher the formula of the mana invested in it. Touching her chin, Von Pollen noted that it could be used to learn the terms of the curse. Perker commented that they would be lucky if they found a middleman. Davy smiled and agreed. Then, a magic panel formed in front of him. Surprised, Von Pollen asked what it was. Davy continued to study the panel, saying he would now begin to decipher it. Thinking deeply, he froze in place while Perker folded her hands and waited. Placing his hand on the panel, Davy wondered if it was truly a curse. Von Pollen turned to him and asked if he knew anything about it. The main character hesitated but admitted that he did. As he watched the panel, Davy explained that it resembled an automatic greenhouse rather than a curse. Across the sandy hills, many cacti grew. The scene shifted to Ha's land in the east. Perker was surprised that the outer land's boundaries were so clearly marked. Raising his head, Davy explained that the intermediaries were positioned so that only Ha's lands lay inside. He revealed that there were 7 total locations where the intermediaries discovered by the search were hidden. He further noted that all of them were situated near the borders of their respective territories. Outraged, Von Pollen remarked that Davy had quite a talent for intrigue. Davy then reported that various natural phenomena related to climate, heat, and drought had been observed throughout the region. He explained that all of them were deliberately tied to specific territories. Folding her hands, Perker speculated that the curse was responsible for the lack of rain and the dying land. Davy confirmed this was true. Continuing his journey, Davy revealed that he had only managed to decipher one effect of the curse. As the sun rose bright and blinding over the wasteland, he spoke about maintaining a certain balance. Despite its strangeness, he believed that if this effect persisted long enough in one area, the curse could become truly dangerous. Observing the barren terrain, Davy admitted he didn't know who had cast the curse or for what purpose. Finally, he noted that he had succeeded in ravaging Ha's lands. Lost in thought, he wished to find a way to control and rewrite the entire phenomenon. Davy stopped at Stone Hill and announced that they had arrived. Imagining the image of the raging sea in his mind, he said it would be possible to turn this place into a real tourist paradise. Disgusted, Purser noticed that Davy's thoughts were written all over his face. At that moment, sparks of mysterious mana shrouded the expanse of the area. Raising his head, the protagonist was surprised to see that it was a ruin. As he continued to survey the site, Davy noticed something he hadn't thought possible in this rocky region. Judging by the architecture, he believed it was built before the Great War. In his mind, Davy was sure that the alchemists and historians would be thrilled to hear about this discovery. Von Pollen assumed that dark magicians were not responsible, and Davy agreed, saying they likely didn't even know about this place. Soon after, he noted that an ancient, previously untouched curse had been activated nearby, something he found suspicious. Purser was struck by the eerie quietness of the surroundings. Continuing his inspection, Davy agreed with her, since places like this usually had at least one kind of guardian. When Davy saw the stone monster, he recalled the proverb, "My tongue is my enemy." Upon spotting him, the stone monster let out a deafening roar. Peeking out from under Davy's collar, Von Pollen was convinced it was made of metal. Purser noticed that the creature had a demonic stone embedded as a projectile, which surprised her. Alarmed, Von Pollen urged Davy to be careful, warning that golems could have unusual abilities. Watching the horde of angry monsters, Davy calmly told her not to worry. Concentrating, he mentioned he could smell something. Confused, Purser couldn't understand what he meant. The metal golem then launched a lightning-fast fist strike, which Davy dodged with ease. Grabbing onto the golem's head, he focused mana streams into his hand and struck. As he pulled out the crystal, he fell to the ground, shouting that the scent he was referring to was the smell of money, a harbinger of success. Meanwhile, in Davy's domain, Freeman sighed, covering his mouth as he declared that peacetime was truly beautiful. Beside him, Gordon wondered if it was really normal for their lord to be inspecting the grounds behind the castle. Carrying a bucket, Freeman replied that the lord could handle things on his own and reminded Gordon of the miracle Davy had shown a few days earlier. In his thoughts, he admitted that no one had expected the young lord to perform so well and that this was only natural. Lind grinned as she watched crowds of people go up in flames. The Ron kingdom was now ruled by an aristocracy whose reputation had risen as high as possible. No idle noble ever ventured into this remote land to torment the locals, but it wasn't uncommon for the desperate to come here seeking a livelihood. The walls of Haines were in terrible condition, and the only thing the kingdom had done for these dying lands was reduce taxes. Since this land had been abandoned to its fate, much had changed. The scene shifted to Davy standing with his back turned. The locals referred to him as a green boy and lord. Residents of the city engaged in hushed conversations. The more knowledgeable among them assumed the new lord had been banished after failing in a power struggle. They believed he might take out his anger on the townspeople. "We'd be lying if we said we weren't worried," one man admitted, tilting his head down. Darkness hung over Hans. The people were far more concerned about the continuous goblin attacks than the new lord's arrival. A mob of goblins had recently raided the city, abducting many residents. The soldiers of Hans were in poor health, and even after recovering, the vigilantes couldn't chase after the kidnappers. Just as hope was fading, he arrived with his hands in his pockets. Davy headed toward the city gates, a faint smile on his lips. He was the first prince of the kingdom, and the new lord of Hans a calm youth with a soft smile from whom no one knew what to expect. The captain of the vigilantes bowed before him, anxious about how the new lord would react after hearing the grim situation. Would he be angry? Would he punish them? If so, there were still those among the people willing to risk their lives to oppose him. The frightened soldiers fell into a stupor. The scene reminded everyone of earlier events when Davy had studied the city's documents and defeated the goblin settlement. Prince Davy calmly surveyed the situation after learning about the goblin attack, granting everyone the chance to take revenge. A group of wounded soldiers watched the scene in awe. He had shown them the miracle of salvation. The abducted residents were reunited with their families. Leaning on the counter, the main character broadcasted important news to the people they had all been saved by his words and his power. Startled, Davy raised his hand, muttering that he wasn't a saint. Yet if he truly knew, many would disagree. People gathered at the church, turning their prayers to God, but in just a few days, Davy had become higher than God in their eyes. Such a thing could easily be considered blasphemy, but that did not stop anyone. Streams of mana appeared above the building's roof as he performed a miracle before their eyes. Naturally, there was now more faith in him than in their patron god. Hanging from a special structure, a young man turned to Uncle Freeman, expressing how great it was that they had dealt with the goblins thanks to their lord. Taken aback, he wondered if there was hope for a bright future in these lands. Freeman closed his eyes as he continued renovating the palace. He couldn't give the youth a clear answer. Most of the territory had long withered due to the drought that had persisted for many years. The soil of Hans was cracked from the lack of moisture, even on the outskirts of the citadel, where it only rained occasionally. Holding a huge drop of water in her hand, a woman lifted her finger. Priests, magicians, and alchemists constantly visited, turning everything upside down under the pretext of research, only to leave without achieving anything. People were powerless here. The only plant visible in the middle of the wasteland twisted under the powerful gusts of wind that was their verdict. Even though Davy was their lord, he looked like the very incarnation of God. As Freeman watched the repairs, he said they were powerless in this situation since the sky was angry and refused to rain. Clouds drifted slowly across the evening sky of Hans. Freeman believed that if everything dried up completely, it would mark the true end. A mysterious gemstone shimmered under the sunlight. A magic crystal, a naturally refined and concentrated mass of mana lay before them. On the scale, it greatly outweighed ordinary magic stones, being hundreds of times stronger and more valuable despite its similar size. Davy's hand reached into the earth. Exhausted, he placed a hand on his head. The clerk nearby thought Davy clearly needed to reconsider his definition of hard. Gritting his teeth, Davy asked how long it would all take. In his thoughts, he realized these were indeed magic crystals. Still analyzing them, he noted that this was only a small portion. There were clearly more within the ruins. Observing the many mana stones, Davy calculated that their size alone would fetch hundreds of platinum coins. He added that there were at least 20 stones there. Grinning, Von Pollen advised him to think carefully. Covering his face with one hand, Davy asked her not to speak. Seeing the massive crystal, he fell into a trance. A glint of light shrouded the purple stone. Watching it closely, Davy was certain it was the core of the curse. Shocked, he noted that if this thing were released, hundreds of nations would wage war to claim it. After carefully examining it, he concluded that it was of the highest quality. Placing his hand on the crystal, Davy noted that if he could harness the mana within, performing ninth circle magic would not be difficult. Pointing his hand forward, he activated a special magic technique. As a flood of digits appeared before him, Davy noticed that the encryption was far more complex than the one outside. Standing atop his head, Purser marveled at what she saw. Davy observed the land and wondered how much effort it would take just to drain it. Placing a hand on his chin, he suspected there was something special about this area. As he studied the endless stream of numbers, Davy remarked that it seemed to be created through a similar system. Von Polland asked if Davy could fix it. After some thought, Davy replied that it wouldn't be easy, but once he discovered the pattern, editing would become possible. During one of his attempts, he believed he had finally found it. A strange red glow appeared above the children's heads, and powerful streams of aura radiated from the mysterious sphere. Suddenly, the color changed to green, and the children were surrounded by cascading numbers. Seeing the result, Purser was thrilled. She turned to Davy and asked what he had changed. Davy explained that the drought had lasted for several years, so he simply poured in some water. His cloak concealed the jewels beneath his feet as he reached for a bag of crystals, saying that the accumulated water was enough to trigger a downpour. A powerful bolt of lightning illuminated the skies over Hans, and a tiny drop of rain landed on a boy's face. Moments later, the barren wasteland was consumed by a heavy storm. The astonished citizens stood frozen as the long-awaited rain fell. A small sprout emerged from the parched earth, its stem glistening with raindrops. In a distant room lit by a warm lamp, a man remarked that the situation in the country was alarming. Extending his hand, he admitted they were doing extremely poorly. The man, identified as the Marquis of Failtrees, spoke gravely. Stroking his chin, another figure noted that it was only a matter of time before the aristocracy split into factions. Raising her fan to her face, an elder woman asked if there was any way to prevent him from using the evidence. The man replied that they had no such means and would have to face the issue head-on. Turning his head, another man commented that the matter was indeed serious, believing that the lesser nobles who had been repressed were merely waiting for this opportunity. Folding his hands on the table, the stranger asked about the queen's condition. Standing from his chair, the man explained that the political opponents who had long been hiding were now emerging. The stranger inquired further about the queen. Resting his hand on his cheek, the man said something difficult to comprehend, mentioning rumors that Prince Davy had been stigmatized. He thought Davy was an inexperienced boy incapable of controlling sacred power. Imagining the seal, he noted that Davy's stigma was located in a dangerous place, not on his wrist, as was customary. The man questioned whether Davy was defective. Raising his hand, a noble pointed out that the holy state already supported them. He asked if they truly believed Davy would ever be recognized, then answered himself he did not think so. Folding his hands, another noble added that the queen was wasting her efforts on a powerless prince without influence, insisting that their focus should be on his majesty and Marquis Fest. Grinning, the man clarified that these were not his words, but simply what others were saying. He warned that, in their position, they should not cause unrest within their ranks. The next morning, the man beside him sat deep in thought. Folding his hands, Duke Beretta declared that even if they managed to minimize the damage, they would inevitably have to confront the prince. Alarmed, the nobles reluctantly agreed. Lifting his mug, Beretta stated that they needed to find a way to recover the secret information. He cautioned that if the worst came to pass, they must be ready for civil war. Finishing his thought, he sipped his tea. Watching Beretta, Duke Alert turned to the Marquis of Rao. He said that once Beretta gave the word, they would begin preparations immediately. With a stern expression, the Duke ordered that all preparations be made in secret. No word of it was to leak until everything was ready. As the man left the room, he thought they were taking the prince too lightly. Frozen in place, the Duke found it difficult to speak at that moment. His intuition, which had guided him through decades as Chancellor, screamed at him as he set his mug down on its saucer. Beretta sensed that he had discovered something, and the Duke soon walked toward his carriage. A soldier standing nearby asked if Beretta was heading to the palace. Deep in thought, the Duke was certain that once Davy gained a solid foothold and influence, he would eventually show his true power. Leaning on his cane, Beretta slowly entered the carriage. As he settled inside, the Duke thought that there was nothing the protagonist could do with the Han's land. When the coachman asked about his destination, Beretta replied that he was heading to the manor. The Han's drained land was buried under sand. The Duke believed it was because of the lost land, a place where the situation was worse than ever. Even the greatest scholars of the continent had been unable to uncover its secrets. Beretta was convinced that even if Davy possessed something unknown, he would still be powerless there. As evening descended on the city streets, the Duke wondered what the young man could possibly achieve in a wasteland where it never rained. Meanwhile, across the Han's vast expanse, rain began to fall steadily. Gradually, it turned into a heavy hailstorm. The stunned residents of the city watched this rare phenomenon in disbelief. Standing in the rain, Davy greeted the captain, who was visibly puzzled by what had happened. Lost in thought, Davy felt relieved that everything had finally been decided. Raising a glowing magic crystal above his head, he reflected on how long it had taken to reach the final ruins. Staring at the mysterious gem, he wondered how many more days he would need before he could begin farming. A clerk hovering near him asked if Davy could determine that as well. Davy explained that the crystal contained all the necessary information about the current situation. Visualizing the area in his mind, he said that by connecting to the demonic stones placed throughout the territory, one could monitor the state of the land at any time. He added that it was even possible to remotely control mana distribution and alter the weather, though, in his opinion, that was rather dangerous. Grinning, Davy remarked that laziness was the true engine of progress. Spreading her arms wide, Purser agreed that the stone's power was incredible and thought that Davy, who had created all this, was completely insane. Behind him, a precious magic crystal shone brightly. Von Pollen noted that Davy had stored the remaining demonic stones inside a bag with an expanded inner space. Lying back on the couch, Davy decided they should simply wait for the land to recover naturally. A week later, a bird hovered over a barren tree as many people stood frozen in place. Observing them, Davy said they looked like fanatics. Putting a finger to his cheek, he noted how many of them there were. Showing off his muscles, an elder said they couldn't just stand by and watch Davy do all the work. Davy replied that the labor would be extremely demanding, and that was why he didn't expect them to participate. Cutting the laughter short, he ordered everyone to focus and adapt. Addressing the townspeople, he announced their simple task for the day. Pointing to the side, he explained that the knights had plowed the land yesterday and that everything within that area now needed to be cultivated. Davy declared that the job would be completed within 3 days. He warned that anyone who grew tired should step aside. Hearing this, the vigilante commander was left speechless. Turning back to the crowd, Davy stated that they would not work at night, but payments would depend solely on the hours worked. He assured them there would be no delays in payment. An excited Mono turned toward him, but Captain Dranoff, speaking respectfully, voiced his doubts. He said that even if the climate and soil had softened, it was impossible to cultivate such a vast stretch of land in only 3 days. Davy folded his hands and explained that the land had once been farmed. The main character believed that this was why the ground for their mission was located there. Taken aback, Mono froze in place with a grin, surprised that the captain of the Dranoff was once again acting as if he didn't know anything. The man told him to stay quiet and just enjoy it. In exasperation, Mono said he understood perfectly well how Davy had saved the citizens and defeated the goblins, but he insisted that such a feat was impossible. Hearing this, the main character asked if that was truly what he believed. The vigilante commander's face was illuminated by the glow of powerful mana streams as Davy applied vital amplification and questioned whether Mono really thought so. Seeing Davy's incredible technique, the captain of the Dranov was left stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Using his overwhelming power, Davy granted the residents multiple enhancements to make their work easier. Smiling, he declared that he would show them a new era of farming. Overjoyed, he thought that if he had Siras, he could have set up a territorial boost to enhance their buffs even more. Outraged Purser couldn't understand why the main character was treating the sacred sword so seriously. Taken aback, the vigilante captain tried to speak to Davy again. Mono then asked what the main character planned to sow in the fields, given the current state of the land. Turning to the captain of the vigilantes, Davy asked what could be done to make the poor soil rich quickly. Madat admitted he didn't know. The main character explained that there were only two ways to make quick profit: either produce large quantities or sell something rare. An image of a gemstone appeared in his mind as he thought this over. Davy concluded that there was only one thing suitable for combining both approaches. Perched on his shoulder, Von Pollen spoke about the combination Davy wanted to achieve. In her mind, she pictured blue magic flowers and asked if he was referring to moongrass. Davy confirmed it. The vigilante captain's face filled with confusion, but Davy confidently declared that they would grow moongrass in all areas of the field. Moongrass was impossible to cultivate on the eastern continent due to unstable weather, poor soil warmth, and temperature fluctuations. However, it was highly valued in the western continent, where the Magic Tower and Alchemy School bought it at high prices for potion making. Davy reveled in the thought of their success, considering the enormous value of even a small amount of moongrass. When Mono informed him that the plant could not grow in this climate, Davy's face twisted in disbelief. The newly appointed lord simply replied that it would be a tropical climate for a while, as the heavens would be kind. Smiling up at the sky, Davy thought about changing the atmospheric formula and finding a place filled with forest vitality. Light blue hair fluttered in the soft breeze. It belonged to a girl with elf ears, dressed in delicate, pale pink garments. She held a mortar in her hand, gazing out the window of a wooden house illuminated by a bright green lantern hanging from the roof. The house stood amidst a serene forest landscape. Yuria Halana, head of the forest elves of Haines Land, greeted her guests with a radiant smile. Her companion was a man named Medi, with long emerald hair, whom she respectfully called Teacher. Medi apologized for the unannounced visit, but Yuria warmly invited him in. Outside, beneath a large tree with thick branches, a small table for two was set with a tea service. Medi took a sip of golden tea from a flower-shaped cup and turned to Yuria, saying that he had a dream. Taking the teapot in her hand, the head of the forest elves jokingly asked how important this dream was that he had hurried such a long way to tell her. The elf set down his cup, silent for a while, before finally confessing that in his dream, a spirit curse had fallen upon the forest they were in. Yuria stayed quiet, then smiled softly. She recalled how Medi had once told her that spirits obey the laws of nature. The man looked slightly taken aback by her calm response. With a sigh, the elf closed his eyes and admitted that the forest was dying. Medi called this forest wrong. She asked Yuri to return home to their homeland to the great tree. The girl gently placed the teapot on the table and spoke the guest's name aloud. Yuri replied that her homeland was now here, but that the great tree no longer recognized her. Her answer deeply upset Medi, who then asked the head of the elves to lead the others away from this place, assuring them that they were not cursed by the spirits. Suddenly, Medi jumped up from his chair, slamming the table, and shouted that Yuri would die if she stayed. The elf, however, remained calm and smiling, explaining that such was the law of nature. Her gaze turned thoughtful, yet she still smiled as she sat peacefully at the tea table, looking at the tree nearby. Yuria softly said that maybe someone could still save this place. Medi called her name repeatedly in desperation, but she didn't respond. Instead, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the crisp wind, remarking that such a breeze was a harbinger of a good meeting. When Mehdi gave up and began sipping his tea, Yuria asked if he liked it. As the conversation shifted to tea, her mood lightened. She began explaining how she had added crushed cricket wings to the brew, making Mehdi instantly spit it out in shock. Feeling unwell, Mehdi frowned and touched his forehead, silently marveling at Yuria. He muttered that even among her own people, she was seen as a hermit and perhaps even a little crazy. Unbothered, Yuria praised the refreshing wind again, saying it felt as though someone very important would be arriving soon. Elsewhere, Devi walked across the dry, barren ground with Perker, passing through long dead trees. The demon marveled that even elves, a race nearly extinct on the continent, had found refuge in this forest. According to ancient chronicles, a great catastrophe more than 300 years ago had forced them into hiding, leaving many to question if elves still existed at all. A cheerful Devi boasted about his luck in spotting several spirit watchers during the goblin attack, noting how spirits and elves often coexisted closely. Perker seemed uncertain about meeting the elven race, but Devi was determined. When the demon expressed her dislike for them, Devi simply laughed, agreeing that the god of Boz Olan had done much to keep others at a distance through his image alone. They soon entered a dense thicket, where they were greeted by several deer with antlers made of tree flowers. The creatures approached Devi with curiosity. Perker was amazed that the spirits followed a human so naturally, while Devi stroked a deer's muzzle and explained how the local fauna reflected spiritual harmony. Devi decided he liked these spirit beasts more than ordinary elves. He hadn't expected that someone like him who had lived in the fire pit to attune himself to elemental forces could be so connected to forest spirits. Yet, the spirit Queen Juliana, who had made contracts with 13 people, was human too and had once been Devi's spirit control teacher. Perker enviously pointed out how friendly the fairy deer were toward Devi, even though his spirit contract wasn't signed yet. She grew irritated remembering that he possessed spirit mana, while Devi quietly noted the similarities between demonic Kai and that same energy. Perker then shifted the topic to moongrass, but something suddenly caught Devi's attention. He raised his hand and saw a tiny creature resting on his palm, a small dragon-like insect holding a bouquet of flowers. Perker sighed, annoyed by how every living thing in the forest seemed drawn to him. Eventually, they reached a vast garden filled with moonlit grass. Devi thanked the little creature for guiding them there, while Perker, impressed by the abundance of moonflowers, began planning how many she could plant herself. Just then, something caught her attention. She froze, staring intently at Devi. Feeling a strange presence, Devi realized that a summoner's power depends on mana, sacred power, and spirit mana. Summoning spirits isn't difficult, but the difference in summoner levels lies in their closeness to spirits. That's why Devi could now summon any spirit, though summoning the Spirit King would still be a challenge. When Purser asked if the young man planned to make a pact with a spirit, the spirit questioned if she knew what kind of place they were in. Devi explained that it was called the Garden of the Moon Goddess, a place deeply connected to spirits. He warned that if anyone took flowers infused with spiritual power without permission, they would face serious trouble. He then asked Purser to stay quiet and simply watch. Looking up, Devi's mouth hung open in surprise as a voice spoke in a foreign tongue. The garden lit up with a radiant glow. Particles of water and fire shimmered in the air, while green leaves and soil swirled around them. Devi smiled joyfully as he spoke the spirit language to their representatives. After some time, he happily told Purser that the spirits had granted her permission to take the flowers, but she needed to do it before the elves arrived. When Purser teased him about losing his courage, Devi replied that he just preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Devi sat in the moonlit grass, one hand resting on the ground, his face glowing with happiness. Med watched in astonishment, while Yuria, lost in thought, didn't notice the man before her. A human had earned the spirit's trust to such a degree that he was allowed into the sacred garden and even granted his request. Not only was he human, he was young. The Garden of the Moon Goddess was an elven sacred land, yet now, a man and his spirit companion stood there gathering moonflowers. Yuria forced a wide smile, though panic filled her heart. She didn't know how to tell her teacher about the unbelievable sight before her. Her porcelain-like smile hid her inner turmoil until she suddenly spoke, revealing her distress. To Medi's surprise, Yuria irritably asked why he hadn't drunk the tea she made. She'd poured her heart into it for her teacher's sake and had even lovingly dried the wings of a grasshopper she had torn off herself. Disappointed by his indifference, she pouted, while Medi stammered something about having a stomachache. Hearing that, Yuria protested, saying she had recently created a special diet menu. Medi reassured her that everything was fine. Though she tried to insist, he reminded her of her strong stomach and convinced her that her care was more than enough. Then Yuria asked whether it was more likely for a human to deceive the elven eye and enter the Garden of the Moon, or for a great being to awaken from its slumber. When she remained silent, Medi realized she wasn't joking. He answered that the second was more likely. Dragons certainly existed, though much time had passed since their disappearance, and they were now regarded as legends. Snapping his fingers over his cup of tea, he added that while there are rare humans with special cases, few can see nature spirits. Those whose essence is closer to primordial chaos are even harder to approach than elves. Yuria's false smile returned as she ignored his words. She then announced that she would be leaving the village for a short time, which worried Medi. Yuria explained that she believed she had found a way to save the village. Meanwhile, the residents of Haines Land worked the fields with remarkable energy. When Davy asked how work meant to take 3 days was finished in just a quarter of one, they explained that their determination had been rekindled after receiving their lord's favor. Davy realized that humans often pushed themselves too far, though his true goal remained clear: to cultivate the moon grass. When the workers began planting moonflowers, a strange rumor spread throughout the region. The locals doubted that the plant brought by their king could grow. It seemed to Davy that everyone was asking the same question. As he lay reading a book, Davy reflected that moonflowers take about 4 to 5 months to grow and that he only needed the leaves from this plant. Manhwa expressed his doubts, telling Davy that they had nothing suitable for moongrass cultivation. When the man said the leaves were starting to dry, Davy told him to wait. The young man replied confidently that soon the sky would bless these lands with rain, and moments later, drops began to beat against the window. A few days later, the weather turned unexpectedly hot in Haines Land, alarming the residents. However, the rain soon returned. No one knew how things would turn out in the end, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a grand hall illuminated by a gleaming chandelier, a crowd of nobles discussed how moongrass was being grown in a small country to the east, in the wilderness known as Ha's Land. Someone announced the name of the lord of those lands, unaware that the entire experiment had been organized by him. Among the nobles stood a man with a walking stick, who remembered how 5 years ago, scientists had come to Ha's Land in droves because of the curse. The man, with a long beard and his cane in hand, was told that it had been raining frequently on the cursed land. A girl in a red and yellow dress with pale red hair protested, saying that the wasteland was still barren and that it would take at least 10 years before the soil could be used for farming. She concluded that the lord of those lands, the first prince of the kingdom of Ran, had gone mad after being exiled. Next to the bearded man stood a red-haired youth who addressed him as teacher. The young man wanted to ask something about Prince Alron, but the teacher, whose name was Helson, raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Helson remarked that interesting things were happening in the east, and that a trip there would be beneficial for his student, Billy Janner. Hearing those words, Billy froze in shock. The moonlake grass had bloomed with beautiful white petals, transforming the barren wasteland into a vast field of flowers surrounded by a wooden palisade. Although there were few healthy plants suitable for future seedlings, the number of usable leaves for the market was significant. Amy, nervously glancing over the documents, reported that about 20,000 leaves were now stored in the warehouses, with around 10,000 ready for selection. Davy calculated that, based on current prices, 4 leaves equaled the value of 100 gold pieces. 10,000 leaves would be worth 250,000 gold, about 5,000 platinum coins. For perspective, a peasant family could live modestly for half a month on 1 gold coin, while 5 gold coins could sustain a grand lifestyle. The moongrass grew in neat, beautiful bushes. Perker remarked that life would become far more interesting once everything was sold, and Davy immediately agreed. His moongrass cultivation business was public knowledge, unlike the demonic stones he kept hidden. Just as Davy had planned, news spread across the continent about a young man who had achieved the impossible. Thanks to his reputation as a harmless fool, no one suspected his deeper schemes. Perker and Davy concluded that people wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, so they needed to prepare new capital. Davy looked proudly at his flourishing garden beside Amy. He was ready to shake the continent itself and could almost smell the scent of money. Davy decided that moongrass would only be shipped to the continent twice a year. Despite the large quantity, it wouldn't be enough to divide evenly between the East and West. Moongrass, after all, was the main ingredient for magical and alchemical catalysts, as well as potions and priestly supplies. But that wasn't all. Along with the news of the moongrass supply, another rumor began to spread, that Lord Davy Alron had collapsed from overwork. That night, Davy and Perker lay in bed. The sleeping demoness murmured that the ghost of wealth had attached itself to him. Davy reflected that when the supply of a product increases too much, its price inevitably falls. Therefore, if he were to flood the market with moongrass, it would quickly become worthless. The young man decided not to interfere with his only business for the sake of such charity. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the gate, calling for their lord. Amy came running to inform Davy, but he had already noticed the arrival of the fastest merchants. After the news spread, the He's lands became bustling within days. Merchant guilds from neighboring countries and representatives of magic towers ranging from alchemists to priests began arriving. When Davy asked Amy what to do, she didn't understand his meaning. Falling onto his bed, Davy told the maid to inform the people outside that he was still unwell and could not come out. Amy replied that the visitors still wished to at least inspect the goods. Davy noted their stubbornness. Lord Alron sat at a table with Amy standing beside him, while Manhwa and the chief chamberlain sat a short distance away. Several others stood silhouetted in the background. Davy asked Manhwa about the state of public order, and Manhwa replied that everyone was overwhelmed and lacked enough help. When a worker mentioned that too many people were coming, the chief chamberlain added that the paperwork situation was just as chaotic since clear instructions were not yet established, leaving many confused about what to do. In the midst of the chaos, Davy ordered that anyone even slightly suspicious should be turned away, believing it was better to be cautious than to risk a serious incident. As the one in charge, Davy didn't need to cater to everyone he met, but he still aimed to handle matters gently to avoid falling for any hostile provocations. Davy was informed that abandoned buildings had been renovated and guests were being moved in, but there was still no room left. He ordered the use of previously purchased tents restored to a usable condition and had them sold at a higher price. After his subordinates left the office, Davy called out to Manhwa, picking up an oddly shaped jar and forcing a smile. The young lord said that he and Manhwa had something to discuss. As the sun sank below the horizon and the sky deepened to a rich azure, Madad entered a tavern where his friends and acquaintances greeted him warmly. They immediately offered him a drink, but he refused and even advised them not to overindulge. Meanwhile, Manhwa collapsed face down on his bed, groaning about the heaviness of his body after a long day of work. Exhausted, he lay still when someone appeared at his door, a man in a black robe and cloak, with short hair and a monocle. The stranger introduced himself with a smile as a level 4 expert of the Green Magic Tower of Hallis. Apologizing for the intrusion, he was reassured by Manhwa that he was the first visitor to drop by. Hollis, as he called himself, commented on how surprisingly calm the He's lands were and praised the way Lord Alran had defended the territory. He began flattering the guard commander, saying that even back then, Prince Devi had clearly known what to do. Manhwa muttered that he was only a worthless knight from the peasants, recognizing the guest's flattery. When Manhwa asked the purpose of his visit, Hollis said he needed to meet the Lord immediately. He complained that entry to the residence was so restricted that it was nearly impossible to get through. Manhwa explained that it would be difficult since the Lord was ill from overwork. The commander apologized but stated that his lord's health came first. Hollis agreed with a wide smile, clutching a small sack under his cloak. He then shared that the Green Tower was also struggling. Dropping the bag onto the table, Hollis revealed its contents: gold and precious stones. Manhwa's eyes gleamed at the sight, but he quickly composed himself, refusing the bribe. Hollis insisted it was merely a small gift, saying he only wanted to maintain good relations with the guard commander. Under continued persuasion, Manhwa finally took the bag, though he claimed he was not the type to accept such things. Hollis continued to flatter him, saying the amount was small, just a token of goodwill. As Manhwa looked at the glittering minerals and coins spread across the table, he realized that everything was happening exactly as Lord Devi had predicted. That was precisely why Devi had asked him to stay for their earlier conversation. The guard commander stopped by Lord Devi's residence to report that their opponents were a variety of organizations. Sitting at his desk, Devi assumed they were irritated by their inability to meet him. He warned the knight that he would likely become their next target, being his closest subordinate. I smiled and told Manhwa that he would probably be offered bribes or face intimidation, and that he should be chosen carefully. Devi instructed the guild commander to report anyone who tried to use violence and to accept all bribes, noting that alchemists usually paid well. The mustachioed man was shocked when Devi, pointing to a bottle of magically treated moongrass, asked him to show it to their opponents, saying he couldn't resist doing so. Folding his hands together, Devi explained with a smile that he wasn't giving out a sample for trade, but only for a subtle demonstration that would spark rumors. While Manhwa looked blankly at him, Devi added that their immediate goal was to maximize the product's price and prolong their opponent's stay on their land. Upon seeing the magic bottle, the House Magic Tower expert couldn't take his eyes off it. Peering through his monocle, he extended his long fingers toward it. Sitting across the table with a glass of wine, the guard commander calmly explained to the man in green robes that it was a completely finished product, about to go on sale, and invited him to take a closer look. Hales continued to stare at the test tube, unable to believe it was a first-class item he had never encountered before. Touching the glass of the bottle, he shivered, noting that the product was vastly superior to those from the Western continent. Impressed by the quality, Hales decided to bribe a subordinate lord to gain priority access, smiling in satisfaction at the goods' excellence. Manhwa began praising their land's products, recounting Devi's cultivation efforts. Hales reflected on his words, realizing the goods were indeed valuable. He estimated that if 20,000 leaves were grown and only 10,000 harvested, half must have been discarded. Amazed by the determination of a 17-year-old lord, he admitted to himself that underestimating the boy would be a mistake. Spreading his hands, the guard commander informed the guest that Lord Devi intended to put the goods up for auction and continue selling them in that manner. Upon hearing about the auction, the mage's expression changed dramatically, hoping there was some form of priority right. As Hales departed, he remarked that the Green Tower would reward the mustachioed knight handsomely for his help. As the shining carriage rolled through the twilight streets, Montmido adjusted his mustache and sighed in relief, clutching his chest. He concluded that Devi's plan had succeeded. From the residence, the surprised voice of the guard commander could be heard, wondering how Devi knew. Holding a stack of papers, Devi looked at his subordinate with satisfaction, saying that people naturally love gold. Crossing one leg over the other, he he happily reflected on how easily he had turned the situation to his advantage without using any elaborate schemes, much to Manhwa's delight. The guild commander laid out bags of bribes on the table before Davy, reporting the visit from the Green Tower. When Davy suggested that he take all the money as a bonus and split it fairly among his colleagues, the man was stunned when Manhwa readily agreed. Davy was pleased most of the Moongrass profits still belonged to him, and this approach would also earn him respect. The demon perched on Davy's shoulder noted that the beginning was promising, then asked if he could handle large organizations. With a grin, Davy replied that they would interfere with one another first. He concluded that once rumors spread, branches of magical organizations and trade associations would appear in the Badlands, generating profit and boosting the population. Almost grateful for the ancient curse, Davy realized that the Moongrass had made the land's development possible. Outside, the night sky was heavy with clouds. In the dim light, a long-tailed mage gazed into a glowing orb, contemplating the young lord's adventures in the Hazelands. The confused elder of the Red Tower couldn't decide whether to open a branch as well. Giles decided to ask the teacher a question, wondering why the lord was insisting on the auction. The walls and ceiling reflected iridescent colors from the magic ball that the hesitant tower elder was discussing. Even if it was possible to sell the goods at high prices at first, after the merger, the prices would drop below those in the Western continent, which was why direct trade was carried out there. The wise old man from SH replied that the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron was very clever. Illaz and Sage Helson began discussing the population of the Hees lands. The man estimated there were about 100 people there. The red-haired man's eyes widened as it finally dawned on him that the auction was a chance to save as much investment as possible and develop the territory rapidly. It was difficult to find another city like the ones in the Kingdom of Ron, where large organizations had gathered. Convenient transportation access also made Heesland an ideal location for a shopping area. When Giles wondered what was wrong with the plan, the sage from SH explained that the quantity of goods wasn't growing. Helson noted that the main goal of the land now was to stockpile as much money as possible in a short time. The voice from the magic ball added that even if something didn't go as planned, Prince Davy continued to act without hesitation. Helson grinned, saying the Lord still had much to show, and anyone with a sharp intuition could sense it. The sage then asked Giles if he now understood the kind of relationship he should maintain with the young man. Giles was already thinking about meeting Davy. The old man advised the elder to at least try setting a date, expressing a desire to meet this confident and wise young lord. The scene shifted to a bridge, where a long-haired, red-haired girl stood, gazing out over the water and thinking about Davy's powers. Her hair sparkled in the sunlight as she held a golden sword pendant in her hand. Elena was at a loss as to how the young man had managed to use Sirras without even signing a contract. Later, at the observatory with a clear view of the night sky, the old man wondered if Davy was the sword god himself or merely his ward. Placing a white-gloved hand on the railing, Helson grinned as he gazed up at the stars. The sage concluded that the circumstances were being revealed one by one in a truly bizarre way. The dark canvas of the night sky gave way to dawn as birds flew across the bright blue horizon. As expected, there was an influx of applications for long-term residency and the purchase of land owned by Lord Davy. Fierce conflicts began to arise between representatives of various organizations as they queued for deals. A panicked Amy burst into Davy's chambers, asking what to do if two branches wanted to buy the same land. The young lord, with a book covering his face and a genius-like smirk, calmly replied that they should arrange an auction and sell the land to the highest bidder. Visos, standing beside the maid, asked what maximum price should be set, to which Davy replied simply, "The maximum possible." Still lounging with the book over his face, Davy grinned happily at his growing wealth. When he began to chuckle mischievously, Purser noted that he could never get used to that look. Davy's amusement was interrupted by the arrival of a letter from the royal palace, sealed with the Ron coat of arms. Soon after, a crowd gathered in the city as Amy stood at the podium, announcing the opening of the auction. The red-haired girl began with an initial bid of 90 gold coins, asking who would offer more. A man in a red robe raised his hand with a smile, bidding 95. Mage Helles cheerfully countered with 100 gold coins from the Green Tower, but his enthusiasm was quickly interrupted by a representative of the Academy of Alchemy, who boldly raised the bid to 110. Mocking Helles to take it easy, the man smirked. Helles frowned and accused him of exceeding the faction's allowed amount. Folding his fingers into a pistol shape, the representative coldly announced a new bid of 130 gold coins. Enraged, Helles grabbed the man's robe, shouting that he was a fraud. Amy, watching the escalating argument, noticed the tension spreading throughout the auction hall. From her position, she saw Visos standing behind a satisfied old man, who confirmed that the current bid stood at 130 gold coins. If no one interrupted her, the goods would soon be sold. While the maid was counting, a fight broke out in the crowd. Satisfied, Helles waited for a successful purchase, pulling a pen out of his robes. With magic, Amy was about to bang the gavel, completing the sale. Abruptly, a hand was raised in the crowd, drawing discontented stares from the crowd. While sipping his tea, Davy was pleased with the sale of the briefcase for 150 gold pieces. Bestows respectfully reported to the young master that the Aliu trading group had bought 5,000 as a priority, and the lucrative bidding and the sold-out houses were extremely pleasing to the young master. Listening to Vaso's report, Davy concluded with a smile, victory on all fronts and overwhelming success. Looking at Amy's well-researched work, the protagonist estimated that at this rate, the region's annual revenue would be over 1,000,000 gold, making Hans the most affluent land in the kingdom. Davy ordered to continue to sell moongrass without increasing the volume of goods, adding to clear the land for other crops to sell farmland to local residents. The guy decided that it was necessary to maintain a balance of supply and demand. Davy asked Mono and the chief chamberlain to discuss everything carefully and take care of the buildings, and when the guy returns, he plans to do major repairs together. The men politely accepted the order. A few days before the auction, the main character received a royal invitation which praised the achievements of the guy. Reading that the main character was asked to return to the palace for a short time, he wandered down the corridor. As Davy tossed the paper into the flames, he realized that he was alternately being called out and dismissed at will. Looking down at the burning letter with relish, the boy assumed that they were tired of the constant struggle with the Marquis of Fies and decided to make a concession. The situation with the message, which anyone could have put the royal seal on, amused Davy, who smiled at Visos as he adjusted the wood in the fireplace. Leaning on his arm, the protagonist happily concluded that he was just about to move on to the next step. Looking out the window, the guy decided to go to the kingdom, planning to stop by one place on the way. SS created a secret dungeon with a huge tree and an ensemble of antique columns. Under his last place of residence, there was also a child that the sword god hadn't finished before he died. Asking Davy to finish it, the great hero left the rest to his discretion, whether to attribute the creation to himself or sell it for a lot of money. Davy wondered how Hars could calmly ask for such a thing without ruining it, which made the dark man with the sword laugh. He called the confused student with the hammer a perfectionist. Hars pointed the main character's way with his blade. The green-haired, dark-skinned man asked him to finish the creation and then decide for himself. A white stone tower rose in the clear sky. As Davy adjusted his saddle, he told Visos that he was going to the kingdom without an escort, asking her to take care of herself. The boy, sitting on his horse, asked the servant to take care of Amy for him, making sure that the girl rested. The red-haired girl was really a unique child. Although she came from a noble house, she was very smart for a baron's daughter. Amy burst into tears as she couldn't say goodbye to Davy herself. One looking at the old man, the boy assumed that Visos was more pleased with the affection of the named granddaughter than her training itself. As Davy left the residence, he looked back at the bowing servants, including the chief chamberlain. The image switches. The horse's hooves clicked slowly. A guy on horseback was passing through the forest, and behind him was a pink haze. A clerk suddenly appeared and asked if it would be faster on the other road. Looking at Davy questioningly, he explained with a slight smile that he still needed to stop by a popular tourist area. The horse wagged its tail as the main character talked about one of the few great sights of Vronsky. Perker decided to find out what a happy Davy wanted in such a place. The first prince was approaching the land of Bars, the blacksmith's hometown of SS. Hearing this name, the demoness floating in the air was very surprised. The blacksmith's legacy, created from the same materials as the divine sword, is located in these lands. Davy noted that the location of the ruins of the 1001 Nights was not the best for him. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the guy reflected that everything changes with time, and this place was the birthplace of certain 1,000 years ago. Now this place, where people crowded in front of the stone archway, was Queen Lin's home. As he rode closer, Davy admired the Beretta territories that were his enemies. There were a lot of people in line, looking at him sideways as the guy led the horse behind the team. Perker concluded that the atmosphere in this place was rather tense, and Davy added that the nobility was uneasy. The guards at the gate were calling out to the next person in line. Davy, wearing a fingerless glove, handed the guard a small rectangular object. Looking at the stranger in disbelief, the tall, bald man saw the information that this was a rogue mercenary. Davy, standing with a smile right in front of the archway, had to work hard to get a new identity for a place where they didn't know what he looked like. Calmly closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that everything went well. Suddenly, spears were crossed in front of him, ordering him to return. Davy, who couldn't get through the archway with the guards, started to panic. The bald guard advised the guy not to go to the recently discovered maze, ordering him to get lost. Two guards sitting on wooden boxes at a distance burst out laughing when Davy wasn't allowed to pass. He gave them a puzzled look, not understanding what was going on. Davy decided to sit on a nearby rock. He let out a frustrated sigh as he was surrounded by the crowd. No matter how much influence the clan that owns this territory has, even for the Beretta clan's lands, this is all worse than the hero could imagine. The old man called out to Davy, distracting him from his thoughts. The man assumed that the young man had come from far away and didn't know what was going on here, adding with a smile that it was nothing special. The old man offered to take a look at the guards at the entrance, pointing at them with his finger. In broad daylight, a bag of money was handed over to the guards at the entrance. Davy had pointed out that it was a tax, and an indignant clerk had seen it as bribery, to which the old man had assured her that this was always the case here. Despite the fact that the law on entry duty was revised several centuries ago, it is still charged at the entrance to the Beretta lands. The elderly stranger, scratching his gray beard, noticed that young Master Creepy's gaze had turned cold. Davy held out his hand with the coins to help the old man through. The guy noted that the money is not enough should be enough to enter, asking just to take them and not get involved in unnecessary fights. The elderly stranger said Davy reminded him of his grandson back home. The young man continued to hold out his hand with the gold coins to the old man. Losing hope, Davy smiled a little, putting the money on the stone. Davy asked him to save it and give it to his grandson. The boy began to walk away with a satisfied grimace, leaving the bewildered old man behind and adding that the coins were no longer useful to him. The shocked man tried to call out to Davy. Noticing the youth, the bald guard asked rhetorically with a displeased look if he had left yet. The guy held out his hand to the guard, asking for something to give. When the bald man protested, Davy calmly said that the entry fee was not levied on anyone other than large caravans, both ordinary citizens and merchants, adding that in other cases it was illegal to charge money. Dark figures surrounded him, teasing him and tugging at his head. The young man gravely stated that this was the last warning before he would do justice in accordance with the laws. He said that if the guards returned all the money they had taken, he would accept it as a sign of remorse. All the guards burst out laughing, not taking the guy's words seriously. A long sword was placed on Davy's shoulder. The bald guard threatened the guy with death to the laughter of his colleagues. When the man put the blade to the young man's face, the young man asked if they would continue to deliberately break the law, to which he received a dismissive answer that only they and the Duke of Beretta were the law here. Glancing at the guards and scowling, Davy quipped that it was obvious. While the bald guard was in a rage, an old man he already knew came up to him, asking him to stop. An elderly man watched with wide eyes and beads of sweat on his face, calling Davy a child. His gaze was filled with horror. The huge guard started swinging his sword at the short old man in a rage. The man held the hilt tightly. Before it could reach the old man, the blade soared into the air as Davy kicked it, denouncing the guard's action. The bald guard stared in disbelief as the sword flew away. The old man opened his blue eye. Davy grimly concluded that extorting citizens' livelihoods was embezzlement of public funds. The boy reached for the flying blade. The next moment, the guard's weapon was already in his hand. Swinging at the bald man, Davy executed him on the spot, shocking the old man behind his back. When blood splattered over the crowd, the guy continued, calling all the accomplices of such a crime equally guilty. Stepping on the severed head, the young man demanded to call the chief while the elderly man sat at the table in complete disbelief. Davy was surrounded by guards who pointed sharp spears at him. Slinging his sword over his shoulders, Davy slightly asked if the crowd wanted to commit an even more serious crime. Swinging at one of the guards, the guy explained that now men are committing high treason, condemning 3 generations of their families to persecution. The man was giving Davy a mischievous look as the blood flowed nearby. With one light swing, the young man chopped off the guard's gloved hand, which was now lying in the distance. The man looked at the missing limb and screamed, and Davy warned him that he would cut off the head next. The boy leaned on his sword, demanding to call the leader while the crippled guard lay on the ground, writhing in pain. A voice was heard asking what was going on. While Davy looked sideways, a plump, disgruntled man in a green suit named Viscount Hira was approaching the guards, asking who had done all this. A glowing object hit his vest, bouncing off to the side. Davy had advised against jumping to conclusions, and there was a mithril ID card on the ground. The Viscount respectfully fell to his knees as he acknowledged the first prince of the kingdom. A plump man in expensive clothes and with rings on his hands begged for mercy, convincing him that the land was on the verge of ruin. This information made Davy laugh. He stood frowning over the Viscount as the latter tried to convince him that he was wrong. When the man mentioned the warrant, Davy asked him again with a smile. The plump Viscount yelled that the Duke wouldn't just let it go. The young man looked at the man grinning. If most of the land is in the same situation, then even the inspectors ignore what is happening here for fear of reprisals. The Viscount, with a sly grin, offered to discuss the matter in his mansion. Turning away from the man, Davy decided to clarify something. He asked if the fat man had ever heard that the first prince was bloodthirsty. The Viscount stared at the young master in bewilderment. Perker, sitting on Davy's shoulder, found the man's last words rather true. The horse stopped and raised its hoof. The old man who was driving the cart said that everything had been peaceful for 10 years under Count Alisat of the previous Queen's line. Davy, riding in the back, was listening intently, recalling his past. The elder said that expropriation has increased since the pressure on the refugees of the SS lands. He also said that people who supported the unfortunate people were repressed for this. Closing his eyes, the elder said that he had lost his son in this way. Turning in his direction, Davy assumed that the elder was acting like this because he reminded him of his son, not his grandson. Taken aback, the old man apologized for such meanness. Confused, the main character said that there was nothing wrong with this. As Davy continued to steer the horse, he guessed that the elder's son was also very correct. The elder said that his son was only curious. The main character admired this fact. Taken aback, he thanked Davy for that. A small stone monument appeared on the way, shrouded in mana streams. Raising a finger, the elder announced that they had arrived. As he descended from the cart, he told them about the still popular ruins of the Arabian Nights in Baraz. Walking up to the protagonist, the elder asked if he was sure that the incident with the Viscount wouldn't hurt him. Davy was pretty sure the Duke didn't care about this place. Smiling, he thanked the protagonist for saving his life and avenging his son. The elder declared that he would never forget this favor and courage. Davy hoped that he wouldn't compromise his principles in the future. Bowing slightly in respect, the elder watched Davy leave. After waving at him, Perker noted that it was a bit of a sad story. The main character believed that everything would get better in the future. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Von Pollen felt as if they had done something good. The main character completely agreed with her. Ancient structures shrouded in the sun's rays are located along Davy's path, after which the main character rapidly began to climb up. Stopping, his horse began to nibble at the grass. Climbing up to the top of the structure, Davy began to explore the area. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crossed Perker's face. Being surprised, the main character fell into a stupor. An unusually beautiful view of ancient buildings opened up to his eyes. After that, Davy started writing in his notebook. Turning to him, Von Pollen noted that the place had been dug up long ago. As she watched the main character, she wondered about finding something in a given place. Cautiously, Davy said that at first glance, this was not the case. Looking around the buildings, the main character talked about the 1st to the 7th form, and then about the 23rd to the 11th. Perker flew up to him and asked him what he was talking about. When he finished recording, Davy said it was the password. Von Pollen was taken aback when she heard this, after which the main character noted that he had finally found it. Davy smiled and explained that it was a ruined device that was part of it. Turning around, the main character noted that from a height, you can notice a certain pattern. As Davy watched the ancient structure, he thought about the code that SS had personally created in ancient times. While in his thoughts, the main character stated that in the past, there were a couple of people who knew him, but now only he knows about him. Imagining the treasure in his mind, Davy noted that because of its disguise, no one else would be able to find it. Approaching the magic panel, the main character said that the password only indicates that the entrance is located in the central anvil. Pointing his hand at the panel, Davy thought they needed an even more special password to log in. After that, the main character started creating it. Davy went on to say that during his lifetime, SS had bequeathed that whoever found his legacy would become its rightful owner. In the head of the main character, an image of him appeared who was extremely outraged that SS thought of himself as the king of pirates. Davy thought he was an incredibly nasty old man. Delighted, Perker announced that the entrance had opened, after which the main character suggested that she head inside. The dungeon was shrouded in a mysterious green light. Davy noted that it was very deep, which is why he assumed that there should not be much air there. Standing on his shoulder, Perker was surprised to see that he had a magic circle in his hands that neutralized the underground pressure. Von Pollen noted that it is designed so that it allows air to enter. She believed that the magicians who created the circle were not friends with the head. Stopping, the main character told that if he hadn't met SS, he probably would have been sleeping forever right now. Hearing this, Perker froze in one position. She smiled and said she understood. The room that the boys entered was littered with many lanterns in which there was no light. Looking around the room, Von Pollen noticed that it looked more like a living room than a dungeon. Remembering SS, Davy said that he was considered a madman who devoted his whole life to blacksmithing. Continuing to explore the room, the main character said that after the death of Hars, SS returned here and died, investing the rest of his life in one craft. There were many different materials in the blacksmith's room. In his thoughts, Davy noted that even if SS himself was buried on the surface, all his possessions were kept here untouched. The protagonist's gaze fell on a small sledgehammer lying on the table. In the middle of this room was a chest completely wrapped in chains. Taken aback, Parker assumed it looked like an altar, after which the main character wondered if SS served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. Suddenly, the guys felt a strong earthquake. The chest at the back of the room was overflowing with powerful mana flows. As Davy watched, he said it was because of the trunk. Dumbfounded, Von Pollen noted that it was the first time she had ever seen someone's will be implemented in such a dirty way. A powerful vortex formed around the chest. The caution technique was activated on it. Gradually, Davy began to approach the mysterious chest. The Forge of the 1001 Nights, a nickname given after the creation of the divine sword when SS hammered without stopping for 1,000 days. However, among the dwarves and hereditary masters, it was called differently. Wings could be seen from the blacksmith's back as he worked incessantly. The plot introduces us to the Devil's Forge. Bright sparks of flame could be seen on the newly chained sword. Unlike an ordinary craftsman who is limited to work hard with a metal hammer, certain invested mana to go beyond that limit, carrying out multiple blows. The blacksmith forged weapons. The great blacksmith who had passed the milestone and surpassed even himself. With SS touching the chest, Davy noted that it was his legacy that he was talking about. With the help of the main character's technique, the blacksmith's legacy was covered in a powerful mana flow. After opening the chest, a smile appeared on Davy's face. His eyes fell on the hilt of the sword SS had created. In front of us was a scarlet nameless sword slashing at the living. After which the main character saw a blade that he called a blue nameless sword that cut down the dead. The weapons created by the blacksmith were located in the depths of the chest. Davy thought about the twin swords that SS had never completed. The magic panel notified the guys about the weapon's characteristics. Looking at the panel, Parker saw an inscription that said that the eye does not exist or it is not yet awakened. Floating in the air, Von Pollen claimed that all the noise was coming from them. The main character reported that this is so. Davy suggested this earlier, after which he noted that this creation is very much in the style of SS. The main character was talking about swords with egos like calderas. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the man raised his sword over his head. While in his thoughts, Davy revealed that for SS, the divine sword calderas was the most outstanding creation. He further revealed that calderas was a sword created for the swordsmanship technique and physique of its owner, who was Hars. As he continued to think, he noticed that these same swords had a different story that didn't take the holder into account. Leaning against each other, the two girls were frozen in the same position. The main character declared the only creation that the genius craftsman SS created only for himself. Davy thought of the boys who had been created to find their own master. Raising the sword, the main character reported receiving a special item. Looking at them, Parker noticed that they looked quite complete. Holding SS's gun, Davy stated that this was not the case. With a grin, he announced that the final touches were still being put on. Looking around the room, the main character noted that they need to find a fire. As Davy tightened the rope around the cloth that wrapped the swords, he told them that what they needed was not ordinary fire, but one that was hotter than hot. Grinning, the main character gave an example of dwarven fire. An image of the dwarves who were continuously engaged in their work appeared in his mind. The night sky of the city gradually became covered with many stars. Davy announced that they had arrived. The man standing next to him said that they need to go straight down the avenue, so they will go to the square, after which he wished Davy a safe trip to the capital. The protagonist smiled and thanked him for guiding him. Watching the vast expanse of the kingdom, Davy was very interested in its challenge. Turning to Von Pollen, he asked her what she thought they were up to. Parker noted that Davy had a habit of asking questions that he knew very well. Grinning, Von Pollen said that it looked as if they wanted to reward the main character for his services, as the letter said. Parker asked if the truth was obvious. She reported that the moongrass itself is a goose that lays golden eggs. conjuring up an image of untold wealth. Perker reported that in just 1 quarter, Davy had earned more than the kingdom's annual expenses. Von Pollen noted that this time the taxes sent amounted to a large amount. She suggested that this is the reason why they plan to persuade the main character to nationalize the company. An image of many hands reaching for Davy appeared in her mind. Von Pollen believed that in this scenario, the kingdom would become much richer. While sitting on her horse, Perker clarified that the kingdom's aristocrats would become richer. Von Pollen asked if Davy had intended it. Continuing on his way, the main character noted that he was a little annoyed that he had attracted such close attention from the entire continent, after which he assumed that this meant that he had accomplished something truly impressive. Leading the horse, Davy wondered if he was tired from the whole situation. After entering the palace, the main character began to look at the local beauty. As he turned around, he heard someone greeting him. Approaching the chief chamberlain Bifos, the main character noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bifos was surprised that Davy had gained a bit of height. Turning to the main character, the chief chamberlain reported on the rumors that reached him, which said that on his lands he made a huge enterprise succeed. Davy smiled and assumed that the heavens favored him. He thought that they had sent him a real gift. Looking at the palace, the main character reported that the atmosphere in the kingdom was tense. Bifos said that a secret accounting book was made public. Davy was taken aback when he heard this. The chief chamberlain reported that this infuriated His Majesty, and for this reason, many of the nobles involved and their employees were stripped of their titles and prepared for execution. The main character was extremely surprised by the king's action. Bifos declared that His Majesty was already resting in his chambers. He thought Davy would do better to greet him tomorrow. As he made his way to the exit, the protagonist noted that he was going to do it anyway. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that everything went so badly, as if he endured and finally exploded. As he pictured the marquis in his mind, he thought that he had personally placed a lot of information in his hands. Davy didn't think it would have happened so quickly without the king's help. Frozen in one position, the main character was sure that he was only worrying his head in vain. Putting his hand to his clothes, Callus was surprised by the arrival of the main character. Hearing this, Davy fell into a stupor. At that moment, a smirk appeared on the prince's face. Seeing Callus, the main character became wary. Davy raised his hand and said that he had something to discuss with Bart. The surprised chief chamberlain tried to contradict him. After that, the main character noted that everything is in order. He said it was nothing. With a wicked grin on his face, Callus froze in one position. A dim light surrounded the expanse of the palace room. With his hands folded, the prince thought that 1 in 1,000 things Davy had done had succeeded, and that Davy had already made a fool of himself. Grinning, he said that anyone could have done it, since even such a bad guy managed to succeed. Callus ordered Davy not to turn up his nose, as he was just lucky. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist asked if the prince had come just for this, after which he wondered if he was jealous that much. Davy assumed that the prince was well aware of the value of his case. The main character asked if the prince had heard enough about his inferiority. He was sure that at this rate, Callus would never get out from under the queen's skirt. The prince's face was filled with indignation. At that moment, an enraged Callus tried to punch Davy in the face. The prince said that the main character was conceited. Pushing his hand away, Davy noticed that he was the only one who was conceited. Looking at Callus, Davy said that people were always fawning over him, and therefore he lives in an illusion. Davy pointed out that no one would follow such a misguided worm. The prince's face was filled with rage. Grinning, the main character said that if a person is not smart and has only one spoon, then his ingenuity would save him. Rushing towards Davy, the prince couldn't understand how he dared to insult him. Frozen in one position, the protagonist thought that if the prince was not so smart, then 6 years ago he would not have shot at him. Callus's fist was pointed in Davy's direction. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that as soon as he thought about it, he immediately got angry, after which Davy bent down, and because of this, the prince promptly flew down. There was a loud rumble within the palace grounds. Looking down at Callus, the protagonist asked if he understood that spitting out such statements is something ordinary. He thereby discredited the honor of his majesty. Lifting his foot, Davy noted that in any situation, the prince shouts various name-calling. Stopping his foot in front of Callus's face, the protagonist declared that half of the blood flowing in his body belonged to the king of this country. After that, Davy stepped on the lying prince, causing him to start screaming. Callus knelt down and tried to catch his breath. Watching this, Davy asked if he was in pain. Grinning, the main character said that this is why. But suddenly, Davy froze. In his thoughts, he didn't think it was appropriate at all. Callus's face was shrouded in fright. Hitting the prince, the main character said that he would get it in return. Callus, dumbfounded, began to yell in pain. Once again, a great wail rang out in the palace. Leaning on his arm, the prince tried to regain his composure. Callus put his hand to the spot of impact and asked what the main character was doing. Grinning, Davy asked if the prince wanted to do it again. Horrified, Callus said they would look again. He stated that the main character's possessions, which he so confidently boasts about, will soon cease to be his. As he watched Callus run away, he noticed that only his heels glittered. Perker was surprised that Davy had finished him off with a simple flick. The main character said that this is not just a click. Grinning, Davy said he'd been a little naughty. Von Paulen's face was filled with confusion. She asked the main character to say what he wants, but just try not to smile like that. Taken aback, Davy put a hand to his face. Confused, he couldn't believe it was so strange. He was thinking that this was just another bad habit of his. Watching Callus run, Perker asked what Davy had done to him. Looking at the prince, the main character said that he had put the worst curse in the world on him, which even magic cannot remove. Surprised, Von Paulen asked what kind of curse she was talking about. Holding up a finger, Davy informed him that he had done something else. Holding a handkerchief on his arm, the main character stated that he had given Callus a gift. He informed her that they would enjoy the show in the hall tomorrow. A large number of nobles were gathered in the main room of the palace, where the queen was at the head. The dumbfounded man couldn't believe that it took 4 months to cultivate the moongrass. The stranger reported that the profit exceeded the actual expenditure of the kingdom. Standing up from his seat, the guy was sure that this was a sum that could immediately cover the cost of the country's defense. Drawing attention to one of the members of the assembly, the young man said that this is why they should develop the enterprise in order to supplement the capital of each territory. The plot takes us to the kingdom of Ron in the assembly hall. Pondering, the king put a finger to his head. Leaning her head on her hand, Perker thought that they had completely forgotten about the owner of the enterprise under discussion and were only babbling among themselves. As she watched the meeting, Von Paulen noted that despite Fize's absence, she believed that there were power-hungry people among the Callus faction and the aristocracy. Perched on Davy's shoulder, Perker wondered what the future held for this country. Smiling, the main character suggested to try the restaurant business next time. He believed that the most profitable businesses were the food and liquor trade. Davy sat down and noted that he was new to the field. Von Paulen thought he was far from perfect himself. Raising his hand, the king asked the meeting participants to stop. At the head of the meeting, he stated that they would first need to reward Prince Davy for bringing such glory to the kingdom. Looking at the main character, he thought that Davy was doing a great job, as he was able to handle such a serious matter without any help. Davy folded his hands and said that he was only doing what he had to do. Smiling, Cryan said that the main character's actions can hardly be achieved in a dozen years. Alron asked Davy to say what he wanted, as he could give him any reward he wanted. Looking at the huge number of disgruntled faces of the nobility, the main character suggested that any request to him is unlikely to be answered approvingly. referring to an infinite number of excuses. Turning his attention to the king, Davy informed him that this was too great a reward, which was why he didn't have something on his mind right now. He asked Cryan to give him some time to think, after which the king allowed him to do so. Perched on Davy's shoulder, looking pleased, Perker thought it was smart. Continuing the meeting, the man said that they needed to support the development of the enterprise for the sake of the country's well-being. Looking at the document, the agent reported that it was limited. Lost in thought, the main character froze in one position. The man believed that since the moongrass brings such income, then they should go for any option. Surprised, Von Pollen reported that they were continuing. Davy noticed that they were acting bolder than he'd expected. After looking at the Duke's mysterious magic amulet, the protagonist informed him that he needed to check something first. Leaning on his cane, Beretta sauntered to his seat at the meeting. Stopping, the Duke noted that they were all alarmed by the Enterprise, after which he asked if they needed to probe everything from the very beginning. Encouraged, the Assembly members supported the Duke's idea. Standing in front of his seat, Beretta suggested that the subject of the current controversy was how to use moongrass to bring additional material aid to the kingdom. The man said that this is so because it is a truly innovative enterprise. Watching all this, Von Pollen noted that Beretta is extremely influential. Davy agreed wholeheartedly. Continuing his statement, the man said that he was using the company well. Interrupting him, the Duke asked why the members of the Assembly did not consider the opinion of Davy, who had made such a huge contribution, but planned how to transfer the enterprise to the state and dispose of it as they saw fit. The dumbfounded members of the Assembly fell into a stupor. The Duke asked if their status was higher than that of a member of the royal family. Placing his hands on his cane, Beretta addressed Marquis Fies. He asked if they could use all of his possessions for the benefit of their country. Hearing this, the Marquis was baffled. Looking at the faces of the dumbfounded nobles, the Duke stated that this was the reason why the decision should be left to the main character. He was sure they had nothing to discuss here. Shocked, Fies noted that he was wrong. Leaping up from Davy's shoulder, Perker was surprised to find the Duke helping him. Taken aback, the main character asked if it looked like help. To Davy, it looked like some kind of mockery. Addressing the members of the council, Beretta said that if the state status is forcibly imposed on the Enterprise, it will be considered repression. He was sure that after that, no one would dare to go into business. The Duke glanced at Davy and asked if he agreed with him. Grinning, Davy guessed that wasn't all Beretta was trying to say. Adjusting his glasses, the Duke asked if it was so noticeable, after which he reported that this is so. The Duke spoke of a more important matter. Beretta believed that this is why reconciliation is necessary. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that the Duke only pretends to be caring. Reaching under his cloak, Beretta asked for the Assembly's attention. Taking out a letter, the Duke said that it was a message from the High Priest of the sacred land of Baraz. Warily, the protagonist folded his hands. Glancing at Davy, the Duke informed them that they were asking for him to move to the Holy Land to witness the appearance of his stigmata and pass on the title of saint. Slamming his fist on the table, the man said that this is absurd. Pointing his finger at the main character, he stated that he was primarily a prince of this country and not an ordinary lord. The man was amazed at sending Davy to the sacred force. The stranger grinned and turned to the Count of Ronda. He stated that this is a sacred country, emphasizing its sanctity. The stranger explained that it was a country whose influence extended even to empires, and that it was a country in the service of the goddess Priya. He could figure out what the problem was. Indignant, the Count wondered since when the Ron Kingdom had become subject to the Holy State country. He couldn't understand how this was different from Denny. The stranger noted that this was the first time he had ever seen such a quick-witted person who couldn't see past his nose. Taken aback, Davy was amazed that so much fuss had been made about him. Watching the long argument, the main character noted that the fact of the appearance of the stigmata on it was confirmed. He was surprised that he should go to the Holy Land because of this. Davy wondered what would happen after he was granted the title of saint. The main character suggested that after this, the Holy Country would take the kingdom under its wing. Beretta folded up the letter and told Davy to look at the forest, not the tree. The Duke told him that the royal family carries a huge burden of responsibility. Grinning, Beretta told Davy not to forget that nothing good would happen if you stroke the sacred land against the grain. The protagonist's face was mired in doubt. Placing his hands on the table, the man asked about the future of Hans's land. Smiling, the Duke pointed out that if Davy moved to the Holy Land and became a saint, the territory would be impossible to rule legally. At the same time, smirks appeared on the faces of the nobles. Encouraged, the elder informed them that they needed to quickly appoint a new lord. The happy guy completely agreed with his words, after which he noted that they needed to find a suitable candidate. Hand in hand, a member of the assembly reported that his son had just come of age. Indignant, Pessar said that he was doing some nonsense. Davy grinned and watched with interest. Looking at the Duke, while in his thoughts, the protagonist understood why he could not allow the enterprise to become state-owned. Beretta said he had something else to say about it. Picturing the vast Hans land in his mind, the Duke stated that the land is now at a very important stage of development. He believed that this stage can be called the most important. Beretta was sure that no one could be appointed to such an important position of lordship. Turning to the king, the Duke said that it was for this reason that he dared to recommend the only suitable candidate for this role, which was the second prince, Callus. Grinning, the prince froze in one position. Watching the satisfied Callus, the main character thought that he knew this option. Deep in his thoughts, Davy discussed the post-privatization transfer of the company to Queen Lin's son and her grandson, Callus. He was sure that the profits of the enterprise would be appropriated by the Duchy of Beretta, and he believed that this was his plan. Imagining in his head the image of the prince, behind which stood the Duke and Queen, the main character thought that even if Beretta beat around the bush, the essence of his aspirations is not at all different from the aspirations of the aristocrats who initially caused a fuss. At that moment, Davy remembered what Callus had said about him not being one anymore. Getting up from his chair, the main character walked towards the king. The prince grinned and looked at Davy. The main character's face was shrouded in disgust. The prince knelt before the king. In a fixed position, the main character watched this process with confidence on his face. Callus croaked, after which a deathly silence appeared in the assembly hall. The dumbfounded prince let out a strong cry. The shocked members of the assembly couldn't say a word. Cryan's face was filled with bewilderment. Dumbfounded, the queen began waving her fan rapidly in front of her face. Watching all this, a smirk appeared on Davy's face. In desperation, Callus fell into a stupor. Startled by this, he tried to breathe, after which a croak came out of his mouth. The bewildered members of the assembly watched the prince cackle. Perker, who was sitting on Davy's shoulder, saw all this and laughed hard. Folding his hands, the main character noted a violent reaction. He thought it was too early. Beretta, dumbfounded, looked at the prince and asked him what he was doing. The Duke didn't understand what kind of jokes they were, after which the croak came out of Callus's mouth again. Beretta's face was filled with surprise. Slamming the table with his fist, the king asked if the prince dared to engage in nonsense in the boardroom. Startled, Callus tried to justify himself. Suddenly, it started croaking again. A barking sound came from the shocked prince's mouth. Furious, Cryan said he didn't want to hear anything. Jumping up from his chair, he ordered the prince to leave. Indignant, the king wondered where all the guards were. Looking at the dumbfounded Callus, he ordered him to be locked up in his chambers immediately. Cryan said that the prince should repent for what he had done until he ordered his release. Startled, Callus tried to protest, but suddenly the cackling sound came out of his mouth again. The angry king put his hand to his face. The barking continued to come from his mouth. Angry, the prince ordered him to be released, but suddenly his headdress flew off. The members of the congregation watching froze in place. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment appeared on their faces. The main character was amazed that it happened in just a day. Horrified, Von Pollen put her hand to her mouth. With a grin, Davy reminded her of a terrible curse. Looking at the prince, the main character thought about baldness. As Davy continued to watch him, he noticed that Callus was really sunny-faced now. In desperation, the prince leaned his hands on the floor. There were bits of his hair on the floor. Sitting behind the Duke's back, the main character declared that Callus was not yet fit to rule the lands. Horrified, Beretta turned his gaze to Davy. At that moment, the main character's face was covered in a smile. A huge chandelier was placed on the ceiling of the assembly hall. Folding his hands, the protagonist turned to Beretta. Grinning, he asked when the position of a duke was superior to that of a king. Perplexed, the Duke asked him what he was talking about, after which Davy noted that he would ask the question differently. Glancing at Beretta, he asked if this country belonged to the Duke. Taken aback, the Duke assumed that Davy had misunderstood him. After showing the letter, Beretta stated that he was acting solely in the interests of the Ron Kingdom, after which the protagonist asked about a message from the sacred land that even the king didn't see from the Duke. Putting a hand to his waist, Davy wondered why Beretta was talking the same nonsense as the members of the meeting. At that moment, the entire nobility fell into a stupor. Enraged, the Duke asked the protagonist to watch his words. Grinning, Davy explained about the existence of an expression that said that the owner is not even thinking of selling the cow, and the other is already by the horns. Taken aback, Beretta reminded him that they were currently in the boardroom. He couldn't figure out what that was about. Pointing a finger at the Duke, Davy said that was his decision on the subject matter. Looking at Beretta, he guessed that his plan was to sell a member of the royal family with pride and at the sacred country's first demand, after which the protagonist wondered if the Duke wanted to take advantage of the situation and monopolize the enterprises of the Huns' lands. Alarmed, Beretta said that in his opinion, Davy was no different from other aristocrats. The Duke asked how the main character wanted to solve the problem with the sacred land. Davy asked if they only needed to settle the matter with the country itself. Standing up from his chair, the king wondered if the main character had come up with something. Davy pointed out that there are also people living in the Holy Land. Looking at the magic ball, the main character reported that the high priest is also a human. With a smile, Cryan announced that the connection had been set up. Folding his hands, the youth reported that they had applied to the sacred country's budget management department. Introducing himself as Vicer Bellium, he said that he expected their question. Davy smiled and apologized for contacting him so unexpectedly, after which the main character asked what decision His Most Illustrious Majesty had come to. The faces of the nobles were shocked. The stunned members of the assembly were surprised by Davy's question. One of the members of the meeting asked, "Really?" Grinning, the main character thought that they really? Watching the stunned members of the congregation, Davy pointed out that even if it was a country located in a sacred territory, it would be home to the same people who are also interested in business. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist thought of a high priest who was a member of the Council of Great Elders, more influential than the king of a small country. Davy noted that he had contacted the ruler of the Holy Land. The vicer said that in such a case, the high priest misacted very willfully. Turning to the main character, he noted that in the future, this will never happen, because of which he cannot worry. A powerful glow radiated from the connected magic ball. Deep in his thoughts, Davy was confident that no one would oppose him, after which the nobles gradually began to leave the confines of the meeting hall. The main character said that thanks to Bellium, the meeting ended well. Davy put his hand on the table and complimented him on his excellent work. The vicer was embarrassed to hear this. Somewhat taken aback, Bellium revealed that he hadn't expected the kingdom to decide to send the prince to the Holy Land. He noted that it would be good for them, but in the long run, such a decision would only result in losses. Davy smiled and told him to keep it up. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he had put his eminence in front of a simple fact. Imagining the image of magical herbs in his head, Davy was sure that if even one of the components in the form of him or Hans's land left, then the cultivation of the herb would stop. The main character believed that it is the ruler of the country who needs to know what this is. After which the Vicer wanted to inform Davy about one thing. Watching the magic ball, the main character reported that he knew it. Davy said that in the next quarter, he will prepare a certain volume of goods for the country of Bellium. Smiling, the main character announced that he would cultivate the remaining space on the field and grow additional grass, which he would later sell to Bellium, after which the Vicer thanked him for the favor. Bellium reported that His Majesty had asked to continue selling them impressive volumes. Grinning, Davy thought that this was an incredibly mundane deal, after which he noted that he didn't care. Imagining the image of a healing potion in his head, the main character said that if you want special treatment, you need to give something in return. He believed that the enterprise was started initially because of these considerations. Davy was sure that if everyone was stuck in this swamp, then no one would blame anyone there. He really wanted them to come to the swamp straight to the famous Merida. At the end of their conversation, the Vicer waved goodbye. Davy leaned back in his chair and said business was easy. A clerk hovering nearby called him a liar. Continuing to think, the main character noted that despite all the difficulties, everything was solved perfectly. Overjoyed, Amy touched the magic ball with her hands. She couldn't believe she was actually seeing him. In desperation, she asked Davy to save her. The chief chamberlain said that a person who will help the prince in the future cannot show such slackness. He put his hand on Amy's head and apologized for looking so unsightly. Smiling, the main character said that he noticed his efforts. Turning his gaze to the magic ball, the chief chamberlain asked how the meeting had gone. Davy said it went off without a hitch. He told him that he had settled all the local issues, after which Davy inquired about the lands and the guests arriving in them. The expanse of wasteland was shrouded in many tents set up and bonfires lit. The chief chamberlain reported that everyone was currently staying in a temporary camp. He noted that as Davy had instructed, they were getting a building permit. The chief chamberlain said that soon buildings will be built in each district. After that, he said that if we talk about landscaping, he considered the sketches left by Davy. The chief chamberlain noted that this will be difficult to implement. Folding his hands, the protagonist suggested that the problem was time. Bifos reported that this is the case. As he pictured Hans in his mind, Davy thought that he had saved the dying lands and got rid of the interference of external authorities. The main character understood that this was not even the beginning. He believed that a long-abandoned, backward place technically lacks a lot to improve. Sitting on the chair, Davy estimated that the time required to fill in the gap was between 10 and 20 years. He was sure that money would not solve this problem. Davy noted that they had a lot of money but nowhere to use it. Leaning on his arm, the main character said that it was his turn to slowly launch a second enterprise. Bifos was surprised by his words. Looking at the chief chamberlain, Davy said that it would be perfect for the best inventions of the continent. The main character pointed out that this clan is famous for its troublesome stubbornness, but he had an offer that they would never be able to refuse. Bifos, taken aback, assumed that Davy was talking about. While in his thoughts, the protagonist noted that it was something akin to exchanging corn for diamonds. In Davy's room, SS's twin swords were standing side by side. Being in his thoughts, the main character thought about small risks, thanks to which there was such a return that it was impossible to find more profitable businesses. On the huge rocks, there were barely noticeable trees. Standing on the edge, the young man on the horse reported that they would soon enter the Golden Boulder tribe's land. Turning to Davy, he asked him to look carefully at the ground. An image of a map leading them to their destination popped up in the protagonist's mind. The Golden Boulder tribe, a dwarven settlement located in the south of the kingdom. Holding the huge hammer in his hands, the dwarf froze in one position. Dwarves, formerly called dwarves or dwarfs, are between 100 and 130 centimeters tall, but extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They are called a kind of iron, and they can quite rightly be considered born masters. The soldiers riding in front of Davy accompanied him on his way to the Golden Boulder. Unlike the now legendary elves, dwarves live on volcanoes or rocky terrain. They even have some contact with people. As the doors closed, the dwarf raised his hand. But because they dislike all other races, they only allow someone of the king's level or his representative to join their tribes. Driving between the rocks, Davy said that this was his demand as a reward for his successful venture. The main character suggested that the aristocracy thought that he was aiming for the position of crown prince. Looking around, Davy noted that he was not interested in a particular position, which is why he boldly made a different choice. After that, the main character reported that he was still not released so easily. In the assembly hall, a man could be heard shouting that the dwarves were incredibly meticulous. Furious, he was sure there was no point in disturbing them. Turning to Davy, the king told him that dwarves were different from humans. Looking at him, Cryan noted that if he just didn't think it through well enough, then any reward. Davy interrupted him and told him not to worry about it. He was sure that at least he wouldn't be chased outside. The nobles standing nearby were furious. Deep in his thoughts, Davy noticed that he could still feel the angry, wary eyes of the nobles all the way to the end. After landing on her horse, Perker asked what the pathetic worm was going to do this time. Putting her hands on her side, she said that in her eyes it looked like this. Grinning, the main character declared that she had good eyesight. Perker glanced at Davy and told him that the real purpose of these satellites was to monitor them. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he felt a little sorry for them. As he continued on his way, Davy told him that he was going to arrange something. Suddenly, the defending dwarf ordered them to stop. Turning his attention to Davy, he asked who he was and where they came from. The main character reported that they came from the kingdom of Ron, after which Davy asked him to enter the Golden Boulder tribe. Warily, the dwarf said he hadn't heard anything about it. The story introduces the watchmaker Gert. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character told him that he had come with a great offer. Thinking about it, Gert assumed that this was the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Davy. After that, the sentry examined the main character's carts. Folding his hands, the dwarf declared that an agreement was an agreement. Then he pointed out that the tribe had a big problem right now. Gert didn't think this was a good time to make deals. Hearing this, Davy was baffled. The dwarf said that his job was to open the door, and then he asked the main character to come in. The horse cart stopped at the entrance of the city. Gert asked him to leave them here and then go on foot. Davy's gaze fell on the crane that stood on the edge of the city grounds. The soldiers standing in front of the carriage were actively engaged in a dialogue. In the vastness of the city, a huge waterfall could be seen flowing down. When he reached the building, the young man informed him that the elder was waiting for Davy. Turning around, he asked the main character to be careful. When Davy saw the elder, he turned his attention to the round table. The plot introduces us to the 8th elder of the Golden Boulder village, Golda. Leaning on his arm, he waited for the main character to arrive. Looking around, in his thoughts, Davy noticed that the elder was visibly annoyed. The main character was surprised that he was only one. Still thinking, Davy explained that dwarves usually have several elders. Grinning, the protagonist thought that no matter what, he should start with the first move to suppression. Bending down in respect, Davy declared that the Iron God's protection should always accompany the elder. Next, he introduced himself. Putting a hand to his beard, Golda noted that this was surprising. He was saying that Davy knew the rules for greeting dwarves. Taken aback, the main character wondered how he could show discourtesy to the family of outstanding masters. Holding out his hand, the elder informed him that Davy was a man he liked. Golda noted that this was a rare occurrence in recent times and asked him to sit down. Paying attention to the empty seats, the elder reported that the other old men were busy, and he came out as a representative. The main character thanked him for taking the trouble. Placing his hands on the table, Golda asked what exactly had brought the young prince to them. He believed that such deals were usually made outside the village. Davy agreed wholeheartedly. He noted that the regular deal with the kingdom was concluded several months ago. With a grin, the main character announced that he had come with several offers of cooperation. Recalling the image of the cart, Davy said that there is a small sign of sincerity in it. The main character stated that it contained barley beer and meat. The elder, Golda, noted that people who knew etiquette were not so unpleasant. He told Davy how much they liked human barley beer. Being in his thoughts, the main character was happy about this. Placing his hand on the table, the elder stated that their tribe was not in a state to fulfill the protagonist's wishes right now. Taken aback, Davy asked what that meant. Golda said that outsiders don't need to know the whole story. Standing up from his chair, the elder stated that this was all he could say. Golda said that the main character has come a long way, which is why he will allow him to stop for a few days. After that, the elder noted that if they did something, they would immediately be exiled. His face was shrouded in anger. Hearing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Raising his hand, the main character asked his indignant subject to stop. After passing by Davy, Golda announced that he was the first to decline. The main character's face was shrouded in confusion. Concentrating, he applied the information verification technique. Glancing at the elder, he knew the full list of his stats. Looking at the information about Golda, Davy saw that people had not entered the settlement for a very long time, so he feels a little interest. In relief, the elder is definitely interested in an etiquette-aware visitor. Annoyed at the way I met him. Once again, he wants to participate in the work and learn more about the secondary tempering of the initial spark called the True Sword Dwarf. Davy's face was blanketed with surprise. As he read this, he was interested in the initial spark. The man wondered when that was. Putting his hand to his chin, he explained that he had created something with them. Looking at the sword basics on the table, he noticed that it was quite a long time ago, since his skills weren't particularly good back then. The man said that the dwarf's quality was appropriate. Recalling the celebration with the dwarves, he said that they had been so happy together that they had been feasting for several days in a row. He thought it was quite a significant event. The night sky of the city gradually became covered with many stars. Davy wondered if the initial spark was so improbable. Perker said that for the layman, this is so. Leaning on his leg, the protagonist noted that he did not expect to hear this name. Von Pollen reported that Davy had an eloquent look and that he knew something. Looking away, the protagonist assumed that he was called a non-slashing sword. Perker was surprised to hear this. An image of a man shaking the hand of a dwarf next to him popped up in Davy's mind. The main character revealed that the primordial spark is a sword created by SS together with the dwarven elders. He considered what might be called a collaboration organized for the first exchange of human and dwarf experience. Davy reported that the cohesion, progress, and blessing of the blacksmith god was already quite a lot for the sword. The main character noted that he became special thanks to the abilities invested in him, after which Davy reported that this was all he knew. Raising his fist, the man declared that those dwarves had finished off a week's supply of alcohol. The main character was sure that it was definitely the sword from SS's memories. Looking at the sword in the cloth, Davy noticed that it could be called a prototype. Von Pollen was surprised to hear this. Picking up the sword, the main character said that it can be considered the initial version of Caldera's. Davy said that even though the direction of application was different, the principle of operation was similar. While looking at the sword, the main character thought about a special method of processing the sword by using mana. Davy reflected on an approach that combines material and non-material principles, from hammer striking to casting. The main character noted that everything is a little different from the basic method. After imagining the sculpture in his head, Davy explained the essence of this approach, which could only be understood by discarding all his previous knowledge. He thought that was why conservative, non-human dwarves couldn't possibly do it. Davy supposed that was why they were puzzling over him so much. Stretching. The main character said that it was time for them to move slowly. When he finished stretching, he froze in one position. Recalling the image of SS's sword, Davy said that for others around him, he visited this place for the sake of technology and hired dwarves to develop the land. After that, the main character noted that his main goal is completely different. There was a huge furnace in one of the dwarven forges. The Great Furnace was created with the intensification of higher technologies. Warily, Perker said that these stubborn people simply couldn't be persuaded to borrow her. The main character noted that this is why they need a plan. Davy asked Von Pollen not to worry about it.